watching the Citizen Science Podcast, the one and only twin solar system podcast featuring Samuel Hofman, along with his team of experts as they discuss the very latest information about our binary twin solar system. Welcome to the show.
Okay, hello, everybody, and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. And as you can see, I'm Rebecca, and I'm happy you are here. We have a really great show ready for you all. I'm excited. All the videos that we have to look at. There's a lot to talk about. So let's go ahead and get things going by getting our good friend Sam Hofman here with us. Hang on one second. Hey, Sam, how are you today?
Just like you said, hello. Yeah,
I know, it's exciting.
Stole my line there. Yeah. Hi, everybody. Yeah, it's been a crazy week. Another week gone by and more crazy stuff happening everywhere. We got a whole bunch of really good information in today and all last week and some great weather things to talk about. And we're going to kind of be...
How is the weather in Montana? I'm curious because... This is weird. Last night it got down into the 60s, and I woke up freezing. I was freezing. I had a sweatsuit on this morning in August. I don't know, but the high.
Yeah, funny you should mention that. We can talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
I watched your live show yesterday, and when you walked out the front door, you made a comment, and we'll talk about that in a minute after you bring in Gillian.
What do I say?
And don't want to leave her waiting in the green room.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get our others. The others. Let's get them here with us because we are not complete yet. Yes, here is our good friend Gillian, our friend in Scotland, all the way in Scotland. How are you, Gillian?
I'm fine, thank you.
Yeah.
Glad to see you're smiling.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds like you're smiling.
Like I said, I had a rough night sleeping last night. Just, I don't know what was up. But anyway, so I'm kind of hanging in there. But I'll be all right. I got a few hours of steam
don't
left
fall
in me,
asleep
so.
now.
I know. This will be one of those.
Is there anybody else to bring in? Have you got anyone else to bring in?
Yeah, let's go ahead and get Christoper here.
I said, do you have anyone else?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. I didn't know Christoper was here.
Hey, guys.
How you doing? I was checking
hello,
on him. Yeah, he's here. Hi, Chris.
Yeah, I was a little late. I was having trouble downloading the app for some reason, but I got it to work.
Hi, Chris.
Yeah, I ran
Hey,
in.
Gillian. Hey, Sam.
StreamYard has changed their thing. We had to allow for cookies now to be part of their thing. As we were saying, you were walking out on the live program yesterday, and you said it feels like autumn. Well, your senses work very well for you because we are currently having a cold frost Arctic indrift that came from up in Canada and everything. We get to talking about Canadian weather and everything in a bit. But yeah, there was actually frost warnings in North Dakota and South Dakota this morning, and that's freezing. And so your area's in the 60s. Last night we were about 56, 55 degrees. So yeah, we're going to have an early fall. And the temperature variant has dropped down, and I've watched the predictions for the coming week and everything weather-wise and everything. And Hurricane Debbie has left, like Elvis has left the building. Hurricane Debbie has left the building, and she's now heading up into up into Canada, and then it'll go up into the North Sea, and then it'll probably come over your direction there, Gillian, and affect you. I'll have to watch the next couple of days and see if that tropical depression stays formed in the northern hemisphere, which will be affected by the northern hemisphere jet, which is why it's whisking its way out to sea now as we speak. But there's a lot of flooding and stuff, information we can talk about as well. So anyway, I'm glad you guys are all here. It's awesome. We're here for another week.
Yeah, I was saying when I spoke sorry, when I spoke to Sam about
Okay.
my tree telling me it was autumn as well. So you saying it was autumn, it's kind of weird.
Well,
Yeah.
one of our listeners on TikTok, hi to our people on TikTok, You Make Me Smile, is mentioning that the leaves are changing. And I've noticed that too. I was like, is my tree dying or what's going on? But the leaves are turning orange and yellow.
It's too soon. It's too soon.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is crazy. I had to get my little space heater out for the bathroom last night. It was that chilly. So that's unheard of. A heater in August in Oklahoma. I don't know, but that's what happened. So
I'm jealous.
yeah, I don't know. It's like, but by now, get this. But next week it'll be in the 90s. Okay, fine. And then the next week after that, it's like 106 every day or something. So I'm gonna soak up, go wear my hoodies and everything while I can.
No doubt.
But
And there I was looking for a sun hat.
I was gonna say, let's check out our comment section and see who's here with us today. What's that, Sam?
The authorities had announced that there was severe loss of life this year due to heat conditions in Arizona. Nothing in comparison to last year. Last year they had like 670 odd deaths from heat stroke in Arizona, but this year there's been 450 heat-related deaths, and a lot of unfortunate homeless people did suffer and die in the last few weeks. And blessings to them that have passed. And we were also in the green room. We were before the show. We were talking about how many people are having strokes and things. I myself lost a family member last week in the end of July there. And God, we're already on the 10th. So it's more than a week, but I mean, we were just, laughing about how already it's the 10th of August, and like, where did that whole week go? Wow.
Sam, he made the comment. He's like, well, a new drawing is in 5 days. And I'm like, no, we just had a new
drawing.
Had a new drawing, and it's time for another one. I'm confused. I don't understand.
Well, there's going to be some big changes this month. We're seeing some new things. The system is rising up. We're getting more evidence of that the suns are separating. I got some really, really cool pictures in from Hugo Smith and from
let's look at
James in New Zealand and all around the world this week. And it's look at this one. I mean, I'm just I saw this today and I went, oh my God, look at that. And
so
I forget. I marked down who this was from, but
hey, Sam, before you say what it is, how about we ask our listeners if they have any ideas? Just poll the audience here and see if they have any thoughts or ideas on what you think this could be.
Good idea.
Think about it. What is that particular size? And
Well, there's a number of objects here. There's more than one object here. So look around, not only just the one you see, but look at the other ones and what else is behind it on the left and all of that, and then make a comment. I saw this and I just went, oh my God, you can't argue with that.
There's one more. I think it's close to that. There's that too.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I'll keep an eye on the comments.
And look at the size of that in comparison to the airplane. There's an airplane in that first shot, and there is a sea trail on the bottom where they're trying to hide this shit. And, see, there's an airplane in front of that.
It looks like a giant tick, man. It looks like a giant tick.
That is insane.
Yeah, well, maybe, that might be something that, the Egyptians drew on that scarab flying across the sky.
Okay, hi, experimental.
Close.
I mean, she's onto it.
Close.
Yeah.
The spiral asteroid is in that first shot. Okay, the spiral asteroid is in the lower middle left.
Is that what's coming
See that
up?
round? But you didn't even notice that one.
It's that round thing.
It's going straight. It's going vertically, but it's below and to the left of the object on the right. So we know, come on, brain teasers, we know the shape of the object on the right. Everybody's been seeing it for a year or more, and it just happens to be really big right now.
Hi, Sandy. Sandy says OCG, which is
Yes,
accurate.
Yep.
yes,
That
it
is
is, and it is one of
Yes.
the objects from the object cluster group. But we're asking the specific one. There's actually several right there, but the
Yeah.
one main one on the
Name.
right,
Where do we
you
start?
think it's just one, but it's like 5 of them
Yeah.
right there. And then there's
We know
one
OCG
farther back into the middle top of the page, and then there's one in the middle, and then there's one even at the far left middle. And,
There's B
and you have to
code.
remember this
Yes.
is OCG. There's a lot of objects right there. But we want the
And
main
center.
left rounded, looks like a rock, looks like a jelly bean. Does anybody know what the jelly bean is?
Yep.
Oh.
So we have B
No,
code
skull
says
asteroid
Marquez,
is
and
to the
Marcus
left enough.
is saying skull asteroid. Good evening, Marcus. Here's Mustang. Hi, Mustang. Skull asteroid.
Mustang. Yeah, sorry, the skull asteroid is not 80 miles away. I don't know where you got that information from, but it's
80
totally
years
yeah.
away.
Oh, I didn't see that part. 80
I'm not
miles.
trying to cut you down. Yeah, well, no, we know exactly where the skull asteroid is. Thank you. We've been watching it for weeks, and
Yeah.
it's not 80 years away, and it's not even on an 80-year cycle. Actually, when NASA originally mentioned it, it was on a 3.5-year Earth-type orbit spiral return process, which was a lie because we caught them in that Leica 6 months after they announced it. We saw it again and again and again and again in the last few years. We know exactly where the skull asteroid is, and you have to learn this information. And if you're not up to par on the information, we have ways to give you that information so that you can study this. So, any more? Yeah, there. Okay, L. Let there be light. You are correct. It is the red
Red
asteroid.
asteroid.
Little
Yay.
Sister's in front of it.
And we have a
Little
tie
Sister's directly
actually.
behind it, and then
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and Lorraine is in the middle, upper right between everything, and Pappy, P-A-P-I, is in the middle left, right at the edge of the middle left edge of the picture. That's Pappy, and the spiral asteroid is in between Pappy and the red asteroid, where they always are.
Let's look at that.
They're just huge now. And we watched, God, we saw them even bigger this week as well. From, I think, Northern Europe, Scandinavia, Sweden, Germany area, we saw, they got some captures of the red asteroid, and it was just massive. I was just going, wow. And, you know, this is all part of the 180-day cycle. And here we are in August. And we don't know what cool, wonderful, scary, spooky, terrible lightning storms are going to come from it. But that's what happens during an 80-day cycle. And here's an example of the big boys on the way. Oh, and some great captures. The tan asteroid, by the way, Christopher. You got your shots this week were excellent. I hope Rebecca has those already.
I
Because
sure
I almost sent them to her, but I figured you already did. Awesome work. You got some really. Did you notice all the crap that's big along with the tan asteroid?
it's
Like,
just
oh my
wild.
God, they got way bigger. I mean,
Way
like,
bigger.
holy shit, look at that. You know, it's like duck. Just drop your head
Right?
and
Yeah.
duck because this shit's coming
That's
in.
what it feels like. You feel like you
That-
totally
and,
want to.
you know, go ahead, doubt me. You know, that Sam Hofman, he's just absolutely out of his mind, and he's
Yeah.
crazy, and he's full of shit, and it's not real, and he's making all this crap up, and all of that, and I'm going, yeah, you know, like, you go ahead and discount me, you go ahead and, you know, we've been watching this for well over a decade, and you're sitting here telling me I don't know what I'm talking about.
So these are all
Yeah,
the red
yeah, that's the red asteroid for sure. And you
Uh-huh.
can see the shape over and over and over and over again. You know, I mean, we've got thousands. Well, we've got hundreds of captures of the red asteroid. Hundreds. And, you know, maybe over 1,000. I don't know. But I mean, I have to, you know, not exaggerate too heavily. But anyway,
Look at that thing.
It feels
You
like
know,
thousands, doesn't it?
if I get off crazy, if I get too silly and crazy, Christopher's going to use it against me in his video clips, and so I have to tone my temperament down and not to be too crazed or obsessed with this. I liked your work this week, by the way. Again, Christopher, good job. There,
I
yeah, on
did
the left.
too.
Look at the
I
picture on the left. That's the red asteroid with Little Sister being illuminated. That's why it's that white
Wow.
blip in front of the reddish rainbow-colored blip. And it just depends on the angle of light. And that's why if you look at the red asteroid on the drawing on the right, on the lower right corner, the finger pointing to, there's that blip in front of red asteroid. We know that little sister, and that's why it's called the little sister, because we always saw the red asteroid had a little sister in front of it. That's where the name came from. And then we found an even bigger one over. Now, if you look in the picture on the right hand, in the upper right, there's a white misty area just to the left corner of the red asteroid and little sister. And that is what we ended up calling Big Sister. And then there's Pappy and Lorraine and all these other named asteroids because they got bigger and they got bigger and then they got bigger. And so people started asking, hey, can you name an asteroid after me? So I did that. And, you know, if there's an older member that, or a cherished friend member that wants to ask for another one, I'm sure we can pull one out of the hat for you, because there's 3 in front of the red asteroid per se alone. And if you want to go back to that enlargement of the red asteroid picture, Rebecca,
This one here?
if you notice on the front of it, yeah, or even the larger one, whichever, but this one works. If you notice on the front, there's 3 little blips in front of the red asteroid. And then we know that there's 3 major asteroids plus a whole bunch of smaller debris in the front of the red asteroid. And here's examples of, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 little things in front of it. And remember, I'm on a 43-inch screen where you guys are looking on smaller ones. And I encourage everyone, if you're really, really interested in this subject, and excuse me, dry throat, talking too long. And yeah, there's more, you know, I just enlarged it, and there's even more there behind it that I didn't even talk about.
Oh, there's some pretty ones on the
get
top
yourself
there.
a home computer, yeah, there's some dark stuff going on there too, shadowing. If you're really into the subject, you need to view it literally. Oh yeah, hold this picture. You need to view it on a much larger screen, and I recommend that if you want to do some real science, get yourself a home computer, and you know, and a larger screen. And I prefer HP because they last. Everything else is just a joke, and you end up replacing them right away. Computers these days don't last even 3 years, and I have found with HP they can last up to 5 or 8 years. So think about it. It's worth the extra $100 to have a thing that works. Anyway, we lost Christoper. Where was I? I got distracted.
Coming,
He's
looking at.
invisible, but he's there.
Yeah, there's
Yes, I'm
smaller
coming.
stuff. It's all getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Yeah, there's so much stuff getting bigger. And we know this because we've been watching it for well over a decade. And we are the experts. We're number one in the public market. I'm sure that there are some people at NASA or other places that maybe know more than we do. I'd love to meet them and compare notes. And I got to reiterate again. Last week I talked about it. We talked about John Moore. It was not John Moore. It was a knockoff guy, somebody trying to pull a scam. So I apologize for that. I'm still irritated about it. But anyway, this is Saturn Giallamuna. You can see the faceplate in white. That's that weird white, funky center illumination that doesn't look like the rest of the clouds. And the shadowing, of course, is you can see it's got the ion bleed off trail and everything else. And it's actually sort of smaller in this shot. Now, I don't know where this was captured.
Get that in your head.
But yeah, it's smaller again. Yeah, so now our approach view, because we sometimes see them smaller and then they come at us and get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So you got to take into account that the size does change, but it is to the right of the sun. And we've also seen an elevation and a change of placement in the background area on the lower left, which has been Saru for months, which has been hiding off. We know she's back there. We see her base and all this now. But now she has moved and elevated higher. So now she is crossing over the top of the sun in an outward facial view. And this is what I was so excited about today because of Hugo Smith's pictures from Europe. And they matched so many of the other ones. And we'll get to that point later on in the show.
Yeah.
But this is a smaller version, if you notice, that right now in the shot we were just looking at, that Saturn Giallamuna is quite small. But we know, and this month's drawing is going to have to show her the Saturn yellow moon as quite large. So remember that our approach angle, our onset approach view of them will change now because they are raising higher, and their orbit incoming versus exiting versus duration of the day transitions might be changing. And we have to start looking at it in reverse mode, like we did a few years ago when we watched them get bigger and bigger and bigger. So we might now have to take into account that in some cases they're going to be smaller and smaller and smaller in our approach view versus overhead versus what we see coming in during the day. And then, oh, there it is over the top of us. And, oh, there it changes sunset. And some awesome sunset stuff going on. I mean, the other day I saw an unbelievable thing I'll never forget as long as I live, and seriously, sunrise, pre-sunrise, and post, during sunset and post-sunset are awesome for seeing the planets right now. It's just unbelievable. And then, of course, I also have to remind everybody, when you watch the sun come up, if you look pre-sunrise, in the west, because remember the sun comes up in the east. If you look in the western sky, you will see Nibiru before dawn. Very, very large sky filling Nibiru. So don't forget that. And I have a horrible westerly view, unfortunately, because I got a mountain in the way. I have low Peak, and I get sort of a northwestern view. But when I'm out driving, and if I'm coming home before sunrise, because I get up really early, and sometimes I go to the store before the sun comes up. Anyway, so keep that in mind. Eastern sunrise, look in the west. Western sunset, look in the east, because then you're going to see illuminated planets that are facially illuminated because they've gone beyond Earth, and we haven't had that. We've had it happen occasionally, off and on, sporadically from 218 on, but now they're fully going up and over the top of us and beyond Earth. And this is why I'm overly cautious about it. Go ahead.
This picture here, let's look at this one a second. Wait, here. That, when you told me what this was, I bet, well, we could ask our viewers again, you all, what do you think this is? Because you will probably be shocked when you find out what it really is.
There are three. There's two planets. There's two planets and a moon in this shot. I'll start with that, and asteroids.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
One's a really small planet. One's a really big planet. One's green and one's green blue.
That's a big hint, Sam. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, if you're current with the information, then it's a big hint.
It is. Mm-hmm. I'm watching the comments. I'm waiting.
Okay, I will comment. Notice how the sun looks like an hourglass. Okay, that dark line that goes all the way from one horizon to the other is the bottom of a very large planet. And it is cutting off the sun, and you're only seeing the bottom half of the sun, and that upper part of the hourglass is the refraction of light on the lower atmosphere of that very large green blue planet.
Well, I think for starters, we should say that the entire blue area is other planets, and from the dark line going to the sun down is our sky.
Okay, here's another clue for the OCG part. Okay, in the middle left, there is the big three. 1, 2, 3 big asteroids. Right below that white straight cloud, which is the bottom of where does the big three orbit? Below what planet?
It's like Audrey and Experimental might got it.
I see that
Attu and Attu's moon. I'm sorry, Sandy.
Yeah.
Attu and Attu's moon are not in this picture.
Good job to Audrey. She got that, and also
Audrey. Yeah, Audrey is correct.
It is.
Audrey is correct.
And Sarah.
The big bottom area is Saru. Nepacity is you can see the best Nepacity core cloud upper center. The big three are in the left hand of the upper center core cloud, and the Saturn Jello Moon is in the upper right corner. In front of Nepacity.
So, yeah. So let's get this straight. I mean,
Which
those
shows you how it's
vertical
weirdly
lines,
changing.
those vertical lines, they look so much like Nepacity. So you're saying that Saru has that feature as well? Is that accurate?
Yeah, but look at the number of rings at the horizon. Just above the dark gray black line is the base of the planet. Okay, but count the rings. How many rings are at the bottom of this very large core cloud? I only see 2. And we know that Saru has a very, very thick circular illuminated base cloud, and that would account for all the yellow that you're seeing in the sky. And we have a bunch of pictures that I sent to Rebecca of some older captures going back to 2015, 16, 17, and 18 of Saru, because that's the last time we saw her, and she's back, and she's now in the mix and very close, which is weird, which makes total sense because Nibiru has gone beyond Earth, so of course Saru is following in next, because she's the next big planet. And if you look at that dark, that's the base core. That's Saru in like 2016, and look how illuminated. See, 1, 2. There's 2 base rings and very, very brightly orange yellow illumination core. I think my computer went to sleep. Yeah, okay. And that's 2012. That's that very thickly illuminated open base core. By the way, that green dot in front of Saru, that's planet Nepacity. That's how small it is in comparison. Nepacity.
That's insane. That's insane.
Tiny.
You think how big we think Nepacity is?
Yeah. Wow.
Oh my word.
Awesome.
Wow.
Look at that. Incredible.
And this is when Saru first came in the early years. And you could visibly see. Now, I want you to look at the dark blue area, not the little ring at the bottom. The dark blue area, and it goes from 2 inches from the left side of the picture to 2 inches from the right side of the picture, is a very large blue-green planet, and that's her base. That's her southern pole in illumination. And it's very bright,
Can you
very
imagine
intense,
seeing that
very
in
thick.
space? It's incredible. Beautiful.
Well, here's a picture of it.
Wow.
And then again, this is closer. This is 2012, 2013. The bottom, you can see the very large open core, the rainbow illumination of the bottom of it. But if you count, there's only 1, 2 base rings.
Oh, okay. So
It's sort of a like a lettuce leaf.
Yeah.
Yes, Saru has 2 base rings, but her entire lower base illumination is much thicker, much thicker.
Hi, Anissa. We didn't really go and say hi to everybody. I apologize. We kind of got to talking about Sam's pictures. These are the pictures, pretty much every show before
These
the
are
show
old pictures.
sends me his pictures. These are his pics. So
Yeah, we're going back through, and now they're all member shots that I've collected over the years. But I go back to the older files to bring. Yeah, I love this one. That's the base cloud of Saru, and this is, I believe, maybe 2013-14. And of course, it was back in the era when we had my kids refer to, what do they call that? God, I can't even think of the term. Or pancake, or yeah, I think it's called pancake cameras or something. Or, anyway, I could be wrong. But yeah, and you can see the core, and you can see inside, and you can see some of the stuff underneath, and we were seeing the smaller planets, and we have other pictures where we could see Saru in the early days, and then these repetitive colored dots that kept showing up. And this one, this is I believe 2015. Just when Saru was starting to come really close over the top of us right before the whole ball game changed. and then they went away from us, and then we ended up face to face with Uri and Atu, and then we started seeing that part of the orbit model. But in 2012 and in 2013, Nibiru and Saru were very large and very close to us before, and most everyone missed it. So this is an example of a very close pass of early Saru.
Beautiful.
Wow. I was going to
And
say,
the real sky is all the way down there at the horizon.
the little yellow line.
Yeah, the bottom,
Crazy.
literally
Yeah.
the bottom band, the one bottom band is the only real sky. The rest is massive planet Saru over the top of us, with less deep oceans and and green blue body.
That's cool. I was going to say,
All
I
documented.
don't see clouds that look like that right now, but I'm going to be on the lookout now that we know Saru is coming up higher. It like this. I've never seen Saru like that.
Right.
So that's exciting.
Well, yeah, I saw a series of pictures today that were confusing me, and I went, "What happened in the last week?" I mean, even in the last few days, and then this picture came in from I believe this is the one from Hugo, and this came in. I went, "Oh my God, look at the distance on this base ring." And then, but wait a minute, there's a secondary illuminated core above that, so I know that has to be necessity above, which would fit placement. But oh my God, Sarah has moved, and she moved from the far left to now being over the top, which makes total sense now that Nibiru is passing, and Yuri's going over to the north sky, and then Saturn, Shallow Moon, and Saturn are in the east by southeast by southwest, spinning all the way to the northwest comes sunset, and it all fits. And if you look, there's even a very large asteroid. Trying to figure out which one. I wonder. Anyway, yeah, that could be lead asteroid in front of, because we know that the Saturn Shallow Moon is in the upper right corner, and that you can't argue with because I've got it blown up, so I see it easier. Anyway, I digress. Go back to being able to read the off the stream. I shrank it back down so I could see the full page.
I thought there was a few.
Yeah, like if you really want to get into this subject, get a home computer and a 43-inch screen. You'll be amazed what you're missing.
Yeah.
I agree. I mean, I don't know what size.
It also helps them.
I have no idea.
Yeah, 40. Easy, a 40.
Like, well, you see.
Yeah, you probably have the proper. That's the size screen I have right there. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. So it's kind of.
Yep, that's the size. And that's a cutoff halo. And boy, look at that blue on that.
What are you looking at?
By the way, I
was
looking at that picture on your screen, and you have to show your last short because it was an excellent short, and you're doing such good work. And
I have those ready to go. Actually,
material or whatever you want to do.
Here's actually it's
good because you need to promote.
One of them has.
Yeah, and then when you play your shorts, it also gives you a bathroom break, or a little scientist room break. And
you read my mind, Sam.
Did you know? Wow, didn't you know I can do that? I'm not trying to brag, but yes, I can do that. The source tells me. Hi, Maria.
That's weird. Okay.
Hi, Maria.
I just know things I shouldn't know things.
That's funny. Yeah. I know.
Go ahead and
little things.
Put on a video and hopefully a long one. And then
it's like 6 minutes long, but it's a compilation of my videos.
And you've got 6 minutes.
Pretty decent. So let me get it pulled up.
Sorry, I'm in a good mood.
Hopefully I have it already. Here it is. Yep. Sweet. People are not seeing this. Look at this. There is a moon that's not even a planet. That's actually just a moon to the planet called Atu. I won't have to point it out, but I will. There's a round object in the sky. It's very close. It's actually just outside Earth's atmosphere. And technically, these are the clouds from the atmosphere of that planetary object.
Wow.
Those are not clouds from Earth. Earth does not have clouds
Tattoo's
that look
moon.
like that. And clouds do not make round
Huge.
shapes and dark shadows. Just saying. I know he says, that's impossible. There's just no way there could be another solar system passing so close to Earth. And I'm like, look at this.
Nah,
here's
not
another
possible.
planet. This is
No, of course
a
not.
planet. Right there is another perfect curve. And you got the dark blue here for the shadow of the planet. And you have our sky, which is an obvious different color, different everything. And you're like, okay, well, maybe once in a while there could be a perfect curve in the sky, but that wouldn't happen again and again. But, oh, well, just wait. Here we go. See, here it is again. It's very same location. Another perfect curve, another shadow in the sky. Here we go again. Here's another one.
Yay.
It's literally undeniable what we're seeing here. That, yes, here is shadow of a planet. This is actually two planets. We have Isatum in front of Nibiru and our sky here. You guys, it's here. Our binary twin solar system is here. And you're like, okay, I'm sure it doesn't happen any more than that, right? Well, actually it happens daily and worldwide. These planets from the twin solar system are visible worldwide. Here's another example. Here you can obviously see there is a object there. It is a planet. And these planets, they're big. They fill the whole sky. You do not need a telescope. You do not need a telescope. The entire blue area is planet. Our sky is this sliver right down here. So I think you're getting the point here that we have this other solar system that is passing between Earth and our sun, and what we see are their dark sides, we see their shadows, we see their clouds and their atmospheres. And that's just it. Most of the clouds we see every single day are actually clouds from the atmospheres of these other planets. Here's another example. We have the curve here. We can tell it's there, but this time it's wrapped in its own clouds. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. These are clouds from this other planet.
Yeah, wait till you see the clouds going in opposite
It's
directions.
incredible. It's really easy to see them once you understand what to look for. They honestly reveal themselves quite easily.
Wow.
And we know clouds cannot do this. Literally a perfect curve, literally a perfect shadow. Yep. As suspected, we have a planet here, and then the blue area here, that is another planet. Our sky, remember, is the pale blue area. I'm not kidding. There is literally nobody else talking about this, about how we have sky-filling planets in every direction we look. It is time the world knows what's going on.
Yep.
And yes, this is the real reason for all the new cloud names, as well as your favorite sky conspiracies. They have to hide this somehow or another. Just saying. You ready to see another planet? So technically, this is a moon in front of a planet. Okay, let's check it out. Oh my goodness. Take a look at that.
There it is
Our
again.
good friend Tara in Texas.
Day after day, week
Proved
after
that
week,
a
month
or
after month,
so
year
ago.
after year.
And this very obvious curve, that is the moon of the planet Isatum. Okay, and Isatum is actually just behind, and you can actually see it quite well. If you look closely, you can see the edge. This is the edge of Isatum, and you can tell right here how there is
Perfect.
darker blue color behind. That darker blue shadow is the planet Isatum. So currently, Isatum is always located just to the right of our sun. Isatum is one of the 8 planets in our binary twin solar system, and yes, we really do have a binary solar system that we are just not being told about, and it is actually much closer than most people have any idea. When I talk about these planets being close, I'm talking about them passing just outside Earth's atmosphere every single day. And I know I say this often,
Cope,
but yes,
thank
most
you.
clouds are
Yeah.
actually clouds from the atmospheres of
Alex
other
is here.
planets. It's just that simple. Okay, here's another example. This is
Cora?
our sky right here. That is
If they told
planet.
you, you'd freak out.
That's not our sky. You know that's not
That's
our
Yuri.
sky. Nope. How can they not tell us?
See the stripes?
It's literally obvious now that you understand. That is a planet, and back behind it is another planet.
And
They're
Saru.
just incredible.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Saru, right.
Blue
Yuri
area,
and
that
Saru.
is our sky.
And the tan asteroid in
Amazing.
front with that blue line.
Wow.
That was it.
That
Just
is the
beautiful.
Salamander asteroid group and the tan asteroid on the side of Yuri. And this is the thing we keep warning everybody about that's coming and is now over the top of us. I saw some pictures on Newsfeed today, and they were these unbelievable clouds we've never ever in our lifetime seen the like of. And one of the comments down the stream was, "When are people going to stop falling for AI drawn clouds?"
Oh, I know.
And it's like, oh, now you're throwing that crap out there, and I've seen more examples of that. Where now,
Yeah.
because AI exists, there's people that go, I'm not going to believe this is real because
Right.
AI could have done that. Like, oh
Isn't
my
that
God.
convenient,
people
Sam?
grow a
The timing.
freaking brain.
The timing.
It's so perfect, isn't it,
Oh my, no
Rebecca? It's
shit.
just
No.
unbelievable.
You know it.
Now,
You know
don't
it.
believe your own eyes because the computer made this.
And that's why they said no one will believe you. That's why they told you that, Sam. You know,
Right.
they
And we had
already knew.
examples from way before this AI tag came out showing the pictures. So, yeah, it's.
And thank
Yeah.
goodness we all saw them from when they were little and could actually see their defined pattern clouds just there, like now it's sprawled all across the sky and all meshed together as
And
well.
we watched them since they were small. We watched them since they were tiny when they were first coming up from underneath Earth in Antarctica, all the way back to 2009, 10, and 11. And, and people were catching them on their cameras off in the distant sky as a blob with little dots. And this all goes back to 2008, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Hello, people. And exactly like B. Cope said, when people figure this out, they're going to freak. Well, shit, it should have been, this information should have come in 1980, for God's sakes. And this is what I was screaming about all the way back then. And then I get slapped with a non-disclosure agreement to other people. Besides, no one will believe you anyway, Sam. And here we are. I pardon the expression, but not anyone in particular in general, because I don't have any animosity toward anyone hardly. But at times I want to, pardon the expression, I want to bitch slap people to go, wake the F up, wake up, Alice, because this shit is in our face so heavily. And yes, I understand the concept that this might be a little erratically outside your way of thinking, but in fact, in actuality, back in reality, this is happening. It's real. We've documented it for 14 years. Thousands and thousands and thousands of members have submitted hundreds of thousands of photographs in that 14-year period. And yes, B. Cope, when are people going to freak out and get upset about it, or think about it, or talk about it, or want to talk about it? Guess what? We believe that the two suns are separating. That's why we fried this summer. We don't even know what next year is going to bring. We know this is the year of the dragon. Look at, speaking of which, this is a great opportunity. I apologize in case anybody else had pre-plans. And my daughter turned my light off. I have to turn it back on 1 second. All right, I'm back. I would like to point out to you what's going on around the world weather-wise right now. It was flooding in Moscow this week, Moscow City. Okay, it has been flooding again, whopper big time again in China. All right. It has been flooding in Ohio. It has been flooding in Pennsylvania. Of course, this is Tropical Storm Debbie. It has been flooding in New York State. It has been flooding in
Florida.
okay. Well, Quebec, and let's see, Pennsylvania, and Montreal. They were playing, and of course, there's also Debbie. Debbie's moved out. I remember that Gillian wanted to talk about the Japan earthquake. And there's a lot of stuff, and the SOTT weather report for July came out. I did post it. I hope people got a copy of that. SOTT weather on YouTube. Excellent videos. They put it together in chronological order. I do recommend that if you're not personally looking up this information, you're not going to get it on mass media. You're not, unless you actually go out and search. I've got a whole page in front of me of notes, and I just gave you the fast version of everything. But even in Pennsylvania, those people got over a foot. It was 6 inches was called for, but they got well over a foot in a few hours. And we're talking a month and a year's rain. People, this is not normal. I mean, oh my God, what's going on? Oh shit, what's going on in the South Pole is insane. And the snowstorms and their poor animals freezing in place. In South America and in Africa, and we go ahead, huh?
While you're on the topic, I'm gonna pull the
I thought
video.
You were saying something to me.
Current events.
Yeah, go right ahead. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, we're seeing freak worldwide weather that nobody's ever seen before, and if this doesn't tell you, then you're full, or you got your head buried in the sand, and it's flooding. So don't bury your head in the sand. This is Pakistan. Pakistan is a dry country.
India is just flooding badly.
Yeah, Russia, China, Pakistan, all in the same area. I had one of them chase me.
Yeah, that's not fun.
Oh.
But mine was way bigger. Well, I seeing Saru like it is this week, I'm excited now again. Like, holy shit, it moved. I get to do more homework.
That's pretty cool.
I got a reason to look. Yeah. And how about that car payment?
Yeah.
And when you build your next home, how are you going to build?
Right.
Well, the Romans were smart. They always elevated their boundary area by digging the ditch and then leveling it out in the middle.
Right.
So they elevated their compounds to avoid flooding.
You don't sound too happy.
Did you see the planet in the sky shot, that part?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Mount Etna is going, they upped the stakes on Etna this week. She's in a high eruption warning. I was watching the live feed yesterday for a couple of hours, waiting for it to blow again, but it's popping up and burping. Oh, and for the record, all those people that are worried about Yellowstone and that occurrence that happened, it is a normal occurrence. It happens about every 5 to 10 years. It was a steam blast, not a lava blast, so don't waste your time studying that, although I do recommend you check it regularly, Yellowstone, that is, seismographs. And what's going on the West Coast is really interesting. This isn't, anybody that believes this is normal, it's not. Adds a whole new meaning to living up in the hills out there. I'd like to point out the year of the dragon. The origin to the year of the dragon, which this is this year, the origin comes from 8,000 years ago when the planets were passing, roughly 2 cycles ago.
Look at that.
And they talked about the Great Flood and the dragon that flew over them and caused the Great Flood. And they actually have a term for that, and I can't remember it. I do need to look it up again. I even mentioned that last week. Yeah, those are carp that are invasive species. But anyway, this is how they recorded that originally. As the dragon flew over, these great floods happened to China, and here it is, the year of the dragon, and ta-da, it's happening. It's been going on to China for 2 years now. There's a drought in the north, and they're flooding in the south. And every week I see 2 or 3 new floods going on in China. Every week. For years. Now, those people aren't going to have any food.
Right.
Plants ruined, their crops ruined, the hail. Oh, Christ, the hail that hit all the cities around the country. We had hail the other day. It was marble size, gumdrop size. And anybody who's got corn or wheat or barley or hops or anything out there in the fields knows what that can do. And it's damaging. It limits your crop. Oh, and the landslide in BC cleared and minorly flooded. Now they're expecting another one. So for you folks that are following that story. Tell me this is normal. Look at the age of the trees. Look at the age of the houses. They wouldn't be there if they had normal floods.
Right.
That's a 100-year-old house, if not older. Either they needed to paint last year, or that there was so much flood water that, I mean, look at the height of the rubble.
Yeah.
Look at the height of the rubble that all got washed downstream and captured there. And that does damage. And it takes years to clear that stuff away.
Look at the water.
The reason we do this show is to warn people that this is completely not normal, and you're not going to get this information unless some dedicated people look this crap up for you, because it's not making the natural media. And I think that's a media crime.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a $30,000 car standing there. Goodbye. And you get seawater or whatever, or even any water in your car like that, and it's going to rust out. All the material inside is going to rot. All the electrical is going to rot. And then be careful when you buy a car, man. If you buy a used car, make sure it's never been in a flood, because there's millions of them on the market right now. Everybody's
flooding. Look at the power of that water. Look how fast it's moving. Look how much there is. Wow.
Oh, poor guy.
Now remember, if you go over the height of your ankles, water can sweep you away. You cannot even, if you go up to your knees, you should expect to fall down and get washed away. Past your ankles is the limit of what you should do, unless it's so deep and so slow that you're like chest deep. Well, then you can walk through it, but I wouldn't recommend it until, and then take antibiotics later, because you're going to be getting all kinds of nasty. Yeah, bridges are coming down everywhere in China. I think this is in China. Yeah, those barges hit those central beams and they damage them. And then I think, this bridge does come down.
Wow.
Wow.
I saw the news reports, but I didn't see this part. I did not see the barges crashing, and I only saw the bridge come down.
It's been happening a lot lately. Barges hitting bridges.
Yeah.
Roto-Rooter, that's the name. You just flush your troubles down the drain.
Oh, no.
Oh, one of them got out of there. Look at that. Jeez.
Yeah, later on this bridge comes down.
God, are there people
Free
on
commodities downstream.
Yeah.
Let's add to those Sargasso Sea islands of debris that are floating off the coast of California and off the coast of Australia. Was there like 5 floating garbage
This
islands
guy.
in the ocean right now?
Bro, he was still
Massive
actually
ones,
writing
yeah.
that.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah, watch
no.
what happens to it and the rest of it. It'll wipe out everybody else's stuff too. Well, why is he doing that in the first place? You should expect to lose that thing. I don't think they taught common sense in his school.
He had things to do today. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, I think I'll go out on my motorbike.
Let's go surfing now. Everybody now. Come on, safari with me.
That's crazy.
Bump, bump, bump. God.
What are they trying to do?
I'm a firm believer in keeping a very long length of rope at your house. I actually have mountaineering rope that I've never used or taken out of the package, and I just keep it in my camping supplies.
Yeah, I bought rope the other day.
When I go backpacking, I take a like a 150 foot strand of rope, and I tie it to the outside of my backpack. Yes, it's about 3 pounds, but that way you've got some real sight, finger thick or greater mountaineering rope.
Oh my
Oh.
god.
And you never know,
yeah,
if
they
somebody
said
falls
there's
off the
gonna be
edge of
a
a cliff, you drop the rope down.
They said there's going to be a sinkhole in the
Wow.
middle of Inverness as well. A sinkhole was forming in the
That
middle
means
of
they've got
Inverness.
seismic activity.
Oh, joy.
I'll have to look that up.
Yeah. Maria says that Juneau, Alaska's flooded as well.
今天的8点18分，衡阳市南岳区
I believe it. I haven't looked at her weather recently, but
因山洪引发山体滑坡，造成一栋
yep, it's happening worldwide. Everybody's getting more rain because, yes, this is climate change is real, but not for what they tell you it is.
Right.
This happens every 3,654 years, give or take. And this is dramatic climate change, which is why climate migration occurred in 1650 BCE. And this, populace is just up and left their cities because they had no choice. Things changed, climate changed. They show these pictures and these studies of archaeology where they go, well, these people used to live here and they survived living off of goats, blah, blah, blah.
Look at that.
But what they don't take into account, wow, that's cool.
What's that?
Wow. What is that?
Wow.
Oh, it seemed kind of slow,
Wow.
right?
Wow. Well, it could be an asteroid.
I mean,
We
Whoa.
are expecting them. Look at that.
sorry. I just wanted to see it again.
Yeah, look at it.
Look how big it is.
It's like an Olympic torch, that
It's
thing.
bouncing.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's
Oh,
probably the
what's it
shape
do?
of things to come, boys and girls. Remember, 180-day cycle. The small shit
I wonder
doesn't
where that
necessarily
thing
stick.
went.
The small shit can come off.
Right.
Oh, it probably
Oh my
kept going off. It looked like it was bouncing off the upper atmosphere because it was physically bouncing. So, and they, remember, it's not gravitational, it's electrical. And Earth has an electrical sphere around it. And if it's oppositely charged, it will literally skiff off the electrical outer atmosphere of our ionosphere at the upper bands, like 3,000 miles up off of Earth.
Yeah, like
So they
pebbles
do
on the
bounce
water.
off. Yeah, they hop like a stone across
Like pebbles on
the water. Exactly.
Yeah. Mm,
Right.
very
Right.
cool.
A flat stone.
Well,
Yeah,
not
and look,
very cool,
this is
but
going
wow.
on everywhere. This is our new normal weather, ladies and gentlemen, and dogs too, and can't forget cats.
Better get our
maybe
cats
iguanas.
some
I don't.
floating baskets,
and no
eh,
hamsters or
Rebecca?
injured in this. No. Yeah.
Need something to float our cats in, Rebecca.
I know. We need little cat rafts.
Yeah, cat rafts, yeah.
I
I
know.
have to teach them to jump
Gosh.
in when they know.
Well, I
Maybe
always
we
tell
do that,
everybody,
man.
we've got a perfect, all those 2-liter, all those empty 2-liter Pepsi bottles around the world that everybody has laying everywhere. If you wire them
Yeah.
together, you can build an ark.
Sure.
Yeah,
The
I've
new
seen somebody
Noah's
do
Ark is
that.
wired
Yeah.
together out of Pepsi bottles. Yeah. You can see, Waterworld swimming on my Pepsi bottle ark.
Have you seen the sky? Like there was a sky thing there a minute ago. Oh.
Yeah, our sky was clear today, and then all of a sudden it got really cool, cloudy, and the moisture, that monsoonal flow that's coming up from Mexico, Christopher. What do you think of that? Have you ever seen weather come up from Mexico before?
Not
I've
like
never
this.
seen weather monsoonal flow. Yeah, I've seen minute monsoonal flow in years gone by in Arizona and and Utah, and minute. But we got a repetitive weeks, months long monsoonal flow coming up from. It's coming across from Africa. It's going over the northern coast of South America. It's going onto the Yucatan Peninsula and then going due north all the way up through California and Washington State. And that's what happened in our clouds today. Is all of a sudden we got monsoonal flow from Mexico. Explain that one to me. Never seen it.
I'll be back in a minute.
The Earth is tipped. The weather's different. We're getting stronger, more severe storms because of the fact that the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere wind directions, atmospheric patterns are going the same way. And then what's going on in the troposphere at the equator is just insane. Yeah. There was a couple of tornadoes like in North Carolina and New York State yesterday, by the way, and they don't make the news. There's even like a class 3 tornado.
For storms.
I didn't. Sam.
The most notorious is close past Nepenthe, because it's a smaller planet and it drags up when on a close pass because it rotates faster because it's smaller, and it will actually gather up some of our upper atmosphere, pull it up, and then the oxygen and our moisture and everything gets pulled up way high. That's why we got that. What they refer to as gorilla hail, because it pulls our atmosphere so high up 60, 80,000 feet, which is unheard of. Way, way, way high, and then it creates these big, grapefruit-sized gorilla hail. And then when Nepenthe pulls away, it rain bombs and drops all that crap. So the most notorious is Nepenthe. Attu and Attu's moon caused some rather intense weather. And, of course, the OCG, Object Cluster Group, close passing causes horrendous weather as well, lightning storms like you've never seen. And they're awesome, but they're freaky and damaging as well. I like watching them. I don't like being under them. I've been under them a few times now. That's what happened to Missoula. I swear we had a close pass. We had class 2 hurricane storm started right over the top of me. And it came off the mountains and then hit the Missoula Valley. And I'm at the southern edge of Missoula Valley. And it came around Lolo Peak, and it started and it nailed us and went on from there. And it caused hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of damage all over a very large area of the county. And it took 2.5 days to get our power back, so we're in our water and internet and all of that. So,
How's your
thank God we didn't have any
there?
flooding, but we did it again yesterday. We were pulling all this last of the smaller sticks out of the yard. And remember last week we were talking about how my back hurt and I was having back trouble.
Yeah.
Well, I got really, really tired mowing the lawn and getting everything going yesterday and carrying garbage can after garbage can of sticks to the garbage. And then I was sleeping last night, and about 3:20 in the morning, I'm asleep, and all of a sudden I hear, as I'm waking up to feel it, my back go pop, and my hips, just a couple of vertebrae above my hips, popped back into place. So today I'm dancing around. It's a little sore, but I can actually walk, and my back doesn't hurt. And it's like, oh my God, night and day. And I got up at 3:20 this morning because of it, and it was like, oh my God, I feel so much better. And yet it's still sore, but oh no, it actually physically, I was asleep, and all I did was turn and roll over, and I heard it actually physically pop, and then it was electrical stinging, so much so that I actually went, oh shit, and I woke up. And I've been up ever since, and I feel great. A little extra exercise made that come back, because I was pushing a lawnmower all morning yesterday from 8 o'clock on. We worked until literally noon cleaning up the last of the sticks, and I had to let my grass grow back because it was mostly dead. I had watering issues with my pipes, which is now fixed, and I brought my lawn back. Now my lawn's manicured and looks good again, and it's being sprinklered as we speak. So, but yeah, it was funny. My back went back. I was just happy as hell. My back was better. Yay! Anyway, and people are feeling this stuff too. They're suffering from passing planet. We're all feeling it in our brains and our bodies. We're nauseous. We got headache. Our ears are ringing. We're getting seasick. We're having emotional clearinghouse issues where shit's happening in your brain and you don't know why. And there's a lot of our friends are dying.
Yeah, I was also told about somebody that.
Now, tell me if you ever saw a storm like that or any of this in 1980. Did you ever see any of this activity in 1990? Did you ever see this activity in 2008, 2010? No. This is onset.
Never.
This is close passing planets, people.
Like, I don't remember floods with
changed.
cars,
Not like this.
rolling down the street. Yeah. Hey,
Maybe
Marcus
from
has
a
a question.
one-time tsunami or something like that, but not every week like this. This is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I love that compilation video, Rebecca. It's awesome. I hope that do you have that in one package now? Was that one package video?
One package of my videos.
Or did you have a file that you had? Yeah, that last one you showed. Is that one video that's available?
I could share it like that.
That's awesome.
Good.
That's
okay, I will.
yeah, it is.
It's
It's the best representation I've ever seen of you pointing out the.
Yeah, I love it. And
is
so in the
basically
way you
obvious.
say
Yeah,
it just made me laugh.
and I wanted to add. I wanted to talk over and go, duh, Einstein, the planet had been here for a decade, and and I want to scream. We watched this for 14 years, and it's so. And how is everybody? I'm not
actually those videos, Sam.
How is everybody
one
missing
of them
it?
has like 30,000 views. One has 70,000, 80,000 views. They're doing really well. Like very good.
Yay!
Yeah, we need to get the people listening to the podcast. So that'd be cool.
We have a few listening.
Marcus.
TikTok.
Very cool.
Oh yeah, Marcus has a question, y'all.
No, I was just going to answer Marcus, but go ahead, Rebecca.
I'm done. And the video is done.
Okay, Marcus. The magnetosphere, the magnetic field, the current drastic changes in the last couple of weeks all has to do with the magnetic core. Our core is moving because our planet is tipped. And every time we get shoved out of the way by one of these close passing planets, it affects the inside of Earth as well.
Sure.
And we roll and tip. And this is why we see the moon in the northeast sky when it's supposed to be due east, and why we see the moon in the southeast sky when it's supposed to be due east.
That is trippy.
And all of these transitory moon. Okay, the moon doesn't change places. It's always the same. But our view of it changes because our Earth tips and rolls. That tipping and rolling changes what's going on the inside of the planet because we are not a perfect ball. We are sort of oblong in the middle. There's something called the mid-Atlantic or mid-planet bulge, and that has to do with the ocean as well, as well as land masses. We have a bulge in the middle of the planet. Our size, we're not perfectly round, and we are not flat. And anybody says, we're flat Earth and all of that. Oh my God! Don't even give me. Some people will buy into anything. And by the way, I have a bridge for sale in Brooklyn. Anyway, details, just write me a letter. And anyway, and anybody that's telling you that Earth's magnetosphere is dying is wrong. And NASA announced even that our core has stalled; it's not rotating anymore. Well, it's entirely possible that it's actually going to be affected by these shoves as well, because these are larger bodies that are affecting our rotation, and they can affect our clocks. They can affect our seasons, like everybody's talking about how somehow fall is coming early. Any jog in the reality of the actual flowing time clock, which may or may not be noticed by modern mankind, There's all these effects of transitory weather coming earlier than it's supposed to. Here we had major tornado season in April and May, when it's usually May and June and July and August. So let's take into account that our trees are talking to us that it's already fall. So how do you balance that? You can't jump into supposition, but we are seeing evidence of some transitory seasonal irregularities. So take that into account as well. And our magnetosphere is directly related to the bump of their magnetosphere as well. When their magnetosphere Nibiru, for example, is so much larger that we could actually develop inside their magnetosphere, although I doubt it, but we could be. It'd probably shove us out of the way, because I do believe that we are magnetically opposites, which is why their solar system doesn't rob planets from our solar system, and we don't rob smaller bodies from them. And and people miss this part, why the asteroid, the object cluster group, does not crash into Earth. And even though there's millions of them up there, including some very, very large ship, which is maybe even bigger than Earth for all we know. We don't know. We'd have no way to measure them. But they don't separate either, because they are electrically attached and orbiting their gas giants. These are the ringed, you could almost call them Oort cloud, but they're the ringed asteroid groups around Uri and Atu. Now we know that gas giants have multiple moons and very large asteroid fields. Saturn is an example of the rings. Okay, so take that into account. They don't separate from their planet. Although when they come close to us, they may skip off of or lose some of the smaller material from skipping. One or two smaller objects could rip off, as an example of what that video that we saw of that bouncing, very large, very white object at very fast speed. And that could be a skip off from a close pass. And we may see more of that. And God fear that we do. Now remember Chelyabinsk, which happened, God, 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago now. And that's where it blew up outside our atmosphere. But thousands of people were injured by flying glass, and windows broke for 10 miles. And then don't forget Tunguska and all of that. And so some of that can happen. And we get another asteroid blast, it could be significant. And then you could even watch some of those scary movies out there like Impact or Armageddon or 2012. And I don't recommend a lot of that, but although if you want to learn about survival skills, I would watch a few of those.
Sure.
But don't take them seriously. And do have concepts of what it's like to be without power and what you're going to need to cook and how you're going to take care of your family without water. You think no toilet paper is bad, you should try no water.
Yeah.
Especially if you're on toilet paper.
A question about the Indian Ocean.
Okay. Has anyone else heard about the gravitational anomaly over there? Yeah, there's apparently some sort of a sinkhole thing going on. I saw something about it. I didn't get into it too deep. But yeah, there's who knows what's going on inside of Earth. Usually there's like a big sinkhole where there's an open whirlpool, and there was one off the coast. There's actually two off the coast of South America about 8 years ago, and it was really all the rage for a while. They were big, and nobody ever filled anybody in on that. We watched it for a long time, and then they just sort of vanished over time. And then humans, they forget about 8 weeks and gone if not 3 weeks. Top stories. Remember the Miami alien invasion? Everyone already forgot that one. Or the April storms in Ohio and flooding and everything. It went all the way back through. And the towns leveled homes and houses and people that lost their homes in April and May in the Midwest. And have you forgotten those things? We're going to have more of this shit. Of course, we're currently in a lull, thank God. So anyway, I'm going to have a sip off my pop and let you guys talk for a minute.
Marcus said he could teach us about survival skills. I could probably use some lessons, I'm sure. I don't know if I could tough it too long. I don't know. I mean, I am pretty tough, but, we're all pretty taken care of at the same time.
I've
So I
slept
don't
on the
know.
side of glaciers before, so my
Yeah, okay.
favorite camping trips are the ones
Yeah.
where it was really cold and it was really rainy,
Oh,
because
boy.
there is nothing like in the world like a good old instant cup of soup when you're when
Yeah.
you can't even get a fire hardly lit and you're standing there freezing your ass off and you're all wet on the side of the most beautiful God's creation you've ever seen, because you're standing up there in the clouds and all that in the forest, and that's church to me. But anyway, I digress into silly.
That's pretty cool. Screaming Thin Man just built an underground
Oh
bug
yeah,
out.
bug out, yeah, underground.
Sweet.
There's a lot of videos out there that you can watch on how to do so. I absolutely recommend having 4 or 5 tarps in the construction, which will last you a few years at most, prior, and learn how to do that. Underground, it's semi-dugout. And there's a lot of videos out there on how to do that. I've watched quite a few of them. And I've known for years how to do all of that. And I'm a firm believer in like a hobbit house. And now they've even got something called foamed cement construction. You can look into that for those of you who have money and can want to build a semi-new home, semi-underground, like a hobbit house. I recommend doing that for anyone who's about to build, because that way your roof doesn't get blown off. And if you do have a forest fire or a drought, then everything above you is the issue. And if you have grass in your area, it'll burn off, go by your house, and then you'll be fine. But if you have a standard house in a forest fire and you have grass and it burns by your house won't be there. And it happens in 15 minutes. And so we have to rethink how we do everything right now, because we are in climate change, absolutely. So, and if you have trees and you have a regular normal house, if you have a yard, mitigate all your fuels away from your home. Keep them the hell, and grass is fine, keep your grass green. That won't burn. But a firestorm is a firestorm. And that means sideways wind at 75 miles an hour, and anything that's going to burn will burn. And they'll leave the trees behind. Everybody goes, oh, it's DEWs, direct energy weapons. No, it's not. It's called a firestorm with high winds. And the green trees in high winds, they'll light on fire, but they won't burn because they're green. But homes and cars and physical dry materials, especially in desert regions, ask Chris how things in the desert burn. Because there's nothing like desert wood. You can light desert wood on a fire and it just burns, boom, gone. And so green wood does not burn, dry wood does. So if you have a home and you got any shrubbery whatsoever next to your home, remove it. Have flowers maybe, but if you've got trees and bushes and junipers and all of that, I would remove them, because they can light your eaves on fire. And choose an exterior surface that'll either melt or not catch fire. And then I'm a firm believer in metal roofs if you're in a forest, because embers will drop down onto your roof and light your house on fire. So a metal roof will mitigate that. And I also ask that people install roof sprinklers with a separate gas-powered pump if you can afford it. If you own property, you probably can. And then have a containment area where you can pump your own water from a tank over the top of your house during a firestorm, and you'll have a house. And think about these things. Pre-planning, survival skills. I don't know. Maybe I'm preaching here. I
don't think so.
But
I know in North Dakota they repurposed like an old army ammunition site. There's all these like bunkers. You can buy one of these bunkers for $50,000.
Oh, I'd love to have one.
Right there,
I'd love to have one.
They're above ground, but they're buried. And yeah, there's a ton of them. It's crazy. You can look it up on the internet.
Well, my question is
is
a Walmart close by? And they're not. That's the problem. That's why I still live in Montana, because we have. By the way, Montana's population sure has grown. I was looking that up the other day. I was a little surprised. We actually went over 1 million, which tells you that and most of the people live on my side of the state, from the the middle of the state to the west, and it's far less populated over on the eastern shore. We always call that western North Dakota anyway. So that's that state argument, because we have a bobcat grizzly college issue here anyway, and some people know what I mean, other people it doesn't matter. But anyway, Yeah, living in the mountains, I love Montana. That's why I'm still here. Not only that, we will have the water when other folks won't. And I want to rewarn. 2 years ago, all the major rivers around the planet, dried up. This year, it was the Amazon on the southern hemisphere. And I'm not getting any listings for what's going on in South Africa and in South America and Australia. But if you have that information, please look it up, send it to us. Because I'm probably pretty sure that some of the major rivers in the southern hemisphere this year are drying up and we're not being told. And I don't know them well enough to do a major study, although I could learn. But if you get a wild hair and you want to do that and look that information up for us or for yourself even. Trees are burning from the inside out too. Yes, David. There's all kinds of stuff going on from.
And I've seen those videos. Like, what is causing that? Like, why would a tree
underground fires happen? Well, because underground fires happen in the tuft, in the duff, whatever you want to call it, or if you have a coal area underneath your city. And there's coal towns that lit on fire 50 years ago and they're still burning underground, and they just bury it all the time regularly. And then it burns and burns and burns underground. And you can look that up. Coal mines on fire in the United States, for example. You can find that on YouTube. The question is, you can look anything up if you want to learn about it. But they're not going to hand it to you.
Yeah.
His name is Islam is
That was
okay.
interesting.
Yeah.
Imaru. Yeah.
Cool.
Imaru is the very large gas giant. It's also known as Hercubus. It holds the 2 stars from the binary solar system. Perhaps it is written in the Quran. I do not know. I have never had an English version of the Quran to read. It's the best I can answer on that.
I was going to show a video next from Alexander in Germany. I know he's watching, and
Yay!
he is. It's probably like 11:30, maybe. I don't know, but I thought, well,
Yeah, well, it's 25 past 10 here.
okay, somewhere in that vicinity. Late enough, but not too late. So let's go ahead, and I have this one ready to go. This is Germany, everybody. He's so talented. Like, he is like a legit photographer. Alexander is.
We've got some good, really nice. I watched a video of his on the moon,
Thank
and he
you,
can
Margaret.
post
Yeah,
nobody
thank
gets.
you.
Wow.
Did my dog jump up on my chair again?
Oh yeah. He made an appearance.
I saw this yesterday, and that is the Saturn's yellow moon right there. Faceplate and the ion tail directly overhead where
Wow.
he is. See the flame-like internal clouds, and you probably also have the long box in there.
Looks like it.
Yeah, see the straight line shadow with the 3 stripes? Right above the telephone pole. Yeah, that's the Saturn's yellow moon, and that big blue area is the Saturn directly over the top of us.
Wow.
Told you it's changing. Look at that. Faceplate and all. It's just that white line right there at the bottom right there. Overhead. Wow. Boy, how am I going to draw that?
I know.
I mean, it
You
changed
need
in
a
the
couple
last
of
week
drawings,
even.
Sam.
Yeah, it was like
I watched it. I watched it last week do this, and of course his angle, because he's across the planet on the other side, probably a little different longitude than yeah, I saw this happen, and it was in the north sky and my northeast sky, and I watched it. It sat there. I described it on last week's show, and then I went to the radar and looked at the storm cloud pattern around it. Yeah, look at that flame-like clouds. That is the Saturn's yellow moon. And the ion tail that it puts off that surrounds planet is Saturn fully, and we're not even seeing that in this footage, because it goes probably way back beyond. Yep. Moon. See the little mini bubbles, little mini clouds. There's the ion tail right there, all those lines. And that's the bleed up that comes from Saturn's yellow moon and goes around the entire very close orbiting planet. Probably see that line right there is probably the edge of the Saturn. That whole deep blue area. Yeah, that's kind of odd. Oh, look, asteroids. And that's from the other stuff behind it. That's not underneath the Saturn's yellow moon. That's far away. Yeah, those are the flame-like clouds of a Saturn's yellow moon. Argue with me, I dare you.
On a planet.
And we've never seen them this close ever before. Yeah, those are asteroids underneath what's behind the Saturn's yellow moon. It's way off in the distance. That's the red asteroid right above the sunrise. Wow, everything is changing so quickly. Locked up. I think that straight line core illumination could have been necessity. Down at the lower right hand, that's the flame-like cloud going around. It's at the yellow moon. Look at the size of that thing. It is huge.
And those clouds, they look like nothing that we're, Earth clouds. That doesn't look normal.
You've never seen this pattern of this drag off going through, over the top of us through space.
No.
And then it matches my drawings too. They're
It does.
All of that.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
What's funny is, we look back when we started talking about the faceplate. Go ahead, Gillian.
So, that guy was telling us the name of that thing, and it's called Altarik. It's the night star, it's called. That which comes in the night, the nightly visitant, the night comer.
Huh. Very cool.
Well, now interpreted, it does come out of darkness, and it doesn't shine. It's a gas giant. It's orange. That's the orange brown thing that everybody referred to as the brown dwarf, and it's not. What it is it's a gas giant, but it's so massive it holds the two stars. And people have to realize that there are things out in space that are much, much larger than our sun even, and we're tiny compared to our sun. So there are big, huge, massive things out there. That's the stripes of your. No, that's still the Saturn yellow moon. Never mind. Get that back. I was thrown for a second. There's so much bigger stuff out there that you wouldn't believe. And comer in the night, that could be a way to describe that. Yes, it is coming out of the darkness towards us, in a very nutshell description, on short. But you always have to think about what the texts or the scriptures or whatever are laying out, and who they're talking to, who is their target audience. And Imaru is something that holds both stars.
Yes, amazing. When you say it like that, it holds both stars. Can you imagine how profound that is? Wow.
An electron cluster. Yeah, this is the video I saw of Alexander's. And look, in a minute here, you're going to see how close he actually can get. And he's also going to point out an illumination area on the left of the moon. So watch the moon and then watch the illumination that's going on to the left.
Wow. That's cool.
That's the moon. That's weird when you see the moon and the sun.
Oh,
and
look how close.
I thought I saw a plane.
Oh, airplane. Hello, Moto.
Is that a bird or a plane or a fly?
Superman.
Yeah, I've just been
Stalling on me, darn.
spreading my screen here to see it big. Look at that thing. It's like, I love to play with my camera phone as well to see the moon and the sun. But this is the sun.
Look how close up you get.
Look at that.
It looks like
There
the
you can
sun.
see. There you can see it's a plane. Look.
Maybe it's not the moon. Maybe this is the sun. I could be wrong. I thought it was the moon. This is the
There you
moon.
go.
Okay, this was the video I was talking about. I apologize. Yeah, I was thinking,
Sorry, Sam. I'm
It was
so used
similar.
to taking pictures of mine.
Wait, you caught me in a dumb moment, but that's okay.
Sorry.
It
Yeah,
looks
watch
like
how
the
close I'm
same
to
one.
this. This is the one
Oh,
I was
there's
talking
an
about.
idea.
Yeah, this is definitely the moon.
Moony.
Yeah.
Wow.
Look at that. You can even see the paw print on the upper right hand corner, right where it's supposed
Look
to
at
be.
that thing glowing.
Yeah, now
What's
watch.
that?
I will restate it. Watch the illumination that goes on left of the moon. Yeah, his equipment, if he can actually get sunspots on the sun, he's got good equipment.
We weren't even talking,
That's
and
the sun.
TikTok restricted my views again just now.
Why?
I don't know. It just popped up, and it just restricts people from being able to see us for no
Wow.
reason.
Just random the
Oh,
way
I
they
did
do
say one or two words
stuff.
that we shouldn't. I did mention a few word terms that we should not use.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Remember
kill it.
DW? I mentioned dues.
The what, Sam? Yeah, you did. Yeah.
DW. And
It's crazy.
that's a controversial topic that we don't believe in them. They don't need help screwing with our environment. Thank you. It's doing it all by itself.
This kind of funky grey black smoke like clouds really get me. I mean,
Oh, you also have to
you
look
never
at the
had
edge.
those before.
Look at that straight
that.
line edge on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
That's the planet
Oh.
cutting in. And that's why that straight line edge, and that's the side of you can see the stripes. She's gone higher.
Yeah, look at that thing. You see the stripes on the left.
Now we also know that Matim is over there as well
Right.
on the left-hand side. So this is good because what I'm seeing is like that could actually be Matim cutting in as well. But I don't see the straight line there that matches around. There is a circle of darker orange just to the upper left of the sun. The Uri cutoff is a straight line that's lower. So Tim, I believe, is just to the left. I'm going to draw it there this month. Just to the left above the sun. And you can see a big circle there.
Yeah.
And the blue asteroid should be somewhere over to the right, above or below. And there is a dot there to the right of the sun. There is a whitened dot over there, but it's behind the clouds as well. So that's where the blue asteroid should be currently.
Yeah, I've actually seen that by eye with my own camera phone.
And we have a lot of captures. We have a lot of captures that came in this week of a sun cutoff, and I sent Rebecca a whole bunch of pictures of that. Maybe we'll use them here in the later part of the show, and we will show you more cutoffs of the light where we've been noticing a real deficiency in the light for weeks and weeks again. It comes and goes, but it's happening again. When you walk outside and you go, the light's just not right, and I don't know why. Well, This is why. There are planets between us and the sun, and they're blocking a good portion of the light. And you have all those pictures I sent you earlier.
I do. Let me make sure I got it.
While you were away, I mentioned.
Thank you, Alex.
We could show them later.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes,
And
thank
he
you.
sent me
Excellent
another
work.
couple of little short ones. I'm
I even like
downloading.
the music score. Thank
So,
you.
he's so talented, and he's also
Worried.
in the process of I don't know what it means exactly, but I think it has to do with getting the right equipment. He calls it equipment or technology, I think, but to help with translation, I'm thinking.
Oh, cool. Okay.
So he can be a guest. He wants to be on the show. He's trying to make it work. So soon, I feel we'll have Alexander on here with us. Wouldn't that be fun?
Yeah.
Yes, I can't wait. So thank you again, Alexander. I'm getting your other videos saved to my phone, and then we'll share those. So
Yeah, translation can be a very slow conversation.
Yeah, I don't know.
What were you saying?
What it entails. Oh, nothing other than I don't know what it kind of equipment.
Well, I have people that talk to me in PM and they type their language, and then I go to Google Translate, and you just type in Google or just translate, and you'll get a program, and then you get the one that will automatically recognize the language you put it in, and then you translate it into English. And then I open another page and I do that same page, but the opposite, where I put the English to, for example, to French, and then I cut and paste from their PM, and then I'll cut, because you can't use a full major paragraph. You can only use like half a paragraph, so you have to do it in two just to see what they say, and then you have to translate your response to them in their language, and so it takes quite a while for a conversation.
Before. Yeah, I have done that too.
Yeah, this is suspect. I'm looking at this, and this might answer some questions.
This is from Ash. I'm pretty sure it's the same person, Ash Puddin and Ashley.
Yeah, it's Ashley. I looked.
Ashley, okay.
Hi, Ashley.
Hi, and I wasn't totally sure on this one. There's three actually.
Well, it's definitely the bottom of the planet. It's that white area. That's round. See round. Well, I'm wondering which. Okay. In the upper middle, there is a slight white illumination, and that is the side edge of the Saturn full moon behind this white cloud.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was thinking.
But I'm wondering if this is the ion tail, which is starting right there on the upper, in the middle left above that last bush.
Right.
Where the bottom of Saturn's yellow moon would be, because this is the ion tail that is wrapping around is Saturn. And and perhaps that white line in the middle upper left edge, you see that little slight rounded edge there. It's in this picture too, and that picture.
Yeah.
See that little white area in the middle upper left.
Right, above the second tree.
And that could be the edge of his Saturn with the Saturn yellow moon and ion tail.
Really cool.
And there's sort of a green blurb above the white cloud on the left side as well. And
I just sent you what I got this morning,
Rebecca.
Rebecca?
Well,
yeah, so I'd have to call that the upper half of this white cloud is the ion tail of his Saturn's yellow moon.
Okay.
And it fits where it's located as well.
That is pretty cool. What was that, Gillian?
Do you know where you sent me the link, the StreamYard link?
Yeah.
I sent you pictures now of what I caught this morning.
Oh, you did?
Just ask the guys what this is. There you go.
Cool. All right. I'll get those ready. I'll get them ready. I was going to play. There is a short clip that Christoper made, and I watched it. I don't know, like 5 or 10 times probably. I don't know. I just loved it. The timing, the music, everything that he did was just perfect. So
cool.
Let's get that.
Okay.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, I love them all, but this one just really like.
Am I going to be embarrassed?
Chris,
no.
When the music started playing at the end, at the very end, I got goosebumps. I don't know. I loved it. Let me get it here, and everybody can have goosebumps together. So,
I still get goosebumps every time I watch your aerial views from an airplane view.
Yeah,
I
those
watch
are
that
awesome.
video all the time, and that music score, that music score, and that airplane view. And I suggest everybody go to Nibiru Followers Anonymous on YouTube and look that one up too, because I mean I literally get tears in my eyes every time I watch that airplane view and that music score. I do. I've watched it a lot. Thank you, Christoper.
That's cool.
I'll shut up now.
It's all right.
Yeah, Chris has been making. I talked him into setting up a YouTube channel soon, so he can put these videos on YouTube also, because there's a whole different crowd.
Yeah, that's gorgeous. That.
Yeah, 1, 2. Well, no, 1 is of course a moon. 2 is a planet. 3 is a planet. 4 is a planet. 5, 6 different planets in this shot.
This was exactly my sky after everything was said and done. Right at sunset, I had these exact same colors as well.
Okay, in front of the gas station sign, mid left, you have Atu's moon. That's the light blue circle with the lines going straight up. You have Atu behind that, and then wider, and then farther over to the middle right.
I don't know why it
green
does that
Nepacity
or did
sticking
that.
out from behind Atu and Atu's moon. Who is that ghost? Middle left.
I have
Behind that,
no
the orange
idea
glow on
what was
the
happening
horizon
and why.
level.
It's so
That's the
embarrassing.
tree line and
No.
the poles and going all the way to the other end of the left-hand side of the horizon.
No, it's just
bottom of
looking
the
really
where
intensely.
Saru is.
Cosmic
It's part of the
observation.
illumination that goes all the way to the center with a little lip of white in the orange. That's sunset. And then
I have no
you
idea.
go over to the right-hand side, and you have the base cloud at horizon of of Nibiru. That's those multiple lines there at the bottom, and also
Way back when.
the ion tail is also those multiple lines, and you can see the Saturn's yellow moon is huge, just above the square center.
Back when it was
sign,
way smaller.
with the ion tail going in front of the bottom of Nepacity, and then leading up to the 45-degree angle up to the darker blue area of Saturn itself, which is actually
That seems like a
purplish.
lifetime
And
ago
if you go down
already.
lower, it turns
Yeah, it
to
does.
the red that it actually is, with big, huge light blue illuminated Nibiru on the right-hand side behind her. They're all. I'm looking at 5
I
planets.
was going to say,
were you
here's
looking at,
your
the
recent
table
drawings,
or
just
the
to
desk?
give people a
Yeah,
visual a little bit. Christoper said this is the best day he's had since learning about the binary solar system. I'm guessing he means that the sky. Pretty exciting, I know.
Yes,
Congratulations
I know that
to the
feeling.
group.
There are days when I've spent, all day outside taking pictures, hundreds of pictures, more than I could ever look at. It's
Yeah, my phone is 86% full now. It just told me because of the other day. It was so much. There was side focaling. There was
I have
little chips and everything. I thought, wow.
I love that part. We were like
Nostalgia
sitting there
there.
reminiscing. Yeah.
And we get to look back on these a year from now and laugh.
Right.
Or a week later, one or the other.
Yeah, when it seems so long ago we were talking about Nibiru being where I was describing, and I went, "Wow, that was like a year ago."
Right, and I think the day I sent Rebecca these pictures for the show, I think I sent her about 400 pictures that day. I was just starting out. I was excited.
Only
Yeah.
400.
Yeah. I've cut back since then.
How big is your TikTok channel now, Chris? Like how many
It
followers?
grows like a few people every day.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's getting bigger. I mean, I don't know.
I think
but
there's
still,
about like
that's cool.
1,500 people, something like that.
I mean, you're getting a lot of views too. So,
Cool.
and you already have a built-in audience, here on YouTube.
Right.
So it's going. Yeah.
God, look
I
at
love
those famous people right
Perfect.
there. God, did you see that? That team of experts?
Right.
Those guys
Isn't that cool?
are famous. They must be YouTubers.
Wow.
Yeah, look, there they are again.
The experts.
A whole cast of characters. Yeah.
I love it.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Oh,
You know,
boy.
and I think about, when we started, Montana Skywatcher, Nibiru Followers Anonymous, and when Gillian came around, and all of these people have been around for many, many years now. And it's literally, it's so many segments of year after occurrences that, that we watched this do that and that do the other thing. And it's God, we've been doing this for so long now. It's weird. And we have become numb to the information that we just, throw it out on the table here. And I'm sure that new folks are going, what the hell are they talking about? And I forget it regularly. And I'm, occasionally tapped on the shoulder. And for the record, again, we had people questioning, well, why are we always just staring at Sam's picture, and why can't he be talking like everybody else? Well, I have really crappy internet. And my microphone, and I have a really nice camera, so don't bother sending me one. I've got a top of the line, awesome camera. I have quite a few cameras for my computer. I have at least 3 going from potato quality to high def, and then another high def even beyond that, which is the one I'm using. But they don't work at the same time per StreamYard. I get thrown off because my upload speed is so slow that if I run both of them, then I get booted off the program completely because I can't feed it enough information to keep me. And I think I'm being limited on my feed as well. We can't prove that, so I try not to go there. But that is why you get to see only my picture. And not only that, during the show, I don't have to wear pants, and that's a joke. Currently I'm wearing shorts, and they're in Hawaiian Crush Blue.
No.
Yeah, and anytime you guys want to do a show with your picture up and not wear your pants, then you can do that.
Right.
I fully support your right to do so.
I might do that next week. Who knows?
Wear shorts.
Hi, Freezy. There's Freezy. Freezy's here.
Hi,
Good to see you. Yep.
And I will
Okay.
back down to small screen so I can read the comments again, because I get stuck on the big page and then forget about the comments section.
Okay. We're going to have a part 2. There's a couple of short clips that Alexander just sent me. Press. So I have not seen them yet. We're going to view them together and see what he got. One of them has like some special filtering on it, it looks like. I think he said HD. Let me look and see.
High definition.
Yeah, look fancy. Hang on.
Well, most cameras have gone to HD nowadays.
Right.
It's pretty seldomly rare that you get anybody with less than HD anymore. And
he said,
I look back at some of the photographs of my drawings and site drawings that weren't in HD, and I'm reminded, and I chuckle at them, going, "Oh yeah, that's pre-HD."
Yeah, he calls it HDR.
Off the counter in front of me.
I guess it's not this one. It'll be the next one then. Okay. Sorry. Yep.
High definition recording. Brought to you by Runco. No, I'm kidding. Ricola. We're gonna get our weekly Ricola plug in here. I probably should, now that I've mentioned, I should probably have one.
I love the architecture of these homes too.
He says,
European with Bavarian style.
Right.
High dynamic range.
Yeah, that white facing. Generically, in olden times, they were built with those boards being the main beam, and they would put Wattendorf or rock, and then a plaster or mortar facing on it, and those houses last 150 years.
Wow.
With Watt and double. I've even studied how to make that.
Look at that.
Yeah, you've got on the right hand side, you've got it's Saturn Jello Moon.
Oh, yeah.
Up on the upper above the sun to the left middle is the red asteroid going in a almost a wayward pattern, but above us from underneath bottom of Uri, which is over to the left, and Attu, which is above us in this view. above us and behind us. So that is the red asteroid crossing the sky right here in front. And then over there, that is the Saturn's yellow moon, and the Saturn in the dark blue area with the two dispersal ion tails and separate illumination. And you can't make up clouds like that year after year, day after day, year after year, I should say. And there is another example of the Saturn's yellow moon crossing our skies every day, every week, every month.
I was going to pause it and then.
And once you learn the
back
pattern,
here.
you can't argue with it. You see it better than anything else currently.
That's
And
it.
I'm still tickled pink from 2019 on, when I noticed that Isatum and Isatum's yellow moon and Nibiru started coming back towards us. And then I was able to draw the ion tail wrapping around from Isatum's yellow moon, wrapping around bigger and bigger and bigger Isatum. Now Isatum is so big it's hard to see. It's over the top of us on our right-hand shoulder as we're looking at the sun, morning, noon, and night. Comes in, gets bigger, huge, fills up our sky above us, and right about sunset, it should be literally over the top of us to the north sky, from the northwest to the north sky, but over the top of us now at sunset, as it is here. You can see it's actually blocking out the sun, and it's nowhere near sunset, but yet look at the shadowing and the light. Pinching off. There's huge light pinch going on between the planets. How high in the sky off the horizon that sun is. It's nowhere near sunset. Look at the conditions. Look at the light on the roof, on the walls, on the house, on the windows.
Yeah, we had that in the afternoon
light
as
is
well.
wrong.
It just rained like crazy.
And the shadowing is adding to our jet stream issues. Not sure what this is.
Gosh, looks like the
Wow.
Eagle
I think
Nebula or
it's a colorized
something.
version of it.
Yeah. Interesting.
Oh, you could say it's Saturn's yellow moon in the upper right corner with lead
Right.
asteroid in front of it, and that flashing blue star could easily be the green asteroid.
Wow.
Yeah, that's amazing. Look at that.
But and then the red asteroid would be to the upper left, just like we talked about. Yeah, this is colorization. Shows you there's a lot of shit up there, guys.
Yeah.
And when you change these colors, it's showing you different depths. And the only sunlight we're getting, here's an example. Look at the blue-white areas right there. That's what is the light that's coming through between a whole bunch of shit on the left from Uri, the asteroids, and what's going on the right. And Isatum's yellow moon, and Nibiru. We're barely getting any light. And go back and if you're watching the show later or whatever, go back and rewind that again and keep that in mind, and then watch it and remind yourself where the light is coming from. Everything. And if you go to the monthly drawing and compare that to this, I mean, you got that white cloudy area, everything on the middle left from the bottom to the top is covered in stuff. And then you've got the sunlight creeping underneath the front of Saturn's very large Saturn's yellow moon on the right hand side. And then the light blue areas is the real sky and light. Everything else is shit in the way in our out view. It's there. There's your colorization. And do you have this month's drawing by chance, Rebecca?
I sure do. Yep. Let's get back to that one here.
Getting the loopy swoopy here.
There you go.
I get to talking so long I don't get enough air and get dizzy. Wee. And
Slow down.
if you take that in comparison, what we were just looking at, the whole area, everything in the out view is down to the left corner. It's all blocked, and then we see the coming in the upper right area where the sunlight is stored of a little bit more area of light. It's the same shape, and our light is poking between the out view of this month's sight drawing, and you can't argue with that.
No. All right. Well, thank you again, Alexander.
Thank you.
Yeah, awesome.
It's always a treat. high quality.
The transition, the colorizations are awesome. They're awesome. Do them longer and slower in the transition between. I can almost talk really, like who took all the air out of the room here? I'm dizzy.
Here's some cool pictures I've seen out and about. This was in Canada. One of the members in our group shared these 3 pictures, and I was blown away. Like 2 or 3 days ago.
Remember, Canada. It depends on where. Depends on where in Canada. They have a lot of fires going on in Canada, so they're going to have a reddish smoke. But remember, Isatum can put off a whole lot of red in the sky too, and they're up north. And Isatum is above us, so it would have a higher quality of refractivity the higher north you go. That could easily be the bottom necessity right there. Yeah, look at that. See the shaft light?
Oh, wow.
That's a cutoff from Isatum on the right-hand side. And the moon is in the upper right, in the middle. You can see the ion tail sort of going off to the side into the upper corner of the right. And then asteroid material and stuff coming in from the left. There's quite a few of them. Those big dark dots, for example. Lots of asteroids, boys and girls. 180-day cycle. Look where they're at. Look how close above they're way closer to us than the rest of everything. And here we go. They're doing a close Earth run. Watching that early illuminated nighttime. Oh my God! Watch that thing go by us here. That should tell us, everybody, we got to pay attention. And start looking. God, I wonder. Lucinda used to have all of those links, and she'd send them to me. I need to look those back up again. The upper atmosphere asteroid links. I wonder where they are. I can't even think what the hell they called them. But there are links out there where you can actually watch the asteroids coming in. And I wish to God, and Lucinda, of course, has passed away, so we don't have her to send us those links anymore. Bummer, man. I lost them when I changed computers last time. And I never got them on this computer since. And I hadn't thought about it in a very long time, but now would be a very good time to watch again during the 180-day cycle. See what's going over And then you can also check the NEO Near Earth Object List, and that's available on YouTube as well. And then you got to learn how to do the math. Don't judge. The funny thing is NASA hands out all these warnings about, there's an asteroid coming by, And then they, give you the LUs, which is lunar units, or the angstrom units, which is AU. And the angstrom unit is the distance of one distance from Earth to the sun, which is 93 million miles. And so you do the math by that number. And a lunar unit used to be 285,000 miles, but for some reason it's gone to 260 to 265,000 miles. So you use that math for your equation of how far away these objects are, and it's a minor equation. It's quite easy to do. And then they're going, close passing asteroid, and it's 3.5 million miles away. It's like, never mind. And so if you do your math, you'll understand what the warnings mean or don't mean, or how exaggerated they are. It's a distraction most of the time when NASA tells us stuff anymore. So anyway, I digress completely off topic.
You're fine. I was just mesmerized with this big old circle in the sky, but that big.
Yeah, you mean Isatum's yellow moon, and Isatum right there, and right there again. Yeah. Look where it is, literally overhead. See the angle of illumination? It's literally sunset, and that white face right there on the left above the tree is the side edge of Isatum, and the blue area is Isatum's yellow moon, and that white circular cloud is the faceplate, and that's an area of puff formation clouds that when it comes close to Earth, it makes this, we call it a crab-like plate or a shield, but we just generically call it a faceplate. And then the ion illumination completely going on the sides, to both sides of Isatum. And we've got hundreds of pictures of Isatum when it was really small, and it had this split tail around it. And everyone went, oh, look, because, Isatum is red. Oh, look, it's red Nibiru, the winged planet. Oh, God, we fought that, how long? 5 years? 6 years, Rebecca?
8 years. Nibiru is not
at
red.
least.
The winged
Long
planet
time.
is this atom,
Mhm.
Oh God, and we had thousands of newbies, pardon the expression, and we had to teach each one of them. No, the red winged planet is this atom. We promise you, and because that goes through cross reference information from the Pleiadian information from the internet in 2008 and 9, and matching my information, et cetera, and matching sightings going back many years, because we know what Nibiru looks like, and we've seen the land masses. And you guys all missed all of that. It's just amazing.
Yeah.
Back in 2011 and 12, if you looked in the southwest sky midday, you could see Nibiru, massive planet, and you could see Amelsaru and Nana, its concentric moons, plain as day, watching Nana orbit around Amelsaru, which is it was rather quick, so you could sit there and watch it actually orbit the other moon. It was just awesome. And then clouds move here and clouds move there around that planet, and then you see open patches, land masses, and oceans. And I'm screaming to everybody, "Oh, look, there's Nibiru." And they're going, "Oh, you're full of shit, dude. There's no such thing. If them planets were that close to us, we'd be dead."
Right.
Oh my God, people, look, it's right there. And of course, we watched 2010, 2011, and it didn't come up into the northern hemisphere visible until literally 2000, late 11, early 12, and we got captures from around the world ever since, and been on it. This is Atu's moon, and we have hundreds of matching pictures like this going back all the way to 2017, and then prior to that it was much smaller, and we got dozens and dozens of those pictures with Atu's moon, when Atu's moon was just a blip on the side of Atu. We didn't even know what that was, and everybody thought it was just clouds. And then we got a series of pictures coming in for the next year, and we went, "Holy shit, look at that!" And then, God, and I'll never forget, 2016, 17, 18, Atu's moon started getting big, and then we started getting fantastic shots of that, and the close passes that even Jesus got back when he was living in New Mexico, of the overhead first passings of Atu's moon were intensely insane, and I'll never forget that as long as I live. And then we got so many captures of Atu's moon above us, and I think the huge pity of the deal is everybody that's new to this subject has missed so much information. Oh my God, the show is just absolutely insane, and we've of course enjoyed every second of it and been able to document all of this information for you folks, that we hope this goes down in history and a reality, because it is documented. We're not making this shit up. Okay, let's look at the date on this 24/8/7, which would be the 7th of this month, maybe. Yeah, because he's going in reverse chronological. Okay, and this is from New Zealand, I believe.
Definitely Roberts.
Thank you, James.
Yes, Roberts. It's gorgeous.
And Robert, you're right. You're right. I said James, and it's Robert. Up on the upper right, you see a Saturn's yellow moon and the straight line ion tail. And on the left, you see cut in on the upper left corner of the sun. There's a straight line, and that's the edge of Uri. And Atu's moon is immediately to the upper left of that, next to the logo or the watermark, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And then Atu is above and out of the shot in front of Uri. And again, over and over and over again, we see the same thing. Oh, and if you look just to the right of the sun, you see a small little circular white dot with a shadow, and that is lead asteroid, which is just in front of his Saturn's yellow moon, which is on this month's sight drawing. And there it is again and again and again and again. And
so Anissa
again,
Rabies has a question about the destroyer. She's asking what body would the destroyer be considered? Or
Well, originally that goes back to the mythos of Planet X. Planet X, the destroyer, the nemesis. And we encourage people to throw all of that internet hype out the window. And, you know, a lot of people will tell them when they come in, you know, forget everything you learned on the internet and go back to the basics, you know, go back to what the Sumerian texts and the clay tablets and all of that stuff and the Egyptian lore. Follow lore, but don't follow current gossip term. It's the destroyer. Well, look what's going on. Look what's going on in our world. Everybody's flooding. Everybody's drying out. People's livestock in South America are being frozen in place. I'm not kidding. It happened like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, frozen in place.
That's not
A hyper freeze in South America. Remember some of the sci-fi movies we talk about?
Oh, flash freeze.
Well, I've been screaming this for a couple of months now. All you got to do, go to that null school thing we talk about all the time, and look what the hell's going on in the South Pole right now. I've never seen it anything like that. The jet stream has increased by 1,000 miles to the north, and it's got a triple jet stream where it only used to have one single one, which barely encompassed Antarctica proper itself, and it was offshore of Antarctica. And now it's a couple of, measure the distance. Somebody who's good at that stuff. Look what's going on. How far up on the South Pole, the jet stream of the South Pole has become. It's insane, and that's why. And the cold weather is enveloping all the way up to the southern tip of Africa and the southern portions of South America, and it's affecting Australia and Tasmania and New Zealand. Check the weather.
South Africa's having a very
bad normal for them either.
We have a member in my group from Tasmania, and every picture this person shares is like exceptional. I don't know, it's just where he's located. He gets the best pictures. Pretty cool.
Yeah, look at that. That's incredible.
And they're down at the bottom.
I'm wondering, is this back to Saru and Nepicity?
Yeah, I'm looking at that. I was just staring at that. I think you're exactly right. I think the light is shining under Saru and illuminating the core of Nepicity.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to be an interesting drawing this month, you guys.
That's cool, isn't it?
I'm going to have to figure out how to do that.
You can see, yeah, Joyce. Yeah, you can see there's two lines. One's going straighter across and one's going at a tilt.
Yeah.
And that's your indicators right there. Planet. And those striped lines, that's an Nepicity thing mostly. But
the horses, the purple horses up there, that's also Nepicity. The zigzag stuff.
Uh-huh.
They kind of look like horse heads, seahorses.
Yeah, the white line in the middle is the bottom of Nepicity. And I think the sun is actually shining underneath the bottom at the horizon beyond the house, and right in the middle. The sun is shining from underneath the bottom of Saru. That is Saru behind Nepicity. And so it's creating that straight white line in the middle of the picture is the bottom open core of Nepicity. See how short it is? It's short. It's in our view. The Saru base open core goes off the right. Off the right. At the horizon. That's the light shining underneath. Go to do you have those pictures I sent you today of that whole series of cutoffs of Saru?
Let me get them real quick.
This is an example of it. The light is weird. You're saying, what am I looking at?
Huh. Hang on a second.
Yeah, because that's orange and purpley black down there on the bottom. I mean, that's different.
It's past sunset. And you're seeing overhead illumination of two planets.
I'm getting there, y'all.
The center white line just above the 3 telephone wires is the open core of Nepicity. And that's why there's the cloud pattern of Nepicity in front of that. But below that, where the light is shining around from underneath of, is very large, one side of the page to the other, Saru. It's shining underneath that Saru after sunset.
So
that's why the houses and everything are dark.
Let's look at this one again.
I don't know.
This
I'm
is
still okay.
similar.
I'm seeing
That
it
one?
scroll. I see a
I
nice.
mean, that's not the one. There's more, but that
uh,
reminds me of very similar.
I haven't
The
gotten
one-
it yet. I'm still looking at the
Yeah.
spacecraft. You know, the
wait.
UFO
I'm just
on the
saying, this
thumbnail.
is-
There it is.
this
Oh.
picture from
Okay, yeah. Now
Hugo
that
is
is
similar.
Saru on the bottom
Yeah.
at the horizon, just above the sun. You see the hourglass shape of the sun.
I do.
Half of the
Yes.
sun, the bottom half is the real sun. The upper half along that dark line is the bottom edge of Saru.
Yeah.
The upper illumination is the shining on the bottom of planet Saru in its atmosphere. That's why the top flare of the hourglass shape. Okay. The white line in the middle of the top picture. You see that white line, that white cloud in the middle of the top? That is the bottom of Nepenthe core. See how short
Yeah.
it is?
Yeah.
And then compare
Yeah.
that to the much larger, wider, open core of very large planet is Saru behind it.
Yeah.
And its fingering is laid out farther, and it only has 2 rings, not 3. If you go up to the upper middle picture again and count the black lines above the open core white cloud illumination, you will see that there are 3 rings. Of course, I have this on a big screen, so
This
Yeah,
is where
I
we
can
left
just see
off.
too. Oh,
We left off on this one. Whoops. So this is the next picture, Sam, that you sent me.
yeah, that's cool. I love
Yeah.
this one. Now, this is an eye teaser. Color illumination is messing with your eyes because you think this is a cloud bank in front of you, but it's the opposite. It is Uri in front of Saru. It's arguing with your eye.
Oh, yeah.
Huh. So the
Wow.
gray
If
If
part
you
is
look at the
Yuri.
bubbly face of Uri in the middle of the picture and imagine that the gray white area behind it is an object behind it, your eye will grab it. I looked at this and I looked at this and I looked at this and I thought, what the hell? Why is it keep arguing both directions on my eye? And every time I look at the bubbly face in the middle of the picture of the white area, the bubbly white area, knowing that that's Uri,
Right.
and I look over at the white area to the right, I immediately go, that's got to be Saru behind
Wow.
it. Because look at the
Yeah.
yellow band. That's the real sky. Freaky.
Is that a trail
Now,
of
I
an
may
asteroid?
be, I may be
That was on
batshit
the
crazy, but every time I look at this picture, my eye argues back and
Yeah.
forth between what I'm staring at.
Definitely.
Every time I look at the bubbly face of Uri in the middle of the picture
Very
to
cool.
the middle upper right with that line right there, I go, okay, that's Uri, but behind it is a bigger white area. Or is it a cloud in front of it? But it's not. It is, but it's not. And then you see the
it's a
dilemma.
smooth silver area, like
Man.
a silver.
And then you look down at the horizon. Oh, hey, cool. It's raining here. I love it. I can hear the rain on the roof.
Nice.
Oh, there's your drawing. Yuri.
Yeah, that's been going on. Yeah, that leads us into those cutoff pictures. Yeah, look at that. And we talk about this is the light pinch. See the flaring? Imagine on the left is Uri cutting into the sun, or Saru, or back all years ago. So Nibiru used to be on the right, and Uri used to be on the left. But over the time, that of course has changed. But keep in mind that these planets are cutting. This is what's wrong with our light, and this is a dire example of it. Look at the picture on the left and the railroad tracks. Look at the ground. Look at the tree color. This isn't a weird refraction from the trees. This is a weird refraction from space, because if you look at the ground is normal, but it's way not lit. This is telling you this is a pinch off of light, and the sky's wrong. It's telling you, these are your signs in the heavens for, it's wrong. It's wave flaring. It's cut off. Look at that. Look how weird it looks on the train. The pinch off in the one on the coming from the train. There's a straight line on the upper right, and that's a cutoff from Saturn's yellow moon cutting in from the right.
I have some other light pinches.
That big flare is very important because it shows you the direction of the flare. It rounds around things. And if you follow the flare and you look at the dynamic of how that flare is laid out, you can identify what it's going around. Because the flare occurs from a cutoff. In a lot of cases, you'll get a halo. Now, remember, you can't call it a sundog. The sundog goes actually a product of the camera and the viewer on the lens, and it goes down below the horizon line. That's a sundog. If you're seeing a halo in the sky that doesn't go below the horizon, then you're seeing a spatial halo from cutoff. This is another example of something crossing in front of the sun, which would refract it and break it down. I believe the object is coming in from the left. If you look to the left, there's a circle, or a large circle. Now here again, to see that straight line on the right-hand side and on the left. On the left is the Texas cube, by God. Look at that square. And on the right is Saturn in this Saturn's yellow moon and Nibiru, if I judge this correctly. And this picture is probably a year old or less. If it's new, it's Saturn's yellow moon.
Yeah.
Wow.
But that's the Texas cube for sure to the left. You can see it.
Yeah. Straight line. You can tell on the right side also that blue area is got a curve in it. That's not the sky, because the sky doesn't curve.
Yeah, that's if it's a current picture, that blue area is the Saturn's yellow moon because it's very large right now, and the orangey semi-striped area is red is Saturn. Red planet is Saturn. And then you're looking at ion tail wrapping. That's why little straight lines are ion tail wrapping from the Saturn's yellow moon around is Saturn, but you're actually looking at it from the piece of plate. And then there's a whole lot of shadowing going on everywhere else in this picture. Great shot.
What about,
but those straight lines, all of those straight lines are not normal.
It's cutting across the top at the diagonal from.
The trick is to learn not to look at the light. The trick is to learn at the dark. Look at the dark. And I talked my eyes into that many years ago, and I don't even use the same skill I used to use now because I'm trained. That's why I know what I'm doing, because I've trained my eye. When I see a picture like this, I don't look at the white in the center first. I look at the dark areas, and otherwise you blind yourself, and especially on a large screen. And you got to look at everything around it, not what's going on in the thing, other than the straight lines or the refractions. Oh, my power just hopped. Maybe I'm going to get lightning and get booted off. Yeah, my lights just hopped. Ow. Yeah. Oh, ow. Cramp. Oh, God.
So, real quick.
I'll be back in a second.
I'll move to the next picture.
I keep talking. I'll be back in a second.
Okay. I just want to clarify, is it Atu's moon? Something is going across the top.
Yeah, I thought that was Atu's moon as well. It's that dirty looking it's that cloudy. It looks like
dead center top of the picture.
Peach color.
Dead center of the top of the picture is Atu.
That's Atu's moon going across.
That's Atu's moon, isn't it?
Yeah, I got it.
And lead asteroid is purple in the upper right-hand corner.
Okay. Wow, that's cool.
Oh. Yeah.
Here's a few more pinches.
That also makes me think this is a little bit older. Oh, God. Yeah, that lightning struck, I don't know, and I got a cramp in my leg the moment the lightning struck. Weird.
Yeah.
You got lightning.
Sam.
Yeah, we got lightning. That's why my power hopped.
I don't know. I don't normally have that.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here, and all of a sudden, in my thigh, in my right thigh, all of a sudden I get a cramp the moment that lightning struck. It's like, okay, thank you. Electrical.
Electro boy.
Yeah, this could be sea trails creating that flaring. Although the blue cross flaring from left to right would probably intonate the side edge of Uri as well, where you're only seeing half of the sun, and then the refraction is on the atmosphere of the face of Uri.
And then that greenish blue dot above it could quite easily be Matim.
Okay.
And if you look on the picture on the left, look at the parking lot. Don't look at the sun, but look at the light between at center in the sky. Start off the parking lot and work your way up, and it looks like there's darker object on the right and on the left by the horizon illumination.
Right.
On the left picture, and not paying attention to the few sea trails that are there.
Yeah.
There's the 1, 2, 3 sea trails in this shot. Oh, excuse me, 4. 1, 2, yeah, 3. There's 4 sea trails in this shot.
I mean,
I missed the one in the back in the middle of the cross in the lower right.
Yeah.
They're covering it up. Boy, it's raining good here.
Cool.
all right.
Buzz.
Let's
Oh,
go
look
back
at
to
that.
the pictures. Oh, yep. There you
That's
go.
a really good example, you guys. Light pinch. This is what's going on. This is why our light looks weird. Look at our photographs. If your photograph does not look right and your sun is doing this, now you know why. Because shit's in the way, man. That would also add to an early fall as well, because the plants, trees would think that we're getting diminished light, which we are. Great example. Look at this. I love this.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
I believe these came from Neo Indigo Star. I could be wrong. I did list them. I don't know if Rebecca retains that listing. Oh, my computer went to sleep on me. Wake up, wake up.
should.
Okay.
Oh no.
You know, it blacks out if you don't touch the mouse every so often. It goes to sleep on you. Yeah, you were looking at the bottom of that tipped axis, white illumination just above the sun, and look how big it is. Very large illuminated area, and I'm gonna scream Saru. I have to. I saw like 7 pictures first thing this morning. It's like, oh shit. I can't argue with that because it's so big. And if you go up to where the purple and the white start,
Right.
there's another different tipped axis illumination, which is short, almost snorkel developing base cloud of planet Nepenthe.
Wow.
And I love the objects in white over there, man. I could scare the crap out of people and go space worms, but interesting illumination in cloud there, and I'm highly intrigued, and I'm going to have to grab my copy of this because I hope to God I did save a copy of this. I think I did. I'm going to have to blow it up even more because this is worth looking into. I mean, and that dot on the left in the upper blue in the middle.
Yep.
See that dot in the middle of the left side, upper middle left, right before that very dark area,
Right.
which would be most likely Atu.
Oh, okay.
That white dot right there is one of the big 3 that is orbiting in front of Nepenthe, and that's why Nepenthe got a snorkel cloud going here, and that's one of the big 3 that they're there. 1, 2, 3, but only one of them is illuminated, and that leads me to the tipped axis of Nepenthe in front of the very large tipped axis of Saru above the setting sun. And if you look, there's even an asteroid above the refraction off the water. And there is barely any real sky showing here, because you can only see the reflection of the sun on the water. You can't hardly even see the sun in this photograph. So there's a lot going. This is an awesome shot. Another example. See that cut off white illumination? See the dark red? We're above the sun here. See that small dark red all going all the way from one side of the picture to the other?
Yeah.
That's Saru. You go up to the white illuminated area in the middle picture, you see another weird white line. That's the bottom of the Nepenthe core. See how it's short versus how it's long?
Yeah. Man, they like. And then
So we've seen enough
sunlight.
examples of it that I was wondering how Saru's approach was going to happen, and because she did her exit was weird, also, and a lot of that has to do with actually where Earth is located between them and us, because we're not swimming in between them free willy-nilly.
Right.
We go underneath them, and we've sort of they're spiraling in front of us and going above us, and they've gone through some right left out view changes since 2013. Prior to that, they were spiraling towards us in our view, but when they got closer, it went right left in our out view, and now they're going over the top of us and beyond us. So that whole orbit model of rotation has changed too, because we're lower below them, thank God, in certain ways, and yet we're still in the middle underneath them. Now that Nibiru's gone beyond Earth generically, so it's above us and beside us always, because it's so huge. But it's in oh God, let me see, Earth to brain. It's in the south at dawn, and at noon it's in the west, and by evening it's in the north to northeast. That big, it orbits and changes, to the right as the sun changes. So it's hard to see, but it's huge. Okay, due for a swallow off my Coke again. And that again is the bottom core of Nepesi, the white in the middle.
Wow.
And then the brownish stuff just above the sun is again Saru behind it.
Okay.
That is
Very cool.
And you see again that basic core shape. That we see the Nepesi core cloud for so many years now, and we don't even argue with it anymore. And so you learn these shapes, and if you count the rings on, there's 1, 2, 3 of Nepesi.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe
and you could even have.
Look at the top.
No, it would be in the it might be, but it would be farther over left, because look where the sun is.
There's
sun is it's a little over to the left, so it would be more to the left and above us, because over to the right here is where Saturn's yellow moon is supposed to be, and yet we're seeing. God, I don't even know when this picture was taken either.
Yeah,
it's really hard to figure out, but and the Saturn's yellow moon would be in the upper left corner.
Yeah,
all mixed together. But this is I mean, I don't even know where this capture comes from, but oh my God, it's obviously out of a plane, or they're really on a big mountain somewhere looking over a valley. It's an awesome shot. 6/8. I wonder if this is August 6th or the 8th of June. Anyway, probably I think it's current. There again, you can see the hourglass. Everything above the center is the bottom face of Saru, and everything at the bottom of this illumination is ocean.
Wow.
Ocean shine, or excuse me, cloud shine. I thought maybe this is an ocean scene. I mean, are we looking up the coast here? I can't tell you. Boy, it's raining here. But Nepesi would be that dark line in the upper part of the picture. You can see the definite open, angled, rounded area. On to the next. Black object in the upper left, of course, is one of the big three. Here again, you're seeing really weird illumination. Look at the red.
Yeah.
Awesome. Of course, it's probably colorized, but hard to say.
Illuminated streaks too, like you use those white and yellow.
Only one sea trail in that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when did we ever see skies like this in our entire lifetime? Holy cow, it's raining here. Heavy rain.
Okay.
Input signal not found.
Is it really?
Yes, machine.
Huh. I wish it rained here, but I'm going to see what the temperature is. It's actually only 78 degrees. That's pretty nice.
It got really cold here, and then suddenly it just rained hard.
Yeah.
Well, it is 70. It's currently at 77 degrees here, and I'm looking to see if I can find. You can never find radar when you want it. I have to
Audrey
go to.
Sent me a short clip. It's real short, but I'm going to play it real quick.
Cool.
Hang on a second.
I sent you some more pictures under the first ones I sent you.
Oh, you did.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Photo
That's
spam.
okay. Well, I made you a slideshow already, so I'll try to add him if I can. So, but
Yeah, Audrey,
just
European
the
countries
funky
and other
way that
countries
this
besides the United States.
Yeah, the sun looks really weird. It looks like it's got 3 heads and things like that. You just like, okay, something's happening.
I say I have that clip, and it's
Yeah, to answer Audrey, unfortunately, the United States has a tendency to put the month first and then the day second, and the rest of the
Yeah,
world does it
turns
the other
around.
way. So it's always arguing with my brain, like, where did this picture come from? Oh yeah, okay, Europe, all right, then it's day first, month, year, unless you're in New Zealand and then they put the year first, then the months, then the day. But
it's confusing. Yeah.
I don't know, do upside down people. I always call them upside down people, Southern Hemisphere people, because they're standing on the planet, upside down compared to me. I'm tipped at an angle standing on the face of North America. You're up here in Montana, up on the rocks, up on the Rockies, and everybody else down there in New Zealand is down on the bottom of that big ball. It's weird.
Okay. This is what Audrey, she said we should show this on the show. So here we go. That was it. It's short, but I have some more like that. We're going to watch in a second. I was trying to see where this was located. Nebraska.
Yeah.
That was Nebraska. Can you imagine trying to drive and see that? Oh my God, I'd be trying to film it. You know me.
Yeah, I'd be standing outside, clicky, click.
I gotta open my sunroof and. Yeah. Wow, that's exactly, Sam. Like the Navicity? That'd be my guess.
Yeah.
Not,
1, 2, 3.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the snorkel dropping down, the open core, and green. Close pass. Now the reason that Navicity is so small, and if you guys go back, go back to any YouTube footage from 2008, 7, 6, 5 of any supercell tornado or anything.
Yeah.
And you won't see these. And yet they have become what is accepted standard norm now. Oh, look at this supercell. Guys.
Right.
Not a, and then they slapped it with bomb cyclone. And then now they're calling it a derecho. And this is the close passing of planet Navicity. It drops that core pattern down. When it gets really close to Earth, it's rotating so fast that it has a tendency to drag off our upper atmosphere, suck up moisture, create its own oxygen and hydrogen and all of that stuff mixed, which causes this bomb cyclone, rain bomb from hell, which is partially why all the flooding everywhere, where people get a year's worth of rain in 2 hours. That's not up there floating around by itself, boys and girls. That's being produced by these close-passing planets. And it's happening far more regularly than you can imagine. And we've been documenting it for many, many years now. And when these storms come out of nowhere that wasn't forecast, and then all of a sudden you've got, 180 miles an hour, 75 mile an hour winds going by, that's because there's an object that's in our upper atmosphere. Now, remember, in our atmosphere, anything over 35,000 feet is a supercell. That's a supercell. It goes up past 25,000 feet. Now, because the airplanes fly at 35,000 feet above the weather, and if you see any clouds above that, they should be see-through cirrus and other lighter, thinner bands of clouds. But if you see major clouding, and this is why I love, can you get that, Rebecca? The aerial views video from your shorts?
I can. That'd be good. And I see we have Jesus.
I love the music.
Right.
Let's get him out of
Yay.
here.
I was just thinking about it too.
Yay. Hi.
We talked about Gorilla Hail before. Hey, Jesus. We talked about Gorilla Hail and everything before.
Okay, I'll give you a minute to say hi. I'll shut up.
Yeah, it's all right.
No, that's
Nice
that's
to
okay.
see you.
Gorilla help.
Okay, well, anyway, all this atmosphere is being sucked up high. And this is because the rotation of smaller planet Nepacity, and it creates this lift up. And we've watched it. We've seen evidence of it in the formation oracle, and it's sucking in weather and causing. And there's always like these tornadoes that form off the left side of it and crazy shit. It's awesome. And it was reminding me of that Nepacity picture with that guy from Jurassic Park, and I can never think of his name. But anyway, and all of that stuff gets sucked up in a higher atmosphere. Now we've had reported numerous storm events where Jeff Goldblum, and where we've had these repetitive reports where there's been debris yanked up to 50, 60, and 85,000 feet. And that's so preposterously insane to account for in our high extreme upper atmosphere to have a storm. When the storm, a supercell, is at 20 to 30,000 feet. So would someone explain to me how this debris goes to 80 or 65 or 75,000 feet above our weather?
You need something way
the only way
outside of the atmosphere.
And that has to pass by and yank it up there or pull it up there or create a close passing storm event. And this is where the close pass of Nepacity and the snorkel and then the rain bomb falls completely into explanation. And we documented, we watched the storms, we watched it go by from one end of the country to the other. Oh my God, is that Nepacity over Washington State or California? Oh shit, Chris has seen it go over the top of him in Las Vegas. We documented in Oklahoma and around the world. And we've seen these events, and yet it doesn't make media and they go, oh, look at that supercell. Yeah, right. Supercell, my ass. Or tornado, or bomb cyclone, or,
Always something.
Yeah.
Always something. I was out here for a little bit trying to wonder when to jump in. I didn't mean to. I wanted to see. I saw Audrey's video, and I was like, okay, I think after Audrey's video, I might be able to sneak in without causing too much commotion. But
please do. You can talk for a while.
All right.
How's everybody doing? How's
doing good?
Christoper, Gillian.
Yep.
Doing good. I was telling everybody that last night it got so chilly here in Oklahoma. It was in the 60s. I had to get the bathroom heater out.
Oh wow!
Turn it on. Is that
really?
And this morning I had to get my hoodie and my sweatpants out and my little slippers. Wow. I was freezing. I don't know what was going on.
That is weird.
Crazy. Oklahoma
That's
is
weird.
very chilly.
That's so weird. I was telling somebody last night that when Attu's moon came so close in 2018, it literally dropped the temperature like by 30 degrees.
Wow.
During when it was already cold, I couldn't hold my camera with my hands. I had to go inside to warm up my hands because it got so frigid cold so quick.
Wow.
These things will shadow us. There's a shadowing, and they will lower the temperature. Hi, Alexander. Nice to see you here, man.
Well, it's funny you say that because I was out live last night, and Attu's moon was all about the sky. It was, that was the
that's definitely the one that'll do it.
And today,
we got to remember that moons are dead bodies too. They're typically cold as well too. So,
Wow.
But I sent you some. I sent you just now that I woke up. I sent you some stuff that I ran across last night from 2018 that I thought was really cool.
Awesome.
I don't know if you have time.
I have them ready. Actually, I just now sent them over. So let's take a peek.
Yeah. I wanted to see if people can guess what this is. Let's see which one. The ones I sent you a picture and then a video of the same thing.
Yeah, good. Let everybody else guess, and I'll be quiet.
70s with a light hoodie, and I'm just like in my happy spot. So
I know you know, Sam, because if it wasn't for you, I'd probably be confused about what it was because you chimed in back then and you told me exactly what it was. And at that time, I had no idea. I had no idea. So, but I thought it was really cool.
Oh, I love old material. I love old material. I really do.
Especially 2018. That was a great time.
Wow.
Awesome. I miss it.
This is recent, guys. This is recent.
Okay.
This was just the other day, but I want you to see the what you call the crepuscular rays. Somebody would tell me this is just the clouds and doing that effect, but
I know what it is.
yes, exactly. But this happened 2 days in a row.
Cool.
Let's see. Watch. There's another. Okay, see, this was the following day.
Right.
This was the following date. Now you know why you have the crepuscular rays, going out. You can see it happened twice in a row. This is 2018. This is 2018.
I just want to. Okay, so let's just go back for just a second and look at that picture.
Yeah.
And say, is that Isatum's moon in front of Isatum in Nibiru, or?
Well, let's look at the light.
Clarify.
Where's the light coming from?
Or
I know what this is, but it's not a Saturn.
I don't remember what time this was, honestly.
But look where the light is coming from. The light is coming from behind us.
Yeah, it was probably.
The light is coming from behind us, and that is Atu's moon.
That's to the west.
There's that V shape. Yeah, I think.
I get it.
Yep, that's Atu's moon. And asteroids going away from us, orbiting underneath Atu's moon. You can see the edge of Atu's moon just at the top center for blue area on the left, right at that rounded line at the top center of the picture.
Yes.
That's Atu's moon is right there. And then the asteroids are orbiting underneath it, away from us under Atu. Because the light is behind us, and we know that the only planets that go beyond were Atu, Neptune, and Uri at certain times of the day. But we'd be facing more north, and in this case, we're facing probably west by southwest at the early part of the day.
Kind of like that.
Got to examine these things. Where's the light coming from? And then help establish what it could be. And transition has been huge because it's become actually very much harder now that the lights are bigger. They've almost really become hard to identify.
It really has. Guys, it really has gotten.
How about we pause for just a moment because I see we have a surprise guest.
Hi.
Don't you love it when that happens? I'm sure you all probably by now know when I say surprise guest. There's only one that just pops in on us like this. So.
I love his energy.
Come back.
I love when he pops in because I love his energy.
We'll come back to that video, Jesus. Okay. Well, it's the one and only Daniel from California. So let's bring him on here with us.
Oh, good. Okay.
Boy. El Loco Gringo. Hi, Daniel.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Hello.
Hi.
Oh, man. Yeah, I was kind of tuning into a little bit of what you guys were talking about. And, all that debris underneath Atu and Atu's moon swinging around close. Rebecca, I sent you a big grip of photos to the Sam's email at Gmail or whatever it was from the 4th, 5th, and 6th. And it shows all those real close. Like it was right above. It was right above us. And then like right now, what he was talking about, the light source being basically kind of like behind and showing. So this is current right now, California, 3:47. So this right here is due east.
Oh.
Yeah. So I'm showing you. So this is due east. Everything that you see right there wasn't there a couple hours ago. It doesn't hardly change shape, and you can see underneath as it's moving across, and this will move this direction and come towards us. And then, sure enough, there's the wind.
That's the base cloud of Atu.
Yes. Yep. And Atu's moon is
that
going to
big
be
dark area is Atu, right up. Yeah.
Right here. This whole area right here, you can see it. It's just starting to be just a giant shadow. And so so this will end up moving this direction.
Stay there. Won't move.
Yeah, you can tell.
Yeah.
But the lighting is weird.
Oh yeah. And it's so funny. Like all of a sudden during the day, I'll be working at these different warehouses or whatever. People will be outside in their breaks, and all of a sudden the light source will start dimming, and they're like, "Wait, there's no clouds," and I just start giggling. It's like, "Oh, what is it?" And it's like, well, kind of like when you shine a flashlight at a wall, and you put your hand in between the light source and the wall. What does it do?
That's right.
Casts a shadow.
Yeah.
So let's just think about this.
Sorry to interrupt.
Simple.
I have a major. Sorry to interrupt. I have a major lightning storm going on outside my house, so I may get bumped off. You wouldn't believe the boom that just went on outside my window here. Wow. Sorry.
Oh, wow.
I'm just trying to pre-warn in case they vanish. Go ahead. Please continue.
That's strange, isn't it? He got bumped off. I thought that's what he said, didn't it?
Yeah. He might get bumped off because of all the lightning strike, all that interference. Yeah, I believe it.
He did get cut off. It sounds like. Let me see if he's still with us. No, I don't. Wait, yeah. Yeah, he
Sam?
is.
You there, Sam?
He probably got cut off. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
And so let's see.
Okay.
Montana would be. Let's see. So that way is north. So so all that dark area on the other side there, that's more or less. Let's see. So that's north.
Let's go back.
Northeast. So all that dark area up there, that's his realm. That's where it's affecting his weather way out that way. So
he's probably got a moon bubble over his head there.
But anyways, I wasn't able to post any of those photos to Facebook or to any of the other science groups. I haven't had a chance. I've been so busy.
Yeah, I am saving them to my phone right now. So,
I want to go back to what you were saying, Daniel, about the flashlight and the hand, because that is such a great example. Yes. That's how I kind of think of it in my head. You have to kind of think. You have to
simplify it.
You have to simplify it, exactly.
Yeah.
And that'll help you understand that. I think that's where people get stuck. You have to kind of think a little. At the same time, you got to think big, but at the same time, you got to think small as well, so you can simplify and understand what the light is doing. You have to realize that it's very simple. It's just on a very, very large scale, world-size scale. But if you think
I had a thing as well that I did. I had a thing that I did, but I didn't realize for a while. So I try to explain it to people like that. Like I had the preschool, so I figured there was an easy way to explain how, how if you go into one of those houses, if you go to a fair and you go into that hall of mirrors and it does all these fake ways that your shape looks, especially through the atmospheres. If it's water, our atmospheres are all water, like theirs is water, space is water. Yeah. So that means it would look like something like that, like different distorted shapes that's going past. But even the distorted shapes have a regular shape, because even way back in 2018, there was a weird Pinocchio looking lump of rock. And it had something that looked like a great big long snout on the front of it, like a unicorn horn. And every time you seen it, it was small at first. Now when it comes up, you see this like great big long thing, and then the body of it.
And that's why it's so difficult to judge size and to judge distance, because we do have that fishbowl. You have that fishbowl effect that you have to consider. But you have to visualize it in your head, guys. Kind of just, I always do the flashlight thing in my head. Like, okay, so what would it look like if you had something pass by in front of a flashlight? What those crepuscular rays, again, it's the same thing like a flashlight. You take say just a tennis ball in front of it, and if you put it at the right angle, you're gonna see those light rays kind of go under and over it, and that's what we get as crepuscular sunrise, crepuscular rays, which again we all know is just another bullshit term,
Yeah, it really is difficult, Marcus. It is genuinely difficult to see these things very little, and then on, like Sam says, on his big screen, it is so entirely different. Even just having the tablet and being able to spread the picture open a wee bit, you can actually see more details, which is quite shocking. Like even your own pictures, if you go and put them somewhere else, somebody else is seeing your picture to better advantage than you, and you go back years later and go, "Oh my God, that's what they meant." It's that guts me, man. It's like,
well, on my PC, on my PC, I can go back to these pictures that, and I don't have to do that a lot. I can go back to pictures that I have in my save file. I click on it, I bring it up. It's on a 42-inch screen. And because it's a saved file picture, I can scroll in on those things to minutia. And this is why I keep trying to tell everybody, if you're really seriously into this, you should have at least a 30-inch screen or larger to view this material on, or at least a laptop. And that way you can look at this stuff in a larger picture. If you're living off your phone, you're not getting anywhere near half of the education that you could be getting right now.
I like to see things in every screen possible. Thumbnail, TV, my laptop, my
thumbnail
phone.
Shows a lot.
And then
thumbnail shows a lot.
I'll turn my phone around, see different angles just to see what is there, because sometimes and this is why I have multiple cameras when I'm out there, because each one will interpret it differently. Some will pick up something that the other one won't. Colors are different.
The colors are amazing.
It's mostly the same, but slight differences. So the more you study it, big screen is always the best. Sometimes a small thumbnail will show you a lot of detail as well.
That's a lot of times I've seen more sightings in thumbnails.
That's right.
Daniel, have you seen the size and overheadness of Saturn's yellow moon this week?
I have some.
Yeah. So that would have been Saturn's yellow moon. That'd be to the right of the sun, but more north-ish. Yeah. So I did see some of that. I did see some of that. Yeah. That's why I had sent a bunch of those pictures to your email thing that Rebecca had. That I hope you. Yeah, no problem. I mean, like, you're so much better at computer stuff than I am, because I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. Daniel's doing the wrong
thing.
Oh, no, man, doing that dance.
You walked out of your feed.
I thought that was a Sam thing. Well,
yeah.
He just completely froze up there.
He's walked out of his.
Yeah, he probably walked out of the wire.
Walked out of his Wi-Fi zone.
They're stopping him. It's conspiracy. Run for your lives. Oh, sorry.
Who's moon?
I'm being silly. Yeah. You're skipping out really bad, and now you're back.
There you go.
There you go.
Oh yeah. No, it's because I kind of walked upstairs to go make sure that the kids weren't destroying too much.
Right.
Well, that was fast.
And kid check is mandatory.
Yeah, right.
I can hear mine.
Spot check, Dad. Spot check.
Yeah, exactly. Well, okay, I mean, my 12-year-old's up there. I mean, the wife's taking a nap.
Oh, there you go. It's your watch, man. No failure on your watch. Last night I saw in the sky above, into the northwest and north and above, some really unusual clouding look, and what it was ion tail alone. Now, I did not see the planets per se, or the Saturn's yellow moon per se. I did see the dark shadowing, but I saw that flame-like ion cloud in an upper level atmosphere pattern that I've never
to this day ever seen before, and it was awesome. And this is why, by the way, everybody out there, donators, I'm trying to save for a very expensive camera with a plastic sheathing. That way I won't fry it. So I have to throw that in every once in a while. Thank you, Rebecca. Holy cow, she's fast.
Yeah.
I'm halfway there. So, you know, and Rebecca and I both need donations, and I'm going to try and get
your view so bad, Sam. I want to see your view.
If I could, you know, I can't afford. I'm broke, and by the way, I have to cut pieces.
I'm going to add to that sometime this week to that fund because I'm dying to see.
Yeah, I'm halfway to the camera.
Piece of the sky,
and
I will pledge $20 to that in the next few days because I want to see.
Problem is.
Your slice.
Problem is I've fried 5 cameras already. I have fried 5 cameras already, and I couldn't them, but I now they're newer, and you know the camera world has gotten way better. And there's this one I have that I've learned about that is encased in plastic, and that way I won't have fry the camera in Hofman's pocket problem. Because I mean, I can't. That's why I don't use cell phones. If I put it in my pocket, it's dead. I walk up to my house phone. It's on the charger. I pick it up. It's got a full battery. I turn it on, put it next to my head, and it dies.
Maybe you should ask Shiloh or Nova to help you with that, Sam. Well, you know, if they didn't inherit, if they haven't inherited that from you, that is.
Hey, Sam.
Well, you know, if I do get a camera, I bet they're going to be. Yeah.
Does your TV distort when you walk by it?
Does what?
Does your TV distort when you walk by it? Does all of a sudden it start glitching and having communication issues?
Yeah, I gotta go. I have to go cut pizza. I'll be right back. But anyway, yes, I'll answer that. Yeah, if I'm anywhere near a radio station, I can put 7 spoons.
It's your own energy. It's you. Because I know that happens the same thing with me. Any computer monitor I walk by, even my TV, like unless I'm completely calm, it distorts.
Right. Bingo. Yeah, I can't wear watches. I magnetize a watch. I can't wear jewelry. If I wear sterling silver, which never tarnishes, right? Sterling silver never tarnishes, right? Okay, I wear it. 2 weeks later, it's black.
It starts oxidizing. Yeah. It's that energy level that you're giving off.
Black. Right.
Yeah, I don't wear watches either, and I also make radios freak out.
Yeah.
Anyway, I have to go cut pizza. I will be right back.
Okay.
You guys go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem, brother.
Sorry.
Do your thing.
Yeah. And then when Sam gets back, I'll play your little video, Daniel.
Oh, did I send a video?
I'll have to go soon as well because I've got work tomorrow, so I'll have to go soon too.
Okay, and then you'll be next. His is only 3 minutes. I took your pictures, Daniel, and made them into a slideshow. So
they're being artists. Rebecca and Chris are having one of these missions where they're just so arty party that they're making videos right, left, and center, and the rest of us are just going woo, watching them.
It's funny. I have made some.
Oh, my legs out.
Yeah. And then, what time is it, Gillian? What time is it?
It's 1 minute past 12.
Excuse me.
Yeah, my right might turn into a pumpkin at any minute.
Yeah.
How's your weather, Gillian?
I think it's gone back to being mild nicest, but it peed rain in the afternoon. But yeah, lucky for me, I was under the beds then. Yeah.
Nice. You know, Daniel, I love watching them come in that way. You know, this is something like that will get my attention, and then I'll just keep watching it all day. And you can literally see as it comes close, and then it'll come even closer and bigger, and then it'll pass right over you, and then it'll just leave. You know, one of my favorite things to do is to start watching them from that distance and just watch it throughout the day. It's one of the coolest things ever. You can literally see these things as they come in, get bigger, and then even you'll see the shadowing, and then they'll pass over you, and it's just it's cool. It's super cool once you start picking up on those patterns, guys. You'll be able to do this as well. It is funnest thing you could do, you know, and also important because if you know enough to see them as they're coming in, guys, it gives you more time to prepare. If in the case, in any scenario, God forbid, it's good to be able to see them and understand what you're seeing from a distance. It gives you plenty of time, again, in any worst case scenario, at least and knowing, I think, is half the battle, as they say. An educated person usually makes better decisions. So, and chance favors
knowledge is power,
right?
Absolutely.
Things like some peace of mind, versus just being confused on what's going on or thinking they're doing this to us. They're at the.
Well, there's so much emotion tied to seed trails and Rebecca went frozen.
Okay, here we.
There's so much fear attached to all these things that once you find out exactly what it is, it does bring you a peace of mind, even though you understand that bad things can and are happening. At least you understand and you know what's happening.
And it all fits. That's the thing. Everything we've been, basing our lives off of with the Bible and Rome and all of this and pre-Egyptian history and everything. And yet we've got all this architecture and technologically cut stones that we couldn't even possibly move to this day. And the explanation of multiple cultures prior to us of a cycle going back 300 to 400,000 years and the factory planet scenario. And unfortunately, whether you're comfortable with it or not, it all fits. And we just got to go back to Sherlock Holmes. If you eliminate all of the other impossibilities and irregularities, no matter what you're boiled down to, if it's explained by that, then it is the truth. It's the fact. And we've taken the 14 years to prove it. Daniel, would you remind me again how you found us?
Wait, say that again, Sam.
I said, would you remind me again how you found us?
Actually, it just popped up in my Facebook feed one day. I was looking up. Obviously, I'd read about Nibiru back when I was a kid in Popular Science magazine, and the idea of the destroyer and that it comes every 3,600 years and stuff like that, and knowing what I'd always questioned about history. And so I just on Facebook, I was looking up one day and I just happened to stumble across Montana Skywatchers. And I had already been taking pictures of the sky for, since, 2009, 2010, because there's just some things in the sky that just didn't fit into the weather section in school, like some of the stuff they just couldn't explain. And obviously I was that kid that, unfortunately always argued with the teachers if it didn't make sense, because the whole point is that we're here to learn. And if we are scientists here, like you say, then questioning everything is actually our duty, not just succumbing and just rolling over and showing our belly to what everybody that has written these books has said. It's the whole questioning everything. And obviously when I first when I first stumbled across your page, I thought it was absolutely nuts. I thought the idea of everything was completely crazy because it just completely defied anything and everything that I had ever learned about space, about physics, about chemistry, biology. Everything was just completely questioned at that point. And being like how I am, I sought out to do like what I had done my entire life, and that is, well, if it's crazy, then you got to prove it wrong.
Right.
And the more and more I tried to prove you wrong, the more and more I proved you right. And that's exactly what a scientist is supposed to do.
I love how similar everybody's story is. Everybody has the very similar story that for years you just saw something, you started taking pictures of it without really understanding any of it. That is the craziest thing. But also, the fact that the last thing that any of us would have imagined is this, because it goes against everything we've been taught. And indoctrination, guys, is a real thing. It is an absolutely real thing. We have been indoctrinated. It's the reason why they told Sam, in 30 years nobody will believe you, because they knew they would ingrain that, hardwire that into our brains so much that a lot of people wouldn't even notice it, wouldn't question it. But I love hearing people's stories because they're always so similar.
Yep, and the whole indoctrination thing is 100% true. I mean, just like what Sam was just talking about, how megalith structures were constructed thousands of years ago, but yet our largest crane would just completely obliterate and snap, even attempting to move some of these structures. It just shows you that harmonic frequency was the way to go back then. That was the only way you were able to achieve 0-point energy fields large enough to be able to move a structure of such size. You see these ancient depictions of these people in a straight line, all with their arms on their shoulders. A dude with a funky looking stick in the front and a dude with a tambourine looking thing or a cymbal in the back. And they would have these cymbals coming off of their head, which would almost look like music notes. And it showed what they were doing is they were humming. Every single one of those people was humming at a certain frequency or a certain tone, and they'd be able to touch these structures and be able to.
Did you ever see, Daniel, the 1957 films of the Buddhist temple people that did an Om chant and they lifted up a 57-ton stone using Om chant?
No, I have not, but I'll look that up definitely. Because actually,
I'm not sure of the year. It might have been 1937. Somewhere it's like in the sevens. But many years ago I saw this video. And that, I was studying Buddhism at the time, and I watched this video. And back then, of course, with black and white, hand crank reel, which makes me think it was the 30s, filming, where they're doing the drums and the Om chant, where they actually do harmonically lift a very large stone.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's how they did it. That's how they did it. Heck, there was a guy. I want to say he was in it may not have been Montana. It may have been a different state. But this dude had giant megalith stones on his property, and people would come out and see him. They'd be in one place, and the next day they'd be in another. And they'd always ask him, "Hey, how the hell did you do that?" And he's like, "Well, I'm not going to tell you." And because he figured it out.
Well, yeah. I've seen that as well.
He figured it out.
Yeah.
Now, also too, one real big thing that got me always questioning everything was movies, because that's my random little talent. I can watch a movie and then I can hear a line in the movie and it screams out to me, and I know that that's a message. Right. For example, if you watch Star Wars Episode 3, that's the one where Anakin finally turns into Darth Vader. Padme Amidala says a line. Says, "Have you ever considered that we're on the wrong side?" And he looks at her, and the first thing he says is, "You sound like a separatist. Like, you sound like the enemy." If you look at the way society is right now, a lot of people have questioned, hey, have you ever considered that maybe all these people that have been in charge for so long, maybe they're not quite the good guys. Maybe we are on the wrong side.
Absolutely. I completely agree with that.
And that's also exactly what I experienced from 1978 on with my interaction between the U.S. government and me, and where I got forced into a 30-year non-disclosure agreement, and I was threatened with violence to my family. And if I said word one until that period of time, and this had to do with the Farseeing project, and you guys, and I try to explain this to people occasionally, that you have no idea what it feels like to discover that the system is not exactly what you were raised to believe, that they're not actually interested in your best interest, period. And the U.S. government and all governments are not listening. And I'm not trying to down the U.S. government per se, because as part of I don't really wish to do so. But when you discover that, it's an eye opener. And then I've met a few races, and so I've been booted out the door of a moving railroad car onto the ground. It's in the middle of the Rocky Mountains, going, "Oh shit, here I am," and it's a different world. And I try to express that to people and where all of our studies come from and everything. But we are being, and I that's why I said earlier, I love you, man, because you are a free thinking scientist. And what makes a scientist is a person that free thinks away from societal norms and walks away from the taboos of society and says, "Excuse me, but I choose to think about and ponder something other than what you, the guy that wrote this book in 1987, is telling me." And once you get to a certain age, you start to think about other people and their actual credibility and reputation versus just some other idiot that published a book in New York State for whatever book company. So you have to realize that not everybody out there is, and boy have I, not everybody out there is as smart as they are rich or money savvy or in control or government job or whatever. They're not that smart. They aren't.
You got to consider agenda.
Free thinkers don't take those crazy ass jobs.
You got to consider agenda as well. If something is, and I think agenda is, the more and more I think about the whole agenda versus evil thing, Sam, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Well, evil is an idea that was created by Rome.
Yeah.
It's not evil. It's actual agenda.
Originally, when you said that, I didn't really give. I was like, I don't know. I think evil does exist, but no, I am a firm believer now that it is agenda. It is agenda. People are capable of horrific things in the name of their interest.
Yes.
Right.
Now, going back to what Sam was talking about,
my father spoke a lot about that.
Sorry, go ahead, Sam.
Please go ahead. Well, my father spoke about the evils. My dad went through World War II. My dad, so I'm of this older generation. By the Germans, he was in Amsterdam. They took him, and I think they sent him to Poland to work. And he never told me about the stuff he did. I don't think he was happy about that, but I'm sure he probably had a lot to do with manufacturing. I know that he was in gravel pits, etc. So we'll leave it at that. And he said, and he didn't like to talk about it. Most World War II vets don't. But anyway, he was a slave laborer. And he would always tell me, "You have no idea how evil some men can be." And he said, "That's my greatest warning is like, you have no clue. And don't, he said, love people, but don't trust them."
That's good advice.
It's a scary concept, but
it is.
You have to be literally, pardon the expression, Rutger Hauer, or one of your favorite 007 movies or whatever, and be consciously aware that people are not interested in your comfort. They're interested in their agenda, period. And you meet all types, and it's really scary where we become. And I think the planets do directly have a great deal to do with that, what's going on in the world as well. And I'm, of course, watching all the politics and all the crazy shit going along with that, going mad like most everyone on the planet right now, I'm sure. We're being bombarded by all kinds of, oh my God, I've never seen the level of propaganda coming from our people on top of what's coming in from the people we don't want to be associated with.
I've been telling people that for a while. We live in a time of major propaganda, and if you don't know that, you are going to be clueless. Everything from
1938.
From our health to world wars to everything. We live in a world where if they're telling you,
we are exactly where we were in 1937,
absolutely.
1938, 1939.
Yes. And I hate to say it, but
the world
Hitler
is
only
just as volatile right now.
Hitler only wishes he would have reached the level of propaganda that we are seeing today. And also, I want to add to that,
right? Because it's in everybody's hand right now.
I want to add the fact that you say this all the time, Sam. listen to yourself and believe in yourself. That little thing that tells you pay attention to this, like you said, you watch the movie and then you see a line and you're like, okay, that's a message. I love that because that is how it works. Like there's certain things that just pop up in your mind. It's like, okay, I know. You have to not ignore that. You have to roll with it, and you have to believe in yourself. Just this is the way all of us got here to this point. We had that little thing in our head where we're like, okay, this doesn't fit. I'm gonna seek it out, and I'm gonna learn more about it. Just follow that, and believe in yourself, and just follow that, and you'll be surprised where it may lead you. So I love when you said that, Daniel. So I wanted to just reiterate on that,
Oh yeah, and what I was going back to was what Sam was talking about with that video from 1938, and it's more of that specific time frame. So if you go back to the 1930s, that's when more of the modern day propaganda and more of the modern day hushing of the old world really started. For at least our generations that we know now. Because if you look back into the early 1900s, 1905 to 1915, during those time periods, we had a lot of these things called world fairs. These massive, elaborate cities that we all know to this day that were drastically different with these massive stone buildings, beautiful architecture, electric lights, things of such, and the modern wonders of this world, even walkways that were basically horizontal, like escalator type walkways that went miles. All technology that is, well, not really present nowadays, but then miraculously, all around that time, all those cities burnt down because they were trying to hide the truth of, well, the reason why all government buildings, all churches, and a lot of these structures that are nowadays, they have placards on them that say founded, not constructed. The reason why they're founded is because they were found. We did not build them. There's a reason why so much of the Wild West videos all depict streets filled with mud. The reason why they were filled with mud is because, well, that's what they had to do. They had to soak the ground to excavate out what they found. A lot of these structures are thousands of years old. It was the world before what we know. And a lot of the people that were here,
it's like the Romans. You go back to the Roman history. The Romans always built on prefabricated foundations, flat spots on high hills, which generically everybody.
Yep.
In the Bronze Age, and then if you go back in history, there's this big chink in they talk about the Dark Ages and everything, but that was anywhere from 450 AD through all the way to about the 1000s, 900s. But anyway, and that's according to European history only, because it's not how the rest of the world actually worked. But anyway, unfortunately, we follow the English doctrine of disinformation as well. But if you go back in history, there's what they call the glitch in the Bronze Age. Yep. And the glitch in the Bronze Age, it stifles the Sumerians, it stifles the Egyptians, it stifles the Minoans and the people in Mesopotamia. It stifles people in China. It stifles other countries in Taiwan and and the Indonesian countries. And if you look at Indonesian temples, they're dating them at X and X BC and stuff, when in actuality they're probably 4,000 to 5,000 years older, and have just been continually added on. And some of the exterior work over time was added to, and you got to take into account. Okay, like let's talk about the cyclopic stones on the capital in Israel. Now the capital in the building blocks there at the base, and these are these stones that we could have never moved, and that was all built. The Temple of Solomon was all built on top of an pre-existing structure that was thousands of years older. Now we've got to take into account that there were multiple civilizations prior to us, and that this is part of the whole story about Nibiru and the passing planets, and they're not being the destroyer, but yet being the destroyer. It passes by, it changes our climate. We end up with lava and volcanoes and weather and shit destruction and mass populist migration, etc., including loss of life. And if you go back, it's also reoccurring time after time. It's cyclic. And if you go back through Chinese lore, you can go back 2 cycles, 3 cycles, loss of Doggerland, the changes of Wig, all the way going back to even the Ice Age and Neanderthal, and them having to be a larger, more stoic creature that can handle the cold because they've got bigger bodies, thicker blood vessels. They can keep their hands and feet warm. And then when the ice temperament changed, we were changed. Part of the manipulation of the herd, because remember, we don't own Earth. We are. We were placed here, migrant workers. We're part of the factory planet, and I hate to go there, but that is the reality, and that is reality. Fits, which is why we have you go all the way to the clipped 24th chromosomes in human, which is not possible within nature, which proves to you that we're petri dish lab created clones, and then I know the backstory beyond that.
We're not very well adapted to Earth. I mean, look at Daniel's glasses. That's a perfect example. I can't go outside, and I know we have 2 stars now. I know, but we're not very well adapted to this Earth. Our eyes hurt, our back hurts, everything. It says maybe we didn't originate on this planet. We don't. We have a lot of problems.
But you forget. You forget. We aren't supposed to live that long. We are short-lived.
That too. That too. We burn
self-replicating. We're going to have enough food for us to have all of our younger people break their backs too, and produce all of these commodities that they come by, and thy kingdom come. It's written into a part of our prayer, and we feed. This is why I always go to the Gods of Egypt movie. We feed commodities to the passing planet every 3,654 approximate years, and it's a reoccurring cycle. And people have to realize that man will go on, and it's a question of if you're smart enough to be part of that or not, or if you're going to be ignoring this information that we citizen scientists have gathered for you and documented and taken thousands of hours out of our lives every day to get you this information, because A, we're addicted to it, B, we love it, and C, it's important because we want to warn you. And this is why this is the real story. You're not going to find it anywhere else. And actually, I dare you, please. I want to learn. You find something I don't know, I'd love to hear it.
Right?
Definitely. So, well, anyways, guys, I'd love to hang around more, but I got to get going. Rebecca, I guess whenever you want to throw those photos up there, by all means, let Sam and everybody else pick them apart. They were pretty cool photos.
Cool.
So, but anyways, guys, it was a pleasure being on with you guys. I got to take off.
Always love the pop-ins, man.
Yeah, man.
Pop-ins.
All right, everybody, take care.
Have a good one.
Bye. Next time, Daniel, I'll have your slideshow ready. We'll do that then, okay?
Okay, cool. Yeah, or if you want to pop them up whenever, or if you want to throw them up on Nibiru Followers Anonymous, I don't care. Go right on ahead. You got my permission.
Sure. All right, sweet.
Cool. Take care, guys.
See you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
That's always so cool when I see him pop up. I mean, I'll never, ever forget the first time it happened, though. I mean, because nobody has the ability to get into that.
Yeah, what happened to Rooster? Where did Rooster go?
I guess he's still out there. I don't know. We just kind of cross paths, And then
I was just going to say Chicken Man, and then I said, no, he's Rooster, not Chicken Man.
We also had that one young girl that popped into off of TikTok. Remember? I don't know if I ever saw her again. She's a pretty young girl. Remember, she copied the URL too.
Yes.
okay.
I remember that now.
Yeah.
So that's happened a couple of times.
It has.
So,
And
surprise guest.
it's pretty nice, but it's pretty cool how this younger generation also just knows what to do. That's pretty cool.
They just
we'd like to
flick
also
out, man. Flick in, flick out, flick in, flick out.
Well, let's also reiterate that if you guys are out there and you are listening to us on a future, off YouTube, we're on TikTok, and want to get a hold of us, there are ways to do so. And if you'd like to, you don't have to be a knowledgeable guest. You don't have to actually even see the planets. But if you're interested and want to be on next week's Saturday show, do try to arrange it. Because we do like pop-in guests and
I can pop in guests. Come on, man.
Rebecca's still working on getting a phone call in on top of the middle of the show, and we haven't figured out. She hasn't figured out how to link that microphone in yet, but we can get Taylor on that.
It'd be great to get phone calls. To take phone calls.
I have heard somebody that's in the know in radio broadcasting told me if I had a headset that had the little mic, like an operator mic, that I could hold a cell phone up to that. He said that would work perfectly.
Okay, cool.
He said he does that, and it works perfectly. So I'm like, that'd be kind of cool, because then we could do live call-ins.
Maybe you can get them, or just put them on speakerphone, something,
I think there'd be an echo on speakers.
Oh, that's probably right. That's probably right.
Yeah. I don't know.
If anybody has any ideas, please submit your ideas somewhere. On Facebook group, Rebecca's email, because that would be really cool. I would love to be able to do it.
We need to keep progressing and changing things up. We don't want to get stagnant and be boring, same old everything. So, we're working on that.
No, I'm boring.
Oh, shoot. Boy, she's fast now. Mittens is down here. Hang on.
Yay.
Wait.
Mittens. Montana Mittens.
Samuel.
Montana Mittens. Hello, baby.
Look at her clothes. She looks so healthy.
She is.
She's wrestling her mommy there.
I think my favorite part, I don't know if she'll pose or not, but she has, like this white tummy, and the whites go down her arms. They go, like, she has these white lines that go all the way down both arms, both legs. I mean, if you laid her flat, it looks like a skeleton shape, but I'll try to get a picture one day. It's interesting, her markings.
Yeah.
But she's super healthy. She's super happy.
It's an omen.
Our official podcast mascot,
right?
Yep.
It is
an official mascot.
Nippins.
That's so cool. I did not know I was going to have another kitty cat. I did not know that. I wasn't planning on it. I even told myself I don't want to get attached to another kitten, and that's what comes along. So,
that's what happened.
That's what happens, right? So,
how is
Taylor
doing? Speaking of that, how's Taylor?
He's doing good, really. I mean,
we saw him last night on a cameo. On live. He was on live last night.
Oh, he was on your live.
Yeah, I turned around and said, "There's Taylor." He was on the phone with somebody, but no, he's doing good. He's had an interview a couple of days ago, and so he's looking for work. So going okay.
Well, that's great.
Really, yeah.
Tell him we all said hello.
I will. I keep telling him to come on the show.
Hop on the show and 5 minutes.
Regardless of where he stands and all this, so.
Show him your compilation video of you pointing out with your finger, doing the Jesus index finger move. Show him the planets. Honestly, they watch this, damn it, and then tell him.
He's like.
Then tell him, have him do a cameo, and what do you think? So what you showed him, that'd be a great show right there.
Well, to be honest, he supports what I do like 100%. He loves what I'm doing. He loves it. And he's like my critic and everything but he doesn't totally agree with what I'm talking about. Like he sees what I'm pointing at, but he doesn't understand what they are. And that's
how.
So he's in that place.
Yeah, I think we all have that one person in our personal surroundings.
Oh, yeah.
That's like that.
Yeah.
My brother, same thing. He could not disagree more, but he's supportive. My brother just says to me, this is what my brother's way of thinking is, and no disrespect or nothing.
Right.
Very intelligent guy, etc. But he tells me, so where's the pictures at? Where's the NASA pictures? I'm like, I admire. I tell him I admire how trusty you are of people. I don't know if I'd admire it, but I mean, I'll give you that. That
where are the pictures at?
Yeah,
like, really?
That's where he wants to see NASA pictures.
Oh, okay.
First of all, there is some NASA footage out there. Not
a little,
but I mean, if you're waiting around for government to, if you really are the person that thinks government is going to tell you these things, I'm sorry, then you're, I have nothing I can say to you. Like, I just can't, because there's that person. I think the difference between some of us that have made it here and those that don't is that some will not question the mainstream way of seeing things. And I think a lot of people are stuck there. The fact that the government doesn't tell you, the fact that TV doesn't tell you, it's not happening. And personally, I can't wrap my mind around that. I just can't. I use this example all the time. If Mittens, clearly a cat, right? Clearly a cat. If the government told me it was a dog, I would still say it's a cat because it's a freaking cat. But there's people out there that be like, okay, the government tells me it's a dog, it's a dog.
Right.
I'll show you the study. I don't get that way of thinking.
It looks like a cat, but it's a dog, right? No, I
don't get that way. I don't get that way of thinking. If it walks like a duck, it talks like a duck, it walks like a duck, it's a freaking duck. I don't care what the government says. I don't care. I just don't care. I am not bound by those ways, and I find it unfortunate that some people are. I think part of what Sam is doing here and what drives us all to be here is for people to make up their own mind. Don't even listen to what we don't even. We're not saying just listen to us. We're right and everybody else is wrong. We're just saying think for yourself. Give this a chance and look into it. That's what we're saying. Don't just take somebody else's word for what it is. Remember, science is not complete. It's always being questioned. Some of the some of the best scientists, people, their original ideas were crazy to people. First we thought the Earth was flat. Then came Galileo, and he said that we weren't, and they thought he was crazy.
Right.
And that's just the way it starts, guys. The only way to make any breakthroughs in science is to step away from that norm, step away from what has been told, and start questioning things. I love when Sam says that some of the best science comes out of people's garages. Some of the best places, Google got started, in a freaking garage somewhere. Some of the best science breakthroughs start from just normal.
Orville and Wilbur Wright.
Right. Yep.
So don't follow that instinct. Just follow it, and don't let anybody tell you any different. Don't let anybody stop that fire in you, that light. Don't let nobody dim your light, and just question and question your own things, and be aware of your surroundings. Get familiar with your skies. That is the best thing I can tell you. If you want to see this, get familiar with your skies. I have people still telling me that they don't know the difference between east and west.
What?
Start there, even if it's just starting there, guys. Just start small and then see where that takes you. It's just listen to that little voice in your head. Even if it's crazy, just listen to it, guys, because it'll take you to amazing.
How many light years away?
Right.
Audrey. Yeah, how many light years away? Oh, we went through that a decade ago, and and that's the thing. Everybody this information that Nibiru's on the way and is coming, and then all the wannabes out there that we've suffered for the last decade that were promoting their shit and their survival skills and trying to sell flashlights and you name it and pull in the religious dollars, et cetera. Then we call them money boys. And we went through dozens of them. And we went through, at least, 20 or so waves of, pardon the expression, newbies that hit following the information. And yeah, there are people that are so not prepared for even the knowledge that there are people that don't even know what binary means, meaning two, binary meaning two sons.
I saw somebody.
And there's people out there that don't know them.
I saw somebody in a comment section have to explain that to somebody else. I'm not sure who it was, but.
And 83.3% of all solar systems have two or more stars. We are not the exception. We just happen to be a teeny part of a other larger binary solar system that swings around every 3,654 years. And there are other life forms with higher level technology than us that live on those planets. And those are known as the Anunnaki. And the Sumerians talked about them, and the Egyptians talked about them, and the Mesopotamians talked about them. And they're carved all over the planet. And you take in the Nazca drawings in the desert and show you that there were aircraft above us for generations upon generations. And you look into the Mayans and the Incans and any other damn religion around the.
Well, look at the Sumerian tablets. How they depict
all of this.
They depict the planet count. Planets that were only discovered by telescope. In our modern day, it depicts all the planets. Well, and even one.
Yeah, or there are cultures in the Mayans and the Incans that have mathematics that we barely have today. There are astrological representations in the Egyptian and the Sumerian, and people always forget about the Hittites. The Hittites were very, very technologically advanced, and they're barely even in the history books. And there's all these other cultures, the Chinese included, etc. And we, of course, are not taking into the Philippine Islands and all of that, because that, as the planetary water level, ocean levels rose in a few cycles ago around the planet, other cultures have been lost and buried under the water level. And so most of our archaeology of the known civilizations is, probably under 10 feet or 30 feet of water. And of course, they don't do all of these archaeological studies offshore as well as they do onshore. So anyway, point is there's so much information that all fits that this does reoccur. And if we talked about this 100 times, if you go back to 1650 BCE, always got to put that estimate in there. Anyway, BCE, 1650, and you look at the records for climate. There's a climate change in 1650 BC, and it's also what they refer to as the great breakup or hiccup in the Bronze Age. And if you notice that same date, you see a whole bunch of civilizations that are recorded in history that start up just after that. And then you hear about the lost civilizations that end right before that. And so you got, and then when you go into the Copper Age and all of this other stuff, and you've got to take into account the real science, not the average science that I wrote a book 2 years ago is telling you, but the average science, middle of the road, real science. And you could see that this indiscriminate weird shit going on, and everybody talks about it, but nobody ever describes what the breakup in the Bronze Age was about. So anytime that you see that or you hear about that, check the date. And if you want to see what's going to happen this cycle, just look what happened in 1650 BCE in recorded history. And there's a whole bunch of things going on. And I suggest you look into it, because then you have the answer for what's coming. Because through the past, we can see the future.
We are a society with amnesia. I'm quoting Graham Hancock here. He calls it the dry-ass period. He puts it at 12,000 years ago. But I am convinced that what he is pointing out is the last cycle. I really wish he could put that together.
That'd be three cycles ago.
I wish he would take our information and put it together. I think it would really catapult this information. I really wish. But I do agree, regardless. I agree with what he says. We are a society with amnesia, and that is because every so often things do get reset, and we go back to basically the Stone Age, and we have to start over again, and et cetera, et cetera. It's the reason why we find building techniques that make no sense to us for that period, because people reach a level of technological advancement and then they're set back through the cycle, etc. And this happens over and over and over again.
Right.
Look how far we've come just in the last 200 years. Can you imagine in a society prior to us that was just 2,000, 3,000, years into their society, this is the reason why we're seeing a lot of things that don't make sense to us, but they keep telling us we were cave people with no knowledge of anything, up until, we got out of the caves. But no, we are not the first people that have made it this far technologically. We have societies that were more in tune with the world around them technologically. Their technology wasn't as destructive as ours. I think our technology is going to be the
variant thereof.
Yes, it's going to be the death of us if it isn't this cycle and things that may be coming. But our technology is not sustainable. It is not in harmony with the earth. It is not in harmony with the earth. The earth cycle.
We fully poisoned earth. When we started making plastic, when we started interjecting natural chemicals into gaseous forms, and we created synthetics prior to even Bakelite and stuff like that. Once in 1973, once we started making plastic all over the planet, we started creating a degrading material that threw off a subatomic, it's a breaking down chemical. And anytime you interject that into your environment, you have a degradation of atomic structure in the RNA or DNA, which is, I believe, greatly responsible for everything from some forms of cancer to literally, what do they call that with the skin order disease in some folks? I'm trying to think of the name of it. They call it Morgellons or whatever. And I believe that's inert plastics that we've consumed in our body, and it's trying to get out of us because the body rejects things. Yep. And it will, if it's inside you, it will try to get rid of it, or it'll store it away. And some of the chemicals that we're eating in these synthetics that we're eating in our foods is that we stow it away in our waistlines because it is trying to get these chemicals away from us, and so it encases it in fat, which is normal for everybody, especially once their metabolism slows down when they become elderly. And so because your metabolism changes and you start storing your foods differently and processing them differently as well. And I know
that's why your body becomes more and more intolerant as you get older.
Right. You get, and my allergies even got worse, and I never used to really. I was partially allergic to cats. I had some trouble with pollen. Now it's horrible. Now it's horrible, and it's really like, oh my God, you got to be kidding me! The cat walked past me. Oh, I'm gonna die.
Even the stuff that I eat now, I have to have a very strict diet because
Me
I
too,
cannot
Jesus.
tolerate things.
I was getting ready to say the same thing. Everything I used to eat, I can't have pepper for one thing. I can't have pepper on anything. I used to like douse pepper on everything, and now I'm like, I can't, or I'll have pain, it's not worth it. But I don't know.
I have to stick to very non-processed. And I think this is good for everybody, but
Absolutely.
as you get older, your body rejects it completely. I cannot eat. I used to eat fast food. I'm always on the road, so fast food has been something that over the last 3 years I cannot tolerate whatsoever. Right. That.
Andy is sending pictures, content stash to Rebecca.
Oh, okay.
Andy Cole in England.
Yeah. Also,
there's another one. There's 4. There's 4.
Okay. Also, we need to show Gillian.
Sorry, I apologize for interrupting.
No, that's okay.
Before Jillian goes
because it's getting late for her, and it's only 3 minutes or
something. Yeah, good idea.
Yeah. So hang on
good
a
idea.
second.
Thank you.
Yeah. Wait, I thought
no more yawning. Now you have to be awake.
I thought it. Hang on.
Yeah, my dogs have irritated. They've gone to sleep.
Yeah, quite the storm. I'm going to look out the window real quick while you're doing this. It's quite the rainstorm.
Close that out and start over. I thought it was all ready. Sorry. I have sent it over though, so it should be here ready to roll. Yeah, here it is. All right. I've had a fun show today.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like it's been interesting the whole time through. So.
I worked very late last night, and I totally forgot it was Friday. I worked till 8. I worked till 8 this morning, and then I was talking to somebody on Messenger, and I was like, "Holy shit! It's freaking gonna be 9 a.m. almost 10 a.m. I need to go to sleep. I forgot today was Saturday." And the show is Saturday, so that's why I told you there's no way I'm gonna get up at 2, Rebecca, because it's just I'm gonna so I just stayed asleep. But anyways, on with Jillian.
And I'm back.
Jillian show.
It is still raining. Still raining nicely outside. Thank God. It's that's one less step into fire season. Oh, thank you. Every drop.
Look at that.
Oh, look, the lead asteroid passing in front of the sun.
Lead object.
I like the background music.
Yeah, it's cute.
Yes.
Everybody now.
Do one of them Highland jigs. Oh, it's going to be the Highland Games. The 145th Highland Games.
Yay. Get out your kilt.
I like the background music then.
Wow.
Yes, awesome. Yeah.
That is the lead asteroid. And now look what's behind it, that big blue area.
Behind it. Wait.
Yeah, everything behind it, that's Saturn's yellow moon, very large.
Wait, stop. Okay, I mean,
see the blue versus the light blue?
So obvious. That picture's not
go to the bottom left-hand corner. That's the normal sky.
Look at that.
Yeah, all that dark blue. And look at the pattern.
Right, where
let me make an example here. Look, sometimes when the sun comes in through my blinds and I have them just to crack open, you'll see the light rays, the sun rays, just like you see here on the left corner, coming right underneath that curve of that dark circle behind just the side of the sun. I mean, you can see it so obvious. But you can see how light will just bend just around that curve and basically funnel in there. I think of it like light coming in through my night shades. Again, try to simplify it, guys, and you'll see these things on a much bigger scale. But try to simplify it. Try to take something this size, this enormous, and try to think of it in a smaller sense. What will the light do? How will it behave? And you will see that it happens on a much longer, bigger scale. But it happens basically.
See the half sun cut off.
Yep.
Half sun cut off prior to sunset. Half sun cut off prior to sunset.
That doesn't get more obvious.
That's after the moon.
Okay.
With the asteroid on the lower left coming around. Everybody add your, Spanish, your Scottish, I almost in Spanish.
Oh,
Your
look at
Scottish
that.
accent, which I'd probably trash.
Look at that.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
What is
boy.
that? What is that?
Kind of square. Kind of square, but it can't
It
beat the
is.
long box.
It can't.
Or
Why?
can it?
What is?
Or
Oh,
can it
no.
be? We don't know. Boy.
Yeah, that's
Invasion!
different.
Run for your bloody lives!
Yeah.
That is the red asteroid dead center.
Wow.
Spirals over in the middle left. And the upper right corner is the Saturn's yellow moon.
Well, it was busy this
And
morning.
ion tail and little cloudy patch. You got asteroids in upper left, the Saturn's yellow moon in the upper right. Actually, the entire right side. We can almost talk. We're only talking for almost 4 hours. I can't say it. She sells seashells by the seashore.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Silly.
Yeah, that looks very suspect.
It
Or as these guys say nowadays, which is already out of favor. Looks sus, man. Looks sus.
Stuff, man.
Is it the long box cube? Again,
Under
the
the
Saturn's
sun?
yellow moon.
Isn't that weird? If it is, Sam, under the sun, I've never seen it there before. Have you?
Right.
Well, look down at the, that would be Saru in the background. At, just above, cutting the sun off at the top. Oh, you mean this? Yeah, under the sun. That's why I said this looks very sus, because that's not where it's supposed to be.
Right.
It's supposed to be farther over to the right and up. And this is rather square, but it's also really long box cubey. I mean, we could
It's
just
really
call it a square
long,
club,
and it's
but
got
wow,
a wee
that
ball
looks like
on
the
the
long
end
box.
there with the tendrils.
Right. I was looking at that
Yeah, look
too.
at that one blip with, scream side orb. That's one of the 2 out of the 3 criteria. And holy cow, as the long box cube dropped in altitude, and they're doing whatever they're doing, which we have
Came to
seen
Scotland
before.
for some commodities.
I'll keep an eye out for that next. Yeah, well, yeah, or the ships to fly up to and offload or whatever, or a show of force, but it's in the general right area. But wow, look where the sun is, and if and we've seen it before. We've seen it happen, so I'll keep an eye out for it next week.
And you can see Ice Atom really well, or its moon,
Right.
one or the other. Something is going up, cutting up against the top right of the sun. I see it. It's darker.
Yeah,
I think.
there's a darkness over here, but it's all chunky looking. What is that?
So
It's all about the light.
it's
All
always
about the
there.
light.
I mean, I'm not. It's not like I'm surprised. It's like it's there. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah. All right. Well, that was.
Oh,
was
thank
that.
you, Audrey.
Yeah.
It's
The
great
stuff
stuff.
just hangs out, and I just go click, click.
Great stuff, Gillian. Great stuff.
Yep.
Oh, Joy, holographic faces, huh? I bet a lot of people see faces, Joyce, just based on what I know.
That
about
is
people
referred
out
to
there.
as pareidolia.
I have,
And
I
we
do-
try to avoid that generically, although there have been instances where we have scientifically discussed certain anomalies that we have witnessed over the years, and we will occasionally bring that up when we get good examples. Generically, but yeah, everybody grew up their whole life
looking for elephants and trucks and fire engines and stuff flying through the sky. And we grew up staring off the park grass, looking up and going, "Oh, I see this. Oh, I see
well,
that."
you didn't lie on a blanket and go, "Oh, look, I see."
Well, we're genetic.
in the sky.
Also, we are genetically that it's in our DNA, guys. That when we're born, we seek out.
It's the artistic brain.
We seek out. It's kind of like the way we like ducks and birds get imprinted into the first person that they see.
Yeah, we're programmed to see our mommy's face because our mommy's moon face hanging over us. Yep.
Okay.
Exactly. So it's ingrained in our DNA from day one. So it's not beyond us. Speaking of this, I have a question, Sam. How long was it before you realized that the school asteroid was not pareidolia?
The skull asteroid was not what?
Pareidolia.
Was not what?
Pareidolia.
Meaning that pareidolia. What is that?
School asteroid, and now you just seeing faces in the sky.
Oh, pareidolia. Okay, I thought you said pareidolium, and I'm
like, when did you make that connection? Because by the time I came to Montana Skywatchers, I believe the school asteroid was already a thing. I think. I believe. When
I saw it by IA, I had so many sightings that were sent in from around the world all at the same time. And then within like 3 or 4 days, I was out in my yard and I watched the skull asteroid round out into the light from behind Attu and Attu's moon. And at that time, Attu's moon was still small. But to see that damn skull come into the light and watching the vaporous mist of the warming, because we know that when the sun shines on things, it changes the ion bleed off of the object, which is the clouds in the skies, space clouds, basically. And when I watched that thing come into the light and watched the clouds burst out of the eye sockets and the nose, and then the last thing that came into the light, because it was tipped at an angle, was that jaw, and it was open, and I'm watching the cloud, and I mean, I'm seeing that, and I'm just like shaking in my boots, going, "Oh my God, it's real!"
That must have and that's got to be creepy, man. I find the school asteroid so creepy.
Yeah. But before I'd ever even seen it by eye myself, we'd gotten so many captures of it that it became topic of exploratory investigation. And then all of a sudden, boom, I saw it by eye. And then it took like 3 years before NASA even announced it. Wow. And like this guy earlier tonight on one of the comments, it'll be here in 80 years. Well, what they announced was it would come back, and it was in Earth's orbit, one of these asteroids in Earth's orbit. Whatever he said.
They say everything is light years.
Yeah, NASA said every 3.5 years. NASA said every 3.5 years, but and like it was in Earth orbit as a normal asteroid. But we know different. We know that the skull asteroid is attached directly to Attu and Uri because it sits in between Attu and Uri, and only when Attu moves away or around as Attu and Uri rotate, they're very close. They're always in proximity to each other. Yeah. When their orbit above you changes, you get a look in between them, and that happened. And at that time, I was staring due east while the sun was in the south, and it went over the top, and it was like 2015 or so. But once I saw that, I just went, "Oh my God!" And I saw it close, and it was very large. I saw it close enough to see that it was an asteroid, and it wasn't carved, it wasn't fake. I mean, this thing was huge, and it's an asteroid. And then years later, NASA released footage of it, and that's what it is. And we've had hundreds of sightings of, if not thousands, hundreds, multiple, not two.
That belongs to, Sam, or is it its own?
They don't tell you that detail. They just announce, "Hey, this is here," and oh wow, we saw it go by, and some of you guys maybe saw this, and so it's okay. It'll be back in 3.5 years, blah blah blah, and then they make light of it, they announce it, and then they get away with it.
by giving you a half truth.
Well, I'll be honest.
Because there were so many
I have
sightings.
not done my homework a whole lot on the school asteroid. I just find it, I don't know. I just find it a little creepy, I guess. But what asteroid group?
I wonder. Is it?
So we don't know.
Well, that boils down into that same crazy topic of back to the destroyer or
because that's
the legends.
That's kind of what my guess would be is, part of the wormwood salamander group, because there's so much folklore there. There's so much, as they say, mythology. I say that, with air quotes.
And citing really rather odd. You and I both personally, Jesus, have seen anomalies in that same area in the background for years now. And we've talked about this on other shows of something that we cannot explain. Speaking of pareidolia, there are occurrences that we don't even dare speculate on. And yet it is so spiritually crazy what we've seen that we don't have any way to actually scientifically discuss it. And there I have my across the dinner table conversation topics, but not something there's a lot to what's going on between Uri and Atu and all of those asteroids. And on top of it, we know that the cubes are hiding up in between shit. There's so much going on over our heads right now, and it's just absolutely diabolically amazing. And the funny thing is we're talking topics, and everybody goes, "What the hell are they talking about?" And because we are so many years into all of these sightings from around the world,
and we make reference to certain things, guys. But there's sometimes some things that we have absolutely no answers to. This is a very big topic, and there is room for mistakes, although they're very uncommon. But there is a lot of stuff out there that is beyond our understanding, so completely beyond.
Some of our info could be wrong. We could be wrong in small, minor areas, but generically, everything. I'm a stickler for that.
Highly accurate, but there's certain things that we don't talk too much on because we have no way of proving, or we don't, or isn't proven.
Yeah, that's true.
So. Yeah, and when we come around those things, which is the skull asteroid as well as the salamander asteroid group, I think those are the two topics where we know so much, but there's so much more that we don't know too. So,
we don't know how many of those may or may not be moons. Yeah, some of those might be moons, and we're judging them as asteroids. But we know that this is a regularly patterned thing that we have documented get bigger and bigger and bigger and run in yearly cycles. And so we have documented all of that information. And there's a bunch of shit, pardon the expression, that we do leave out, that we don't talk about, that, when in PM that we do talk about between Jesus and myself, or me and Rebecca, or me and Gillian, or whatever. But there's a lot of stuff we don't talk about. So keep that in mind, folks, too, that we see a lot of what's really happening. And I'm like, again, for the 8,000th time, as I almost bite my tongue saying it, we've seen all of this shit for 14 years, and we are very accurate, and the drawings and our experts and all of us have gone through this information, and we are here to share this with you guys. And if you don't share it with everybody I don't know what to tell you, but somehow people have to share this information. And also, by the way, while we're here again on that topic, Rebecca needs occasional donations because she has paper stuff to keep getting you these shows every week. And she has a series of ways that you can help her Nibiru Followers Anonymous channel out. And it's important that you do even a couple of dollars, or, there's ways you can donate here as well. But if you can find that logo, there you go.
Buy her a cup of coffee, guys.
$5.
If you're not, I
bought $8 cups of coffee before, so
I spent $5 the other day, and I swear I still haven't gotten over it. I just can't.
It's rough, isn't it?
You know what? Here's the thing. I love my Maverick gas station coffee. It's such good coffee that it's $1.50. Yesterday I went to the car wash, spent $5, and I was like, I'm not gonna do that again. So instead of doing that, guys, send $5 to Rebecca, and at least you won't have any regrets there. You know.
Well, thanks. Let me get the donation information pulled back up just in case, because yes, I definitely need assistance now, more than I used to. So used to I didn't, feel pressured to have to ask for money, and now I do feel pressured, and I don't like
they
it.
Should. Yes, they should. They should feel pressured because you're providing information for them for free, and they can buy you a cup of coffee.
I know.
Yes.
I know. I tell myself that I should not feel bad. I should, because I am providing a service.
We all
I'm telling you something you don't know.
But I understand, Rebecca. Like it takes a lot. Sometimes you're someone you get independent, and sometimes I had recently some of my medications quadrupled in price, and I had to go out of my way and ask for apply for certain helps, and hopefully they go through. I believe they will, but every so often we need a hand, and that's
you'll get it.
But it is hard to ask for that hand sometimes. It's
and I'm the first person
I
that I
hope
don't
you get
mind
the help, Shane.
at all. I'm like super helpful to others. I don't hesitate for a second, and so I know there's people out there like me, that are that way, and etc. So yeah, because my financial situation has changed drastically. So in order to keep everything, all of the subscriptions, more than half, more like.
I was talking.
Sorry, I was
talking to you.
Yeah, I'm just saying
it's you, Rebecca, last night or this morning about it too. How
terrible.
I'm working my butt off to try and get more involved financially in doing this, but I have to take care of some things before I can do that. But I want this to. Well, we had planned a few months back with a certain person that was, going to help us. Didn't work out. I think it's something that the vision was great, and I think it's something that I really want to be a part of. And we're gonna have to make it happen ourselves, Right. And if we can get any help along the way, that'd be great. But I want to involve myself 100% in this. So I'm taking.
What did they say? That no one's coming to save us, so we have to save ourselves.
Right.
There's saviors inside yourself.
Pretty extreme steps.
Subscribe. Hit the like button. Watch these. Share it with people so we can get more views.
That's right. That's right. We all could put our little.
Got up to views. Get up to membership.
If it's numbers talk, the more people help, the easier it is, and the less it'll be, the less burden it'll be on any one person.
Guys, I need to go to bed. Okay.
Good night, Gillian.
Gillian, good seeing you again.
Good night, Gillian.
Good night.
Night, everybody.
All right.
Always good to see you. I'm glad you're feeling better, Jesus.
Yeah, thank you.
You told me as well by text. I was worried. I didn't know how to help.
I kind of had a 180. This, yesterday, that day that I talked to you, I crashed and just slept all day, and then I kind of bounced back, and I had my mind.
You were feeling well.
Instead of feeling hopeless, what I did was I came up with ideas of how I can solve the problem instead of just feeling lost. And because it happens to us where we just feel so overwhelmed by the
Initially,
problem.
we just crash and feel overwhelmed, like you say. Sometimes you have a wee sleep and you feel you get a wee plan going, and you feel better.
Like, I can do this and I can do that, and I could at least get something done, or at least attempt to do something. So that's kind of what I did.
Just one wee step and then another wee step.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But it's always nice to have somebody to talk to, Gillian, and you were that person.
I know.
Right? So
that's why it's good to have each other. You just have to be able to
absolutely.
speak our words and vent, man.
Mm-hmm. Yes, exactly. So, you have a good night, Jillian.
Night, guys.
Night.
See you again.
Night,
See you next
Gillian.
week.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
don't tell too many secrets while I'm away.
No. You can spy on us.
I'll try for
Bye.
about 2 seconds, but my eyeballs are closing already.
I can tell they're sleepy. You want me to help you?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Night
all
to
right.
night.
Bye.
On that note, I want to say good night to Audrey as well. She said she has to.
Yes.
She has to be at a grandma's birthday party tomorrow. So happy birthday to grandma, and we'll
That's
see
so
you.
cool.
We'll see you next Saturday, Audrey, as well.
Right. I was thinking, I was like, I wish I had a grandma. I don't, I mean, both my grandmothers died when I was like 5.
Me too.
I was really young.
I didn't have any grandparents. I had my grandma for like 3 years, and then she passed away, and then I have known. So,
yes.
Yeah, I think about that whole grandma.
Are you the baby of the family? Because I'm the baby. I'm the youngest.
I'm the middle child of 3.
You're middle.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was just thinking today, like all my family was older. My parents were older when they had me, so my family's really little because everybody just passed away, basically. Yeah. And both my parents were basically only children, so there's no aunts and uncles, there's no cousins.
My grandparents passed away in the 70s, man.
Hey, well, you have boys. You said you have all boys that can carry on.
I know. I'm believing it's going to happen. Hasn't happened yet, but yeah, it has to. Out of 3 boys.
Oh God, don't you?
Right.
Well, one of them is married, right?
Yeah.
I think maybe I saw something.
Yeah, yes, he is my oldest. Yeah. He's been married like.
Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it.
Right. So.
Yeah, I was married 18 years, and that's the one thing my mom didn't get to see her grandkids, and it happens. Like I get asked all the time. I was married 18 years. When do you have kids? I'm like, well, sometimes it's something that happens that way. I don't question it now because things kind of went different ways, so it kind of worked out better. Worked out for the best.
Be thankful you're not laying out child support and living in your van.
That's right. Because being a parent in this day and age, my respect to you, Sam. I tip my hat to you, Rebecca, for raising 3 boys. It is not easy. It's I was very involved with my nieces and nephews, and my ex-wife nieces and nephews, which are also my nieces and nephews. I was very involved in raising them, but it's not the same. It's not the same. At the end of the day, I could always give them back.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
When all the hard stuff comes, I can just give them back. So it's not the same. So I tip my hat to both of you.
Oh, diaper here.
You are a single father of 2 beautiful girls that I practically saw grow up here on Montana Skywatchers, and sometimes I run into the memories and I see how little they were at one point, and now they're teenagers, and that's awesome.
That's fast.
Yeah. Nova turns 18 this next year.
Jeez.
In February, and wow. And she was, when we started doing this, she was literally 4 years old, running around while her sister was in diapers on the floor in front of me here most of the time while I was typing, and talking to people and trying to, hey, by the way, all you have to do is look south, and there's that big huge ass planet called Nibiru, and I'm talking to 80 people, and then being trolled by 20, and all those years ago.
It goes by too fast. Today's my youngest son's birthday. He turned 29.
Happy birthday to you.
My youngest son turned 20. And I'm like, how can my youngest be almost 30? And my oldest is like 36.
I think we went to sleep and somebody switched planets on us.
I can't believe it.
It feels like that sometimes, right?
Something's not right here, man. I think our timeline is speeding up or something. I don't know.
I do too, because these shows are like one after another. I'm like, it's already been a whole week. I'm like, it's
as I said last night, I went to work.
Like 74.
and it's like, holy crap,
Yes.
today's Saturday. I'm like, holy shit, I am so not prepared for this. No, but I'm usually not prepared at all.
I wasn't
I hate
either.
to say it. I kind of trust that Rebecca to the up
Yeah,
until now.
I stay up late
She
and
prepares
I
for it.
cram it in the last night usually.
So again, Rebecca, thank you very much for all you do.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well,
Because
of course.
I certainly
I love
would not have the time to do so.
Yeah,
But
I know.
hopefully, come December, after December, I'll be a little bit more, a little bit more time. I'll have a little bit more time on my hand. I'll be a little
Right.
bit more relaxed.
Right.
Right now, I'm working like 50 hours just to kind of get ahead of
Sakes.
Wow.
some bad choices. Well, not bad choices, but you know, things that just didn't work out. You know.
Yeah.
Right.
I
Well,
want to blame the C word. You know, the issues we had in 2020 with that whole
mhm.
period. You know that I want to blame that. That's basically the root of the problem. When I was in Vegas, I was still new. It was in 2021, so I was still. It just ruined a lot of things. You know, my brother almost died of it, so it was just. It was that was where it stemmed from, that all the disaster that I'm dealing with now. But I am already knocking that out. I've got 2 credit cards already, 3 credit cards already paid off. I got 2 more. By December, I'll be done with that. At this rate, by December, I'll be done, and then I'm gonna grab those credit cards. I'm gonna cut them up, and never again. I might keep one with like a low limit just for emergencies. But yeah, I'm done. And I advise anybody, if you have any ideas about credit cards, get them out of your head. If you can't afford it, you don't need it.
You don't. It's not worth
The
it.
last 4 years for me have been so stressful, guys, because of this credit card debt. It's been just basically paying.
You're signing yourself into a prison you can't get out of.
Exactly. So for 3 years, it's been just paying basically, you know, mostly interest. So what I have to do now is work twice as hard. That way I can pay more towards the, you know, the principal and get out of it and get on with my
We
life.
had the highest credit card debt we've ever had, over $1 trillion in credit card debt or something like that.
I think they really should
11.
put that in Congress.
11.
There should be some relief because people are drowning right now in credit card debt. They are just absolutely drowning in credit card. I don't think anybody's really. We need some relief. I you know, I'm almost out of it, but I think there's a lot of people out there that are probably that are way.
Well, if people focus on the swing of the economy and actually bailed themselves out with credit cards, that was not a smart move because the interest rates did go up, and now they're about to go back down again because we have cycled through. Although it's still recessionary, it's not deflationary, and you got to watch that. That takes a series of anywhere from 3 to 6 months to actually determine the economy in that manner. However, we are leveling off, and money is really tight, and everybody's broke.
It went down 1%.
It went down 1%.
That's the biggest thing I've seen in a while. So that's a good sign, I guess. You know, and I agree. Screaming thin man, cash only,
and they may lose the interest
we
rate.
have to look at this plastic age, guys. What it makes you do is you disassociate yourself from the value of a dollar, and before you know it, you get yourself into a deep hole. Because I think that's kind of what happened is because it's really easy to just swipe.
Right.
You know, you don't really keep track of how much you're spending, and before you know it, you're in over your head, completely over your head. So I think cash is just one of those things that keeps you aware of what you're spending and how you're spending it and what you need and what you don't need. When I'm at work, I take
what I do.
What I've been doing is I take a certain amount of cash for my expenses because I have gas expenses and I have even sometimes food expenses because I'm too far from home to go eat. What I do now is I take some lunch, you know, but sometimes I'll work 10, 11 hours. So I'll have to eat something, you know.
Right.
I'll make sure I take my own lunch. I think my guilty pleasure is my coffee. But again, I do gas station coffee, which is fine with me. It's as long as it's freshly ground, I'm good.
Do you?
But yes, try to be more conscious, guys, of your spending, and stop using plastic because it disconnects you from the value of your dollar and what you need.
Well, what I use is a debit card, and I take a receipt for every purchase. That way, if I'm robbed, I don't have a bunch of cash. I keep a small amount of cash in my wallet, but I use a debit card for everything I buy, and I get a receipt for everything. And then I every day or every 2 days take all of those receipts and I run them out on a log, and I keep manila envelopes and I write bars down that and keep track of my account on that log. And every receipt for every dime I spend goes into that envelope. And that way, if I ever get audited, I've got every penny I've ever spent.
Right.
And I'm not, I rarely even see cash anymore. So.
Yeah, but as long as you're not acquiring
debit card works, but
on every dollar that you spend is a point here. Debit card is the closest thing to cash that you can use these days, and you only spend what you have. So it won't get you in over your head. I do feel that if you're going to a store, take cash, because what I do is I never go hungry when you're going food shopping.
No way,
it'll be a disaster. I promise you, it'll be a disaster. You'll end up with a lot of crap you don't really need.
Right.
But yeah, we're in difficult times now, guys, and I know this is completely off topic, but not so much.
Very true.
Because we need to be financially literate. Because personally, I never have been. I've always worked so much. My spending was always being tracked by my ex-wife, which I gotta hand it to her. She did really good at that. Then I divorced and I had to do it all by myself, and I got myself into a lot of trouble because of my financial illiteracy. So just try to educate yourself on these things, because we're in difficult times, guys, and our economy may not bounce back as quickly as we want it to. So yeah, let's be a little bit more conscious of our spending, because
last week we had a stock market scare that started in Japan.
Yeah, exactly. So
we lost well over 1,000 points, I think, last week. I can't remember exactly if it was Friday or not, but last week. But there was a sell-off in Japan that created a world market dump, and everybody. It's like a few governments actually lost like 12% or 13% of their, of their market
Jeff
that
Bezos
day.
Jeff Bezos lost like I don't know how many $1 billion.
He lost like
a couple $100 billion or something like that.
Yeah, 3% off our
it was like $2.9 trillion.
It was a big, it was a scare.
Yeah,
it was a jump scare, and somebody, I don't know what they sold. I didn't get that background information, but I did hear that it started in Japan, on the Japan market. So, and you can look into that.
It's a very important thing. That's why I'm bringing it up, guys. Is that along with what's happening in our sky, and what's happening to our crops, and what's happening to every aspect of life. It's putting a really
flooding, earthquake.
Exactly.
We barely even discussed the 7.1 Japan had.
Yes, financially, it's squeezing everybody. So we have to make better choices. Because I feel we are a consumer society, and we need to grow out of that. We have to grow out of that. If you don't need it, we have to know the difference between want and need, guys. And I think we've been spoiled for so long, and it's hitting us now very hard. That look at McDonald's now. McDonald's is in free fall right now. They have never. McDonald's is a perfect example. They said to follow McDonald's. McDonald's will tell you exactly how the economy is around the world, and they have never seen what's happening right now. They're freaking out. So it's a good time, guys, to educate ourselves on be well-rounded on all these things, because all these things are going to affect us. You know, it's going to be a domino effect. There's going to be a sector of society that is not going to be affected by what's happening. You know, so yeah, that's I think that's a good topic of conversation. So yes, let's take care of ourselves financially, guys, because things will get a little worse before they get better. So yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Rebecca, I'm really.
Yeah, you had all the weather. You know,
I really want to see that video before I forget again.
Your video.
Okay, so
the
last one that I sent you, the last one, I sent you a picture and then a short clip. I've been meaning to show that for months.
Okay.
I keep forgetting, and then it popped up today in my memories, and I was like, hey, this would be great to show, because I think it'd be really cool for people to see this.
They're okay. Well, they're all in one clip.
They're all in one clip?
Yeah.
Okay, so, again, this was a few days ago.
This was
yes, Sabrina, money sucks. It is a huge money. Hopefully, we grow out of the money system. Again, these lines of light, you know, most people would say it's just clouds, but the next day we had the exact same occurrence, you know, the exact same occurrence with the same stripes. And there you go. This was a little bit later on in the day, the following day, you know. So again, guys, you can see the patterns here daily from one day to the next. You can see this is 2018. This was a very cool passing.
Wow.
You can see that curve.
Yes.
My camera skills were a little poor.
Yeah, mine does that too. Except mine usually stays.
Atu's moon in the upper left corner with Atu behind it and Uri. In 2018, that was that white illuminated area at the bottom horizon is the bottom of Uri.
Really?
Wow.
I would not have guessed that.
Cool.
Yeah, you got Atu's moon and Uri all in the same capture. Back when they were smaller.
When was this, Jesus?
This was in 2018. This
boy. I was going to say, I haven't seen this look like this before.
This is a crazy close pass, guys.
Yes.
Again, it came up in my
memory. Is right there. That's the Titan asteroid and Salamander asteroid group under Uri right there.
Really? Okay, this is the one right here. This is the one right here. Now, focus on the part right there. Right there. Look right there where I'm zooming in. Okay.
The skull.
Okay. Keep playing this.
Look out. Look at that one.
Okay. Are you seeing? Okay. Now I want to see the picture. There's a picture I think after this.
Oh. There was two pictures back here. Well.
No, there was a picture of that one right there, which was a little edited. That way I could get a little bit more detail on that.
Not this one either, I guess.
No.
Those were the two that I remember getting. If I missed one, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay, so pause it again on that on where I zoom in.
Wait. I was one of the. I saw something.
Yeah, that's that. Yeah, right there. That is most likely. It's most likely the Tan asteroid and the Salamander asteroid group. And see the big white stripe going across the bottom of Uri.
Yeah. Wow.
That yellow stripe thing right there. What is that, Sam?
That's a Uri stripe. That's an illuminated Uri stripe.
Is that
Uri is the gas giant, and it has these stripes across of it, and some illuminate and some do not. And if you look going up the picture, there are multiple different stripes going up the face to the right.
You're right. Oh wow!
That's the side of Uri.
Wow!
And you've got an illuminated picture, or likely an asteroid. That looks like the Tan asteroid to me, but it could also be the site of Attu's moon. However, it's not as microbubbly as it should be, so I am therefore led more over to believe it's the Tan asteroid and the Salamander asteroid group on the side of Uri back in 2018. Because at this time, Attu should be overhead as well.
Right there. Please pause that right there.
Stop
right,
it.
Right there.
Yep, hang on. Sorry. Yeah.
What do you guys,
where that is?
That whole area. What do you guys suppose that is?
That?
The whole area, and this came from you, Sam, because you commented on this back then. But I posted a picture and this, and initially I was like, yeah, I think he might have this wrong because I was really new. And then the more I kept seeing this, I was like, holy shit, he's right. That right there, guys, is landmass. That's
way.
That's landmass. Yeah. Sam? Am I losing you?
Wow.
Yeah.
I've seen this before too. That texture exactly. I totally think so too. You're gonna make me want to go back and look at my old videos.
If you can, you should put up that picture because the pictures always have a little clearer.
See the dark blue compared to light blue?
And yeah, there you go, right there. Wow,
right there.
But you commented that day. Say hello. You said say hello to the people up there. And I was like, no way.
Just wave at the planets. They're that close.
I was like, no way. He's all landmass. That's actually
when all the way back in 2011 and 12, when the second star came up in the horizon, and everybody was running around wondering why their compass was going kooky, and we were cataloging it daily why it was reading one way, one direction one day, and another direction the other day, and the day after that something else was weird. And then after 2011, the sun started rising in the northeast sky, not due east, but northeast sky. Put that in your head. And that doesn't happen. But when the second star came above horizon or within proximity of Earth, all of the planets tipped. All the normal, Saturn's axis tipped, Jupiter's axis tipped. Everybody tipped. All of the planets. And that's because it's a second big magnet, and we live in a magnetic, electric solar system, not gravitational, willy-nilly, whatever Einstein says. Although some of his material was accurate, a good portion of it was not. And that's why they're not working out some of their equations they keep seeking, because they're piggybacking Einstein still, and they shouldn't be. Anyway, they need to open up to new science. But that aside, point with it is these changes have happened. The planets got here. They arrived. They were huge, totally visible, and you could see land masses all the way back in the early days of Nibiru and Saru for a brief period of time, and we had some close passes. We've got a couple of snaps. We've lost a lot of material from the early years from lots of computers, and I'll reiterate, I'm on my 15th computer in 14 years. And I've bought some good ones and some bad ones. And I've been fried and hacked and whatever over the years. Lost a couple of years. 1 year I didn't. Next year I lose 3, whatever. Anyway. We've lost a lot of information, but we have gotten to this stage because of the non-end, every day working year after year after year to culminate this information. And it's not randomly gathered. We didn't fabricate this information. We didn't make it up. We learned it as we went. And all of these folks are here because they took the time to learn it as well. And
there's a lot
go ahead.
There's so much stuff that had it not been for you, Sam, I would have completely overlooked. There's stuff so after that video that we just saw that you said it was landmass, up until that moment, that really messed with my head when you said that. It messed with my head because I was still new to this, and I was like, how can something like that be happening, right? How can something so close be, how can we be seeing landmasses right over us? Right. How does that not mess with you? But shortly after, maybe a month after this, because I would say maybe a few months, because that was like midsummer. It was really hot. Hi, William. Nice to see you here. But a few months later, we had very close passes of Attu's moon, and I got to see so close that I could see the craters right above me, like literally right above me. And had I not had Sam, had you not pointed out that there was land masses that day, I would not have put it together what I was looking at that day. And I was like, holy shit, I'm seeing the freaking craters.
Yeah, exactly. Holy shit. Yeah.
You know, and had it not been because you explained that to me and you put it in my head that that's actually possible, because I think that's where we really lose a lot of people, is that people's lack of people's disbelief. That's the biggest part of all this, is that how can you believe something so batshit crazy? You know, had you told me, you know, on day one that I could see land masses, you know, with the naked eye just above me, I would have immediately left. I would have stopped listening right there. Thankfully, I'm not that. There we go. Much easier to see. Look at the patterns, guys. Look at the rough features here. Look at how it's beyond the clouds.
Wow.
This was right above.
Look at the secondary clouds, not the first
Yes.
white layer, but look at the secondary. Look at the dark areas first.
Yes, there we go.
There you go.
And you're seeing what looks like probably where there's been a little bit of water over here, because it has those little.
In 2017,
the date was wrong, Sam. This was a new camera, and I didn't adjust the date, but I know for a fact this was 2018. I think the date 8/9.
Okay, 2018.
The entire date is wrong. It is wrong, because this was a very hot summer day.
Oh, so what do you? I'll leave it. What do you think you see here?
I
know what I see.
I'm seeing landmass as far as or water, because you have these little groovy things here towards the end.
Well, this is Attu's moon and Attu in front of Uri.
Okay.
And lead asteroid is just right by the 8. Just a little bit of the upper left of the 8.
Wow.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, this is an early. Attu's moon is small in the middle left, with a little sort of stripes. Attu is purple as all get out in the upper, from the top corner right all the way down to the eave of the house on the left. That's where Attu is. Uri is the striped white clouds in front of it below. And then lead asteroid is dead center in front of Uri.
This is where I get so confused. So you commented
I'll
that
even blow it up even bigger.
You commented that this was landmass.
Yeah, Attu's moon in front of Attu in front of Uri.
But are we seeing actual
2018
planet features, Sam? Are we seeing actual surface? Is that what we're seeing? Actual surface of the planet, or what is it that we're seeing?
Well, I've got it blown up now in front of me. You can see some of the craters of Attu's moon here. There are a few craters visible, but Attu is a gas giant and has stripes as well, and that could be some of what you're seeing in the upper right straight lines area.
Yeah, that's kind of where.
But in 2018. Yeah, the purple color is from Attu proper, and the white stripes that are going down at the angle towards the date is the angled tipped axis of Uri, with lead asteroid in front of it back in 2018, and they're directly above the sun on the transition of where they used to be on the right-hand side, and they were transitioning over to the left-hand side from 2019 all the way up until 2022, where they've been on the left-hand side since. And this is part of the first original transition where Attu and Attu's moon went over the top of us, beyond us.
So
was as of 2018
I've been
and
arguing
19.
with my eyes for years with this one, Sam. And because that day you commented that,
Attu's moon was way smaller.
okay.
Hey.
But
Attu's moon was way smaller back then.
also 2018, remember, we had very close passes of Attu's moon. Like very, very close passes.
I was going to show you all
But the approach was where we had onset original captures where they, in the early stages of their daily path, they would be distant and come in at us and then go right over the top of it.
I see, because a few weeks after this was when I had that very, well, I'm not going to say a few months, because this was
In
towards
New
the end of
Mexico.
summer, right? Okay, so this was
I love that one video in New Mexico.
But as soon as it starts getting cold, Attu's movement came in very, very close. Very close. And I could see, again, that night.
At the end of the 180-day cycle.
It was pre-dawn. My camera didn't pick it up very well, but my eyes picked it up perfectly well. I was seeing the shadowed craters of Attu's moon, which in retrospect, you could kind of see them in here too on a much smaller scale. So this is some surface. This is some surface of a moon and its craters, but the rougher area to the left, right above the corner of the house, the tip of the house. That's
Would
where
you like me
see...
to send you a really nice one, Rebecca, of Attu's moon? That
and I have 2 videos to show you all that pop. I mean, I just remember them so well, but one of them was even titled like something about Attu's moon, surface of Attu's moon, and it's from 2017 and one from 2018.
What I'm thinking, because I've been meaning to ask you for this very cool. It was an overview shot of Attu's moon. You can literally see the surface of it.
Okay, here's 2017.
I hope this is the one, because I've
got a couple I'm sending.
Okay.
Okay, so just before we get off of this one, so there is surface here. I don't have that wrong, right, Sam? There's some surface and some craters on this. Okay, all right. Okay, so I didn't have it completely wrong.
Right.
All right.
I'm sending copies. I'm sending
really
Rebecca a handful of copies of very close up Attu.
It is that rough,
Attu's moon.
those rough edges, it just looks like terrain to me, like almost a really rocky terrain. They're to the right, as you were saying, right above the date. But okay, all right, let's see that video if you got it.
I won't send you a lot, but I'll send you several.
I'll play one of them.
You should send it to me too, Sam, because again, I've been fighting with my eyes with this picture for so long, and it's nice to kind of get it out of the way, because it's been bugging the hell out of me, and I just kind of want to, clarify.
I have to find you first. When was the last time you were on PM?
It's been a while.
Send me a PM, Jesus, so I can grab your link off of Facebook. You can find me faster than I can find you.
Okay.
Let's see, maybe it's this one.
You're not current on my PM feed as far as I'm scrolling.
Right there.
Where are you?
Let's see, it's
okay.
You see
I'll come back to it.
It's plain as day. You can see this purple-ish shape color, not shape, but purplish color versus blue.
In the upper left corner.
Yeah, let me back it up.
2017 May. That is the side of Attu.
Attu, okay. I knew it was something very weird, because you can tell it's something different. Oh my God.
Yeah, Attu is purple. Remember all the years that we spent watching the crazy purple skies? And everybody just sort of ignored it.
Somebody was saying earlier that they missed the early days of Attu's purple coming in, and it
was awesome.
I love those.
Awesome.
Days. And again, you can't say
I miss a lot of people.
And then
you can't see it's an anomaly.
See that red right here, rosation?
Go
I haven't
ahead.
watched
Yeah.
this in forever. I
That
don't know,
red
but
rosation was is that
Oh my
the
God.
that.
This
down
one.
There
at
it
that
is.
time
Looking for this
2017?
video, look at that.
That's
guy.
it.
was lower right,
It's the same
You
thing.
see,
And
that's
purple.
okay. See, that looks like what I was seeing in that picture. To the right, how you see how rough that is.
and that's 2018 also.
that is
Jesus.
unbelievable. I love this video. I've been meaning to ask you. I guess
So I think
subconsciously you must have got my
Okay,
because I was thinking of this exact video just last night.
that's awesome.
Look at that.
That's
That is
awesome.
freaking surface right above us,
yeah,
guys.
I sent her.
The craters you can.
Yeah, I
see
sent her
like-
3 pictures. And
Oh, I
if you want
love
to see
this
a close
video.
up of the moon,
I love this video. Wow, that is so cool. Guys, there's freaking planets and moons above us close enough that you can see the freaking craters. Oh my God, that makes me tear up just thinking about it. Look at that, guys. Those kind of things is what I live for. That is what I live for right there, guys. Oh my God, that is so cool. That is unbelievable that this is happening and nobody's seeing it, guys. I was telling somebody last night, I want to just share this with everybody because it is that freaking cool and that crazy that I just want everybody to see it too. But in
Yeah, that
retrospect,
purple.
how do you yeah, there's that purple. How do you tell this to somebody without them looking at you like you're nuts? But I mean, look at it. It's happening. It's real.
Yeah, well,
it's
you know,
happening, guys. It's real.
I've been doing this for so long.
Jesus Christ.
I've been telling people this for so long now. I maybe I'm dulled to it.
Can you send
Yeah,
me this?
I don't know.
I sure can. Yeah.
Please,
I will.
I will be. I'm going to be stuck on this for the next week, just watching it over and over. I think that is just the coolest video. I've had this video in my mind for the past week. And I didn't know how to ask you for it. I was like, how can I tell her which video? There's so many.
I know. I haven't watched this one in so long. It's a long time ago, but I remember it really well.
Well, whose is this? Is this
And
yours?
that's
Or?
when Nibiru
mine, and
and
that's
it's
my
up, and we're
picture,
way in the
too.
back, but on the right hand
Yeah,
side.
I remember this.
Look
picture.
at that. Isn't that weird? But
That
that's
is-
mine. I took
that's
it down the
crazy.
road.
That is crazy.
There's something there. It's not sky. It's,
That was
Did you receive my my message?
close past that to the moon.
I just sent you that picture.
No, I will. I'll look for it right now. Okay.
Yeah. I've been. Oh,
Let me
this,
research the
that
page.
picture right there. Can you back up just a little bit, Rebecca?
yeah.
That the one right before this one right here. Oh my God,
Yeah.
that right there is the absolutely craziest picture. If you actually know how to look at this picture, because if you're not trained, you don't have your eye trained, you could probably just overlook this as just clouds. But you can literally see the moon and then the base cloud, the cloud just layering up at the bottom. It is. This is a phenomenal picture. Whoever took this picture, bam,
Yeah,
home
that's
run.
here
Great
by
picture.
me. Somebody.
That is a cool. I love this picture. That is a cool picture. Jesus Christ, that is so cool. Yeah, Sabrina, I've come to the conclusion. I got your pictures, thank you. I've come to the conclusion, and over the years, I realized that it's okay to be misunderstood. It's okay. Like that. Like there was a point in my life where I really wanted.
Wow.
Cool. Where it was really important for me to get people to understand and see things the way I did. I don't anymore. It's a bummer. I wish people would see what I'm seeing. But it's okay that you're gonna be.
I sent some to you.
It comes with this.
Okay.
I just received them, Sam. Thank you. It's okay to be misunderstood. There's nothing wrong with that. You know?
Look at that. Is this where's the sun in this, Christoper?
Right here.
Okay, see all these pictures you're sending me, Sam, really paint the picture of what I'm seeing in that picture.
This is live?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to
Holy cow!
interrupt.
Look
I
at
just
that.
Figured I'd come out here.
Christopher, would you think that that's
Would you say that's the long box cube right there?
I think it might be over here. Oh.
No, go back to the other. Well,
Okay.
Go back to that other square. Go up a little bit. Up. To the up and to the right. They're right there. Go to the right just a little bit, or toward the right. Doesn't that look a little square and suspicious?
Yeah. I saw a square earlier. Go right under the sun. Yeah.
Well, remember, Gillian showed us a picture. Gillian, where the long box cube was out of place, and this kind of matches that.
Wow. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Wow, look at that.
Yeah, and look, there's even a side orb. Look, the white dot right next to it. That's check number 2. That's the side orb.
Great work, Wendy.
Holy crap!
You planted the seed, Wendy. That's what it's about, And then now they could, whether that seed germinates or doesn't, that's up to them. But planting those seeds, that's what we're here for. The rest.
Okay, the light's coming from the far left.
The rest has to be on you. This is a great action.
Probably
You got
that
going on
yellow
there,
moon
Chris.
in his stat.
Great,
on the right of
great.
the sun.
Wow. Jeez. Now that they're so close, I think people like Christoper that are way down on the surface, way down at I think it's 2,000 feet that Christoper is at in Vegas.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I think you're the one getting a great view because they're a little bit more distant. They're so close that I can't see much, but their atmospheres. You're getting a little bit more of a distant view, and you are getting a great show.
Yeah, no kidding. Some days there's nothing, and then other days it's just wild. Like, okay, now check this out over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say, can you look at the left side? Look at that.
Look at that.
That,
shadow.
sir, is the underneath. Those are asteroids coming cross speed right there. Red asteroid and all the other ones. And tan asteroid, etc. Look at that. See the darkness? See the horizontal light blue and the upper mid-sky darkness? That is the side of Atu right there in front of Uri. That dark edge in between, straight up above the light pole, in that little pocket of cloud right there, there's a dark edge. See that straight line dark edge? That's the side of Atu. And look at the whatever lighter clouds in the background of that dark blue area.
You can see it bulging out, guys. You notice how that blue is just like bulging out. It's not just empty sky. You can literally see a bulge there. Look at that. You can see the round bulge. That's crazy.
You can feel it too. Like you can feel it coming down on you.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, they look like they're punching down, doesn't it?
Massive sky-filling planet.
So look at the difference, guys. Look up there and then look at the bottom. See how it looks a lot more distant here at the bottom than it does up here in the middle. And a lot darker up here in the middle too. That is awesome. Also, it always looks to me like the clouds seem to be like attached to something. Like they're kind of reaching to something. That always gets my attention. I'm like, okay, yeah, that's definitely a planet going by there.
Pushed in by.
Yeah, that's better wording, yes. Cool stuff, guys. Cool stuff.
We talk about the electric universe. These electrical fields, when there's an electrical generation between the two bodies of planets, it's cold out there in space. It's really cold. And then you add the sunshine and you add the electricity and you add the oxygen of our Earth and our atmosphere. We do boil off a certain amount of it because our electrical field doesn't hold it all in, just most of it. And there's other gases as well. And and this electrical chemistry, and there is such a thing as space clouds. And this electrical interaction, which is chemistry in space, that's the same rule. That's what works in the tabletop, works out in space. That's the unification model that they don't really run off of. Hi, Rebecca.
What?
Perfect timing. Busted.
Anyway, okay.
She's putting makeup on, and, you know. Hey, I think the ghost pushed the button. I think the ghost pushed the button as you caught.
What happened?
I knew. I don't think.
Where'd
I was like,
everybody go?
Awesome. Love it.
I was like, I don't think she meant to do that.
No.
I don't think so either.
Anyway.
That's why I went, nice time.
I had to touch that.
Anyway,
touch
back
that.
to what I was talking
Anyway.
about. There's space clouds between these planets, and they leave trails, and we leave little ion circular paths as our orbit rotates. And we move through space. We leave this little drop tail of our atmosphere interaction with space, cold, gases, liquid, and in space turns into either ice crystals or little clouds of gases that are formed together, and etc.
So it's a reaction, right, Sam? As they come close to say our atmosphere, and also you mentioned a while back that everything's cold, and as they round the sunlight, it warms up, so you have this cloud reaction, right?
Well, you watch the mist come rising off the grass in the morning as the sun shines on it.
Yes, there you go.
As the dew drifts off and turns into steam and floats off the grass at 10:30, 11 o'clock in the morning, when the angle of the light gets exactly right and the light hits it at that certain angle on the flat of the blade of grass, and then it turns into steam. And that's what happens to their atmospheres, no matter what gas it is within their atmosphere. Wow. But all planets have an atmosphere because they have a core and they have a magnetosphere, but they hold in a certain amount of gases. Mars actually has somewhat of an atmosphere, and you will see that when Mars were to come out of it, if Mars was in a lunar eclipse and then it came out, you would see gases form in a trail behind it, sort of like, you know, if you were to throw a snowball, there's still snow flying off of it, etc., through the air. Just, you know, a fast example. But yeah, there's interaction in space, and you can go to Suspicious Observer, and he even talks about space clouds, and so does Thunderbolt Project, etc. And so there's an interaction. There's more to space than what we perceive.
Yeah.
In a nutshell.
There's those Soho pictures, Sam, of I don't know if it's Nibiru or what planet, but it's an enormous planet next to tiny Earth. And then you can see clouds. It looks it looks like steam, almost like steaming clouds around the planet in a way that when I saw that picture, it helped me understand so much about what happens in space and what we don't.
I will send you
take into consideration.
I will send you 2 copies of that right now.
I believe it's a blue picture and
I will
red,
send you
like a red.
That right now.
One was like in a blue spectrum, and then the other one's like in a red spectrum. But it's just such a great.
Oh, hey, do you want to see the land masses also?
Yeah.
Well, in that case, I'll send you. I'll send you that one. Actually, I should be sending these to Rebecca so she could put them on the show, but I can do that in a minute. Just a second. I did my homework long ago. Okay, there's that one, and then here's the blue one, and I'll send you one more, Jesus, to go along with it.
I mean,
well, no, the ones you're looking at, the ones I sent you before are moons. Those 3 before that are all at these moons.
You can literally see craters here. You can see. Wow. Unbelievable.
I don't know what this one is, but
these
are the ones that Sam
I lost where I was. Just a second. Earth to brain. Earth to brain. I'm in brain. Planet Earth calling brain.
Great that you popped in and said hello. Nice to say hi.
Oh God!
And then that
boy, did I rocket that boat!
Jesus Christ, look at that! Wow, look at that, guys. That's.
I can't see what you're looking at. Just a second, please.
Oh, okay.
I've lost my mind. I can't find anything. Pardon me. I am non sequitur. Oh God, it's got to be right.
I would think of this picture like straight above you. It's confusing, but I would think.
I'm sending you a third picture with land masses on it from 2012.
Wow.
And now I will do that with you as well, Rebecca. I'll take a copy of this.
Yes, but
2 more seconds and I'll be right back, I promise.
That blue and the red one. Oh my God, that is the coolest picture. That really.
And now remember, the blue and the red one were taken years apart. One was in 2016, and one was, I think, in 2018.
Is that Nibiru, Sam?
Yes, sir, it is.
That is it. Okay, so I know that distance and
I'll send you another one.
Part of this, but
I'll send you another one. Okay.
The size difference, Sam, is that's way more than 7 times bigger than us. But I do understand that
10.
I do understand that
7, 8, 10.
God, that is insane.
Okay.
That is the size.
Okay, and then now I'm sending you, Jesus, another picture in your PM. And then I'll send it also a copy of it to Rebecca as well. And she can download those for all our wonderful listeners who are going, what the hell are they talking about?
That Nibiru one with the land masses, that one was just, that still tickles my brain to this day. You know? I just can't get used to that one.
Well, here's one we don't apparently use often enough of Nibiru and is Saturn.
It's always, you know, when you mention Saturn on the right, on the bottom right-hand corner, I was like, how did I miss that? It's so obvious once you point it out.
Okay,
but before you know it's there, it's so easy to overlook. This is why this stuff is so cool, guys, because it's so obvious that it's so obvious sometimes that it's almost hard to see. You know, what do they say? What is the best place to hide something? In plain sight. And I think that is why.
I don't know what you ran through while I was busy posting. Okay.
What's that?
Well, I'm talking about.
I said I don't know what you ran through. This is Atu's moon in front of purple Atu.
What about it?
That one right there. How you have
this is the picture that you have
awesome.
up.
That one's
That's Atu's moon in front of Atu in 2018.
Okay, I just got the other 3 added too. Let's,
okay, all right.
Let me try to
that is some cool stuff.
I just sent you a bunch more too on top of it. So.
And you can also see the cloud and the steamy thing around it. That is.
And this is in February, and then.
Wait, it didn't load.
Again,
I have to back out and come back in.
Again, people, why people always say it's just clouds? Well, yeah, I mean, not our clouds. You know, like just because it's a cloud doesn't mean it's not a planet. They're just
right. They have their own
planets. Other planets have clouds. Clouds are not just specific to Earth, guys, and you have to wrap your mind around that. You know that we aren't. You know, we're not special Earth that only Earth has clouds. No, you know, anything with an atmosphere out there has clouds. Anything that goes from cold to warm will have a cloud effect. It's just the way it works. And once you get to wrap your mind around that, you'll start to understand a lot, because these 2 pictures that you sent me, Sam, those were instrumental in me understanding so much. You know, sometimes you just got to find that one thing that'll be like, oh, I get it. And that's one of them, is when I look at that, I was like, holy crap, I could just visualize it on my mind, in my head, you know, how this picture is just wow.
The last 4 pictures I sent you, Rebecca, were Nibiru, including one of the 4 is actually a close past 2012 absolute land mass that I was watching myself, and it's one of my favorite pictures, and I rarely ever post this picture. So everyone feels special because I don't use it very often. It's mine.
Can you imagine if let's just say an official agency actually came out with this picture, people would freak the hell out.
Here you have 2 copies of it. You have the sky cam, and you have the plane out cam.
Do not underestimate, guys, the significance of this stuff that Sam is sharing.
You're looking at land masses on the planet Nibiru in the southwest sky, as I've been screaming since 2012.
This is exclusive on the Citizen Science podcast from Sam. You will not find this anywhere else, guys.
And Saru is on the left.
Do not take that for granted. Do not underestimate the significance of this stuff, and do not overlook the importance of what's happening right now, guys. What's been happening, Sam, again, thank you. This has been a hell of a ride, and it would not have been possible.
This is like the 2018 chapter.
This right here,
and Earth is that white dot with the line.
That's insanity. But look at the clouds. It looks like it's just a steaming ball in space. That's crazy. That's crazy to me. My mind argued with this. For months, probably years. And every time I see it, I'm in complete awe.
Years apart.
What's coming in from the left, Sam? Is that the sun, right? That little bit of light shining through, is that
that's still under debate, but yeah, that is the direction of the sun according to Soho.
Wow.
Stereo A in this case.
This is 2016. Are these things still online? Stereo A and
I'm not sure. Every time I've ever had links to this stuff, they would change it within 6 months, and only if you got the current mailer would you know how to find your way. And they have taken so much stuff away from us that we've even forgotten how to do things over the years because it just became so complicated to stay in touch with everything. Because every time you turn around, shit changes. And so, you ask Rebecca how many webcams we have stolen from us that we used to rely on. And now, granted, I'm still boycotting Alaska, by the way, for anyone who's listening.
I came across on Twitter the other day this I don't know if it's this group or whatever. I don't know what Twitter does, but it was called Mexico Webcams, and I got super excited, right? The shot in the webcam was actually very cool. But then when I went into and I tried to follow it, it was about maybe 5% sky, and then it was pointed down. It was pointed down and away from the sky, and I was so annoyed. I was like, God damn it. Because I missed those Mexico webcams.
Yeah, we used to have links to the Caribbean. We had Alaska Skycam. We had links to direct satellite links for daily live cam that was 20 minutes old, and you could it would come off literally off the freaking weather satellites themselves. And over the years, all of that crap got taken away from us. And observatories around the country are still closed. How come nobody asked about that in the last decade? Do you hear any reports coming from any observatories? No, it's all shut down.
Yeah. In the early days, there was this big old controversy about how some of these were getting shut down.
And remember the ones that the Roman Catholic Church owned,
or their funding was getting cut. But a lot of the observatories just got completely shut down.
Well, in the early days, I had a friend that worked at one of the East Coast observatories and was on board with us, and we had some nice scientists at the German Polytechnic on board, and those guys have sort of drifted away over time because most of them couldn't professionally comment, and they didn't want to be affiliated and lose their jobs. And after all, Sam Hofman is batshit crazy, so. And in pointing out those planets in 2012 that I just showed you a picture of land masses that you could see in the southwestern sky, and orbiting Nana and Amel Saru, the little tiny little moons that this massive planet has, and other information.
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. That people's jobs are at stake. Being associated with Sam comes at a cost that I personally would pay 100 times over, but my job doesn't depend on it. Thankfully, some people's do.
I got laid off one time
because I am a government rated dissident, and the person that owned the business that I was working at, and I won't go into grave detail as whom, was running for office in the state of Montana. And they actually laid me off because I'm on a list that they can't be affiliated with.
No,
and they directly came and told me that that they had to lay me off for political reasons. And they skirted around it really quick, but I could see it.
One
they
of the
wouldn't
most
want.
common questions that we get here is that wouldn't some scientist or observer would see this? Here's your answer, guys. Yes, a lot of them do, but
Yeah, and they're shut up.
Are they going to risk their job that their families depend on, that their college kids depend on, that their eating daily depends on, their mortgage depends on? We become science has become this thing where either you're with us or against us, and people lose their entire careers.
The way the government
Even doctors now are moving that are moving away from, like, there's this doctor that I follow that he tells you how the Diabetes Association is full of shit, and I could attest to that because I saw my mother do everything the Diabetes Association recommended as a good, healthy, diabetes friendly meal, which is bullshit, which is complete bullshit. But we do know that people's jobs these days, their careers are either you're in line with what we say or you're done. And this is the reason why truth is not going to come from those.
The government is laid out. The government is laid out so information goes up, not down. And that way, anybody on the bottom and working in the middle, they do not see the culmination of their efforts or their study tactics or the information that they're turning in.
That is a horrible
in their reports, etc. And highly vetted. It goes through a commission of all science, all government information gets vetted before anything is ever publicly released. And in 98% of the time, it is not released ever. So there is so much information that is not being told to us, and I know a handful of it. And I avoid trying to discuss it for myself and my kids, and not wanting some little old lady to jump off the bridge in Texas. So this is a bad joke. I apologize. But yeah, there is so much going on from the 1940s on, even as Daniel mentioned, 30s on. There is so much alien extraterrestrial activity going on that you're not even aware of. And it's a whole different world than what our modern society has been forced to believe, because if you do break ranks in school, or if you do get out of hand, or you do free think, look how they treat the free thinkers. Those people are homeless right now, although there is going too far where you end up with mental illness, and I apologize for those folks out there because I'm sure they have it really tough and need help and don't get taken care of. We ignore the poor, and we ignore the handicapped, and we ignore the mentally ill, and we ignore the homeless, and it's all of our jobs not to, because we're all part of society. We got to stop with the craziness, to stop funding rich people's bullshit, start funding the people. And I'm kind of always thought that we should actually, before handing out money to the rest of the world, we should have a us first budget where we feed our people. And we're one of the greatest nations in the world.
I agree.
And we can't feed our people. Christ, we hemorrhage food to the world. And why are we, commodities for the poor used to be awesome. People could actually get by. Not anymore. It's not funded. We have to focus on us a little bit, but not the world, because we are our brother's keeper, and we're the number one nation in the world. So we are sort of kind of the police force and the standard. We also have to keep up our standards. We have to excel. We can't do common or average. We have to excel, and we will, and we are. So it's really time. We all have to ask ourselves, what are we going to tolerate, and what are we going to change? Not what are we going to watch. We have to get involved.
I know what you said on one of the podcasts recently, Sam. You said we need to fight poverty, not the poor. Look what's happening in California right now with the homeless. Instead of addressing
Seattle and
instead of addressing the real problem of why people are lined up in encampments, which part of it's drugs. But that's not the full picture, guys. Let's just be honest. It's not the full picture. Living in California has become almost impossible for your average citizen. It's just it's getting like that in a lot of places. But California, especially, is seeing people who have. I saw a show the other day that where people with 2 jobs were living in their car because they couldn't afford the rent. 2 freaking jobs, and they were living out of their car.
Nor can they afford to get out.
So they can't afford to leave California. It's basically like they're stuck in that situation
and nowhere to go. By the way, we have a housing shortage everywhere in the Pacific Northwest.
There's this right now where everybody, and it's funny because they always do it close to election. Nobody gave a crap, But now that their elections are coming up, then they're cleaning up the homeless, right? Why clean up the homeless? Why not? What can you fix that would fix the homelessness, right? Why are we not addressing the problem? Why are we not?
I have a suggestion. Have you ever heard of the program that the military created in just after World War II to put everybody to work? I can't think of the name of it but they had a work corps where they had people build bridges and big brick walls, and they went through forests and they cut down timber and they chopped up all the debris. And let's give a shitload of money, even $100 million to a program where you put people into the forests and do forestry, and you put people into building walls and bridges and working in construction on replacing some of the roads and some of the broken down bridges that we have all over the place, and go for infrastructure package. And I'm trying to remember which president that did that, but after the war, they had all of these people that needed to have jobs and everything, and it was sort of like it's sort of like a forestry service corps where you have teams of work crews that go throughout the United States and fix things, and with different variant skill sets from pavers to plumbers to you name it, and give a job corps and to these people that want to work. Where they could go into an actual camp. If you're in Las Vegas, the nearest camp is X, and then you drive there, and so do other people, and then they send you to work and work details in your local area, and have a federal rebuilding service where you put people.
You would think you would think these problems would be really simple, but that's a great idea.
We used to have those.
That's a very simple idea that doesn't require a freaking think tank, as they say. It's something that could be very, very within reach to do. Why is it not being done? Like, why do we not put things into place anymore? I don't know. We have forgotten about our fellow man. We were leaving everybody.
Well, we could double the size of our Forest Service. We could double the size of the Bureau of Land Management. We could double the size of the EPA. We could double the size of the mineralogy and geology departments around the country, the federal inspectors to clean up our water and everything. We could double the CHIP Act that just went in is actually bringing infrastructure so that we can start making those high technical electronic chips that they're making only in Taiwan in the clean rooms right now. And if Taiwan was ever invaded, then that would disrupt our entire world market in high-tech chip. That's why they're bringing it into the U.S. now. We could do more of that too. Let's bring back these businesses. Let's bring back Stanley Tools, where we make a wrench and we make a saw and we make a lawnmower from factories again. If you're out there in China and you're having Chinese people make your crap. Bring your damn company, bring your damn company back here to the United States, so it costs $1 more. Hell, I'll pay that $5 more for a hammer made here instead of a hammer made in China.
Look at how vulnerable we've become because we've outsourced everything to other countries for cheap labor.
Agreed. And we let them do it.
Look at just during the sea virus. Look at how everything came to a halt because we are so dependent on China and we're so dependent on export.
I always said it was.
We will always be dependent on some level with certain items, but I think we need to minimize that. There's things that we should be building here.
Well, frankly, if you ask me, I'd rather buy my steel in America and maybe German steel, but I don't think I want to buy Asian steel. Because if you make steel at seawater, at sea level, you get salt in your air. And that is why Japanese and Asian metal rusts faster than good old American steel, because we made it in the heartland, in Pittsburgh and Chicago and all of this, where we were actually building things inland, and we could do it cleaner.
We have become, we are very vulnerable. At this stage, we're very vulnerable because any chink in the supply chain, we're screwed. We
don't even build generators anymore. And that's a primary, if you ask me, that's a big number one. Let's build those big, huge electrical generators that we don't build in the U.S. anymore for our power dams. I mean, if we do get a Carrington event, we, like everybody else, will be on order for 20 years because there's no way they can produce enough to replace all of them around the planet within decades, plural. We need to build those things here again. We need to build us. We need to be the USA that makes a damn broom or a hammer or a screwdriver that will last for 20 years or for 30 years or 40 years, instead of these Chinese knockoffs that you go to use the first time and it doesn't work or it breaks and you toss it in the garbage. And it's happened with everything I buy lately. It doesn't do what it's supposed to, and it's a cheap facsimile knockoff of everything it should be. And paying that money out all the time, and there's no company to take it back. We end up either just throwing it or selling it at a rummage sale and passing on our problem to the next guy. And this is not the market we should be living in.
What happens when you outsource things for cheaper labor is you get what you pay for in the end.
Right. And you buy cheap, you get cheap, right?
And it comes at the cost of jobs. It comes at the cost of quality. It comes at the cost of quality of life. Look at in America.
I will remind you.
It's almost like the only jobs left are in the service industry. You have the tech.
Go back and look.
But
look up at what's going on in China right now in the jobs market. The companies around the world are pulling out of China. They are pulling away from China, period. And they're in a market crash. Their people have no jobs. They're flooding. They're in drought. They have a thing called the lie down thing going on. It's a term. I can't remember what the Chinese term is. But they're the whole movement of their younger population is, we quit. We're not doing this shit. We're laying down. They don't make enough money to live off of. They get under $1,000, a year and shit like that compared to our money. And they've got a lot of money missing. There's been 8 to 10 banks that are closing. They've overloaned themselves out. They overextended themselves. And now with the lack of production, and now the company's pulling out, they didn't have power. They didn't have some of the basic needs to make all of these things for these companies. So a lot of companies started pulling out, and they also have construction issues where the bridges are crap. Their buildings are crap. They're selling all these houses. They have a mortgage crisis going on because they've over-mortgaged themselves way ahead of time. And these people would wait years and keep paying the mortgage for a house they never even got to move into, because they walk into and it's unfinished and the contractor has vanished. Corruption galore in contracting. And this is why they have the empty cities, and they're always dropping these buildings left and right.
They have entire cities that are just
crazy.
They're just sitting. They're ghost cities. I mean,
yeah, and overbuilt, and nobody's ever going to live in them. No one can afford to, and it's just this complete disconnection from reality. And yet, it was this feverish fueling of their own work market. So it was a false market, and now it's crashing, and that will affect all of us. You may notice that there are holes open on the shelves again, empty things. Stuff is, stores are not as full as they were 2 months ago, even.
Well, while some people are some people are moving away from China, Sam. Mexico's economy is making some big
way up
steps forward, but
way up.
I'll say this, in my opinion, I'm not an economist. I'm just an observer, right? With common sense, but I see that they're partnering with China a lot, and what I've been seeing
I was going to mention that.
What I've been seeing a lot lately in videos from TikTok to YouTube, to
nefarious affiliation,
is that they're seeing their quality of products take a nosedive. Like, I have seen so many videos of people showing. First of all, a lot of unhealthy drinks, a lot of crap brooms, a lot of crap material that's not quality, and I really hope that they get a grip on that, because partnering with China, I would imagine initially, numbers speaking, probably sounds attractive. But look at what's been happening all around the world. Like, the quality of shit is going to shit. Exactly, to shit. And I really hope that Mexico gets...
Do you remember the big Chinese drywall scandal?
The
Chinese sold us, and this was literally like a decade ago, they sold the United States a whole bunch of drywall all over the United States. And it turned out to be toxic and created its own black mold and everything else. And it was just horrendous, and all these people had to rip it out. And that should have been a warning a long time ago. We're buying these toys even you can't put together, and when you touch them, they fall apart. And yet you paid $100 for it, because it did happen to me when the girls were growing up. And there was nobody to yell at, and I couldn't take it back to the store, although I did on occasion, but not that occasion, because I couldn't say, well, excuse me, and I'm an idiot, and I can't put this together, because it falls apart the moment you touch it. Because it was so poorly bonded in the plastic molding that it just didn't work. It was highly expensive.
I fell for it.
Anyway,
the last time I bought anything off China was 4 years ago. I ordered what I thought was a car subwoofer, right? And great price, looked like a great product. I didn't realize it was a Chinese product, and when I received, I was like, the price was questionable, but because it was so good, I didn't question it as enough. When I received the item, it was one of those little speaker things that you just walk around with. I never told anybody because I felt so stupid. I ended up telling I think I told my brother I never received it, because that was it was easier to admit that I never received it than to say I got a cheap keychain speaker, basically. And I was like, F you guys, screw you guys, I'm done. Like, I'm never, and I don't knowingly order anything from China. It's just terrible. It's just, it was just awful. And after I saw that, I went back to Facebook, because it was a Facebook ad, and I saw so many people. I didn't go through the comments. I should have gone through the comments, because a lot of people in the comments were like, it's fake, it's a scam. And sure enough, I waited like 3 weeks to receive it.
When you order things on your phone,
it was a new package.
It's so easy to order shit that we fall into it.
Yeah.
We fall into it without being able to actually tangibly touch it. That's why, there is something to physical storefront property where you can actually examine and read the back of the box and get some consumer product information. You know, you don't a good heavy speaker that has a big heavy magnet, you know, etc.
Exactly.
You know, and you don't know what you're getting. You know, I this is why some of the wrapping that, you know, if you can't even open the box and examine what you're purchasing, there's a problem. And we go hog wild on all this plastic wrap around everything that ends up in a landfill 5 seconds after we bring it home. And that is killing us. All this plastic in our environment is killing us. And we have to completely, you know, and most of this shit comes from the Tylenol scare. Back in the freaking, 81 or 79 or whenever the hell that happened. Some idiot put some cyanide in Tylenol and then put it back on the store in about 3 different places in the East Coast. And forever after that, we've got everything wrapped in plastic from hell.
What an asshole.
You know, we got to come back down a little bit from that.
What an asshole.
Yeah,
but I think
like
it's
a bunch of people got really sick.
It is a freakish gross overreaction, but, you know. Jesus. Yeah,
hey, I'll take the foil wrapper on the top of the case.
I've said this before, but I once picked up a group of it was two guys, you know, blue collar type guys. Is that the suit guys, you know, with suits and all that? But they were talking in the background among themselves. They were atmospheric scientists talking about what an enormous problem microplastics are and are going to be in our near future to our health. You know, and we're starting to see it already.
Ding, 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 bingo.
Yeah,
exactly.
Interesting conversations I hear sometimes. Sometimes I love that about my job. It's like being a bartender. Sometimes you listen to some really interesting stuff that most people wouldn't talk about in public because you're just a fly on the wall. But I love listening to stuff. Sometimes people bring up some stuff that they wouldn't normally talk about in public because that was definitely a conversation that was not meant to be public. And you know, I'm not gonna mention names. I don't even know them, but it is interesting to hear that. And I was like, holy shit, I've heard about microplastics, but I didn't.
If we were smart, we would all be running around with N95 masks on right now and big hats and big sunglasses to protect. Oh, speaking of which, remember I told you I was doing my yard work yesterday. I have the greatest tan that I have ever had in my entire life. And I have not been out that much this summer. I am browner than I have ever been in my life right now. And I was because I was outside the other day. And this is, you know, and I did not get burned. But wow, I looked down today and went, holy cow, did I get tan.
Is that the fastest tan you ever got, Sam?
Yeah, I've never been this brown, and I didn't do anything to achieve it. You know, I'm one of those pale skin, blue-eyed, blonde, northern Germanic tribe people with white skin, you know, and I blink and you can see the veins in my eye, but
well, look at this, Sam. I don't bring that up, but yesterday I was seeing a video of this guy talking. Okay, it was a sunflower grower, right? And he's saying, okay, so we all know sunflowers will actually turn around to face the sun, right? Right. So in midday, he's showing his sunflowers, they're facing away from the sun. Away. Something he says in his 20 years of farming sunflowers, he has never seen them behave this way. They always face the sun. But now
too hot.
Completely facing away from the sun. So
I was gonna.
You got to question that, guys. You got to question that.
There's a clip on TikTok of a farmer and his tomatoes. Have you seen that?
No,
the tomatoes are, the skin on the tomatoes is bubbling and burning from the sun, but the temperature is in the 80s. It's not hot, you know, but the sun is burning the tomatoes.
Well, did you see that video I sent you today, Rebecca?
Did you see the video about the Japanese cars?
No.
It's on your PM.
I haven't had time.
Yeah, it is.
Sorry. I know. I mean, I haven't
Let
had
me
time.
go back and look. I'll look and see if I can find it. Oh,
yeah.
Well.
Yeah.
You could grab it, or you want me to grab a copy of it? Let me see if I can find it.
As putting, I'm not.
Oh,
maybe you're correct, but according to the farmer, they weren't supposed to be doing that. So I don't know if it's because they weren't mature enough or whatever.
Right.
But at that point, he was making a point to say they aren't supposed to be doing that. They should be facing the sun.
I sent both you guys a copy of it.
Sabrina, I agree. Sometimes you learn more by just keeping your mouth shut and listening and observing. There's a problem today is that everybody wants to talk and just instead of listening. And sometimes you gotta just shut up and listen, and you'd be surprised what you learn.
What is it, Sam? What are these cars?
They're Japanese cars with that is a car wrap bubbling. I sent you a copy as well, Jesus.
Car wraps are wow. So the car wraps are
bubbling.
Those things are expensive too.
Huh. Wow. Yeah, I see now.
Too hot.
Wow.
Guys, we have a second larger star, and I am pretty darn sure that I keep seeing information of our smaller star on the right hand side, and I've seen so much of it now. I'm pretty generally sure that's what's going on. It's concerning because it's not exactly what I expected, but I'm hoping and praying that I don't want the second star to come our direction.
So this is what I have experienced, and I'm sure everybody can agree with this. Like 90 degrees now feels like 120. It's more radiation and what do you call that? UV light coming in,
ultraviolet.
Right? That's why it feels like it's hotter, but it's still the same temperature. My mind kind of rests.
Yeah, and if you have tinted windows and you roll them down, and if you roll down your tinted window, you get the sun on your shoulder, it burns right away now.
Yeah.
I mean, not 5 minutes from now. It burns within the first count of 1 to 10, and your arm is on fire. And we talked about wintering over plants. I almost said planets. Plants all the time. I typed that the same too. I had the same problem. Yeah. Anyway. The second star is hotter and bigger, and I'm concerned where it's going to go. Under my generic assumption, it came up from below us on our left-hand side of the sun, and I believe it will exit in our upper to the right. And that, why would it change paths, and why would we change paths? We wouldn't. We're just ships passing in the night. Every 3,654 years, we pass each other in our spiral, because remember, we don't do it around in a circle on a dinner plate. Our star travels sideways, and we're following behind in a static spiral. And every 3,654 years, their static spiral, which is tighter and bigger, crosses path with ours. We're going around an even larger body, which we discussed at Imru or Hercubus or whatever, and that's massive. That's an electron cluster that holds the two stars. And we don't generically see it because we're usually on opposite sides of it, blah, blah, blah. So, and because of that transition, there's the electrical occurrences and the things in our storms, and our planet does stuff, and our magnetosphere does stuff, and it's also the reboot for the commodities so that we can produce them again on the next occurrence. And it's all a cyclic thing that happens over and over and over. And then we produce more commodities, and then blah, blah, blah. It's all part of a very large, grand, huge, massive thing. And I'm going to get another Coke. I'll be right back.
Okay, Sam.
If you have anything I sent you, you can use it.
Okay.
Like that one. What's about that? Put up that last Nibiru, that last blue Nibiru picture. We never show that one enough.
Yeah, which I think people.
Not this one, right? No. I don't. Did you send me that one? Let me get it. Hang on.
No,
the
the last one I sent you, I think.
Okay, let me go back and look.
Looks like we lost Chris. Chris,
I don't see him.
If you don't make it back, we'll see you next week. So.
Oh, hey Zeus, I wanted to show you this. We were, looking at that picture, right? This one,
Mhm.
and then it reminded me of this one I've been working on the last few days ago.
This one I saw recently, and I'm like, where has this picture?
Look at that texture. That's from Belgium. Jonathan Dubourg.
That is an insane photo. When I saw this, I was just, my jaw dropped. I was like, you can literally see the texture, the surface. That is a crazy picture.
I love
crazy picture. I love it. It's so
I can
awesome.
see a resemblance.
I can see that rough, those rough ridges. Yeah. So,
yep.
So this Beatitude's moon, right? As well.
Correct.
Right.
And you have that same surface texture, guys. You have that same. Again, the patterns will repeat themselves over and over.
Years apart. Yeah. Over and over and over and over again. And this is what the site drawings have been for years, and you guys can attest to monthly accuracy over those many years. Guys have been around 8 and 7 and 9 and 10 years.
Speaking of drinks,
matches and the matches, we watch where they go.
I'm gonna go get me a drink, guys. I'll be right back.
Okay, Jesus.
Okay.
Let me see.
That's a great picture, but
isn't it? I know we were talking about the texture being similar.
And it's on the left-hand side of the sun.
Yeah, it was all that.
Which is also on the left-hand side of the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is actually just Attu's moon, which is way bigger than the previous picture, because the previous picture had a very small, in comparison, Attu's moon. And then, of course, in the upper right-hand corner, you see that edge in the light cutting in. That's the edge of Attu. And there's a light cutoff at the edge of that gas giant right there, which is causing the flare in the upper right corner.
It's perfect.
And we are the experts, because we've been seeing this for so long now that it's actually become sort of humorous that the rest of the world does not notice this or know this by now. Although there's a huge campaign going on distraction-wise for the rest of the world to pay attention to. The Olympics or
whatever. TV,
politics, movies, or Hollywood, really bad weather. Oh yeah,
you name it.
Nah, I don't watch a lot of the current TV anymore, so I do more YouTube searching and studying history and stuff. That's what I do. I got to admit to my murder mysteries, but Anyway.
Yeah,
okay.
I don't.
Rome. Don't forget Rome. I'm always studying Rome. I did a couple of stints on world history this last week, and it was like mind-bogglingly boring. So but that's what happens when you listen to 4 hours of it in a row, and then you go for another one after that. Like I want to scream, but anyway, trying to fit all of that stuff. Yeah, Christoper's still here.
Yeah,
go check the room. Okay.
He's having trouble with the StreamYard app.
Reboot.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I had trouble with it when I first came on. It wanted me to accept all of its cookies and all of that. Like, oh boy, here we go. What are they going to do next? Yeehaw, here we go. New things. Sometimes I hate upgrades. I really do. All right, I'm going for cough drop number 2.
2, that's it? In 6 hours? That's a record.
Yeah, only 2. No, well, we're coming up on 6 hours,
too.
Yeah, well, that's about average.
That's average.
Well, I have drank a
That doesn't
handful of
sound like
Coke, so
me.
my voice is failing.
6 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
true.
dear
That's true.
what? Okay. Well,
I usually eat 2 to 3 or 4 rarely, but 2 to 3 cough drops per show, and try
Per
not to
show, okay.
choke on talking. It's like, but I am noticing my voice is breaking. So.
well, that's not bad. Yesterday, I got
Like,
choked
whoa.
while I was on my live. I took a sip of water and got choked. Tried not to choke too
Yep.
hard, and then I tripped twice. So,
Well, that was me and Kool-Aid. I think last week I would take a
it's
swallow
bound
of
to
Kool-Aid
happen.
and I'm drowning and flying.
Yeah.
Trying to
so
talk and drink
horrible.
at the same time is not wise.
Right.
Don't breathe it. You're supposed to swallow it. Don't breathe
It's
it.
not-
Yeah.
It's not always glamorous. Right.
Okay. Have you got any more topics while we're here?
I know. We're just like,
Well, we're gossiping, guys. Every once in a while, we like to do that a
I
little
know.
bit.
I was like, do you want to keep going or?
No, we can end it anytime you're ready.
Yeah.
If you're out of
it's
material,
like,
then
what
you can
time
say,
is
well,
it?
that's all
Almost
the material
9.
we have for
Wow.
you this week. But
Yeah.
me,
I can
you
always
know me,
find
I can
more,
talk forever.
but I know.
Get off your soapbox, Sam. Did you drag up that Nibiru picture? Because
Oh yeah. Wait. I did. I have it. I already have that one. Let me just get it. It's in my
the last blue one I sent to you.
slides.
Let me check to make
I
sure.
actually have that one.
Yeah,
in my
it's the last
Nibiru
one. It says
folder.
Nibiru, Montana Skywatcher, Sam SH. I think it's SH.
Yeah. Let me
Yeah,
get it.
no, Samuel
I have
Hofman
it.
just SH. And that one is the classic. Oh my God, you've got to be kidding me!
Okay, hang on.
And I've
Let me
had that
see.
one. I use it all the time. It's a very, very good example. I think it's one of the best ones ever. And when you find these pictures and they all match year after year after year, I can resend it to you.
It's this one.
I can't see it
With
yet,
your
so it's still scrolling.
Here it is at bigger. Yeah.
No, the last blue one I sent you does not have my drawing on it.
No, I know. Here it is too. I have it just plain.
Okay. That one. Yeah, look at that, guys. Now I will point out above the SH, there's a black circle with a moon in front of it, and that is a Saturn and a Saturn's yellow moon hiding right there in front of our eyes, but it's in the shadow, so you can't see it, but it's there. It's always there. Yeah, and I spent like
that.
Yeah, I spent like I stared at this thing for probably 2.5 years before I saw that.
Are you serious?
But in my mind, I knew that Nibiru and its Saturn are close to each other on their side of the oval of the orbit. They're separate of the other planets because Saru is over there, and then Uri, and then Atu, and then and then Nepacity and Matim. And they're all on that other segment of the orbit model. And so I'm sitting here staring at this one day, and out of the corner of my eye, I see that big dark circle. I went, shit, look at that. And then I went, duh, palm to forehead, and go, dumb, I've been staring at this for years, and there's this red, the Saturn, number one, that's why it's so dark. And this is a capture from space. This is not from Earth. And we gathered this, and we knew immediately what it was because the land masses match the stereo A pictures that I showed earlier in the red and the blue that Jesus was here talking about.
Right. Is it from NASA or do
No,
you know?
blue is all matched. Excuse me. Say that again, please.
NASA? Like who took the picture? How do you...
I don't even remember where this came from.
Yeah.
But I saw it and I immediately knew that it was Nibiru because it matched. It matched all these multiple years worth of information. I went, shit, you can't argue with it. Is the land masses are the same, and boom, right next to it in front of it is this atom. It's like, duh, that's real.
So you say it's a water planet.
Yeah.
What does that mean exactly? I mean, it has land
water type planet, meaning the size of the planet. We are a rock type
smaller rock type. Water planets are large, huge, humongous. And this is very large oceans. And they're very deep, and that's why there is blue. And you can see the oceans here in between the land masses. That's why there's a green in that circular thing standing there with a lighter green, which is a lighter shore that's buried underwater on the left. And so these are land masses and mountain ranges and a polar cap on top.
You know that landmass right there, Sam, the one that starts kind of in the dead middle of Nibiru on this one, and then it kind of goes down and kind of curves. It looks very similar to that one, that other picture of landmass that you put up a while ago. It has the same kind of owl.
Right, bingo.
Shape.
Bingo, exactly. You're right. Yep. That's that one on the 2012 landmass shot. That's exactly why that peninsula stuck out so heavily. And if you go back to the Soho blue and the Soho red picture, which were also taken years apart, 216, 218, they all match. There you go. There's your landmass. There's your peninsula.
The one in red, what year is the one in red? Do you have that one up there?
218.
Is it 2018? Okay, so 2000. Okay,
that's 218.
11, 19, 16. Okay, now go to the other one. Let's see how.
Oh, this is 16 also? Okay. All right. I thought it was 218. You're right. I did not know the date was on that one.
Okay, but this is 11:30 and the
other
one's
these are a week or so apart.
So it was.
Or a month or whatever.
No, 11:29 and 11:30. So that's what, one day, right?
Could be, yeah. I didn't catch the date per se, and I thought they were like a couple weeks apart. But yeah, they're.
Hey, no, 11:19. So yes,
I have more other ones
10
elsewhere.
days apart. It's 10 days apart, and look how similar. Oh man, you can't make that up. Like that's 10 days.
Yeah,
apart.
we have many of them over the years.
Wow.
I could of course pull up more, but then Rebecca would have to go to work.
Jesus
it's up to you guys if you want to do that. I mean, I have pictures. Where do I go?
I don't even want to imagine all the stuff that you've lost.
God! Wait, you want me to throw up? If I realized what I have lost,
I don't want to
would get ill. I would get ill.
But yeah, that would be hard. That would be hard to. That would be hard to stomach. I know that there's some of my favorite ones, some of my personal favorites. That if I would lose, I don't know how I would handle it. Like I
back up your files on thumb drive.
Deep depression.
I haven't done that yet lately.
That's kind of how it felt when I lost my Facebook account.
Oh God, that sucks.
Everything I'd ever posted for 6 years was gone.
That sucks. Jesus Christ.
Everything, the whole everything. So
Assholes.
that was no fun. It was. That was really stressful.
I really think that we need to take measures, guys. I really keep putting it off, but we need to get thumb drives.
Back up a thumb drive.
We need to keep thumb. I need to do that. I've really been telling myself that I need to do that and just add like my favorite ones to it.
Exactly.
And so often
Be smart.
as I come across or as I film it, because right now we're more or less more or less able to keep this going, but the day may come where they don't allow us to do this. I don't want to get negative and I don't want to get pessimistic, but let's call a spade a spade. It is a possibility. It is a possibility. Up until now, we're lucky just enough to get Sam, do the robot thing. That's as far as it goes. Yeah. But in the future, it might be a little more drastic, the measures they take. So we really should, because there's so much evidence out there that would be it would be quite a loss. I mean, you already experienced that. 16, Rebecca.
I know. Yeah, Tara. There was just a day when I got like spontaneously logged out of everything, and my Facebook account was gone, and I long story short, I had to get another cell phone.
That's we need to take measures because this is that important. And I don't know if Carol Ann was talking about it, but she was saying how these kind of evidence we need to be able to pass it on to that next generation, and so on and so forth, because the day might come where these planets ain't here anymore, when everything happened, and we need to not forget this time. Like this cycle has happened so many times and humanity forgets. Maybe this is the one chance that we have to not forget our history and to have a detailed timeline of what led up to whatever may happen in the future. And I think that's important, that could be our own legacy for the next generations, so they can see our true history, because when we forget our history, we tend to repeat it. And I really do believe one of the reasons why I got involved in all this is because I feel like it's important to get this, to talk about this and to put this out there, and for people to see this and for people to learn what's happening, because our history has been hidden from us, or we've just forgotten, or we have no record of it. And we have something that I think previous cycles didn't have. We have it on video. We have it in pictures. We don't have the pictures of it in rocks where it could be up to interpretation. We have actual sightings of planets, and I think that's something that we should really protect. And I really believe that we really need to protect that. So I'll put that on my to-do list, on my homework homework assignment is to get thumb drives and put all this in a safe place.
Rebecca, I sent you 4 pictures of recent, within a few years ago, Nibiru. And you can look for land masses as you will. It's when the planet is, of course, bigger than 2012. And this is within the time period where she was on her way back towards us. And that was, it seems like a lifetime ago, but it really wasn't that long ago.
I remember this picture. This is one of the first.
And now Nibiru came at us, came to us, and then went by us.
This is one of the first pictures that I came across when I learned about you and your old partner, Sam. This is a great picture, and it's a great example of how easily people can misinterpret this if you didn't know what it was. I mean, that curve is uncanny, but if you don't have in mind that planets can get that close, really easy to just overlook it. It's not easy. I don't know. I think this one's pretty obvious, actually, but wow.
Yeah, 2012.
I love that picture. That is a great picture.
And everybody out there is going, what? We didn't get to see it. What are you talking about? Yeah, well, Rebecca is working on it, I believe, within that 4 pictures.
Yeah.
And those are medium recent, within the last, 5, 6, 7 years. I'd have to look at each one to try and remember which is which. But Nibiru is so huge and so large, and actually she's gone past us now. She's already beyond Earth. And I gotta get my butt out there and get a better view than what I get normally. So I need to go to Walmart, stand there for an hour or 2 out in the parking lot, and see if I can catch it early in the morning.
Tara, yes,
that's where I saw it the last time. I was just in awe.
To me, it's hard to catch Nibiru. It's just hard. Like you're really lucky when you do get it.
Yeah.
Well, it's bigger than you think.
Especially in its entirety. It's always hiding right behind the satellite.
Yeah. Yes.
But yes, Tara, that's actually what I was getting at, and
then it's way more.
I had like a little brain fart there, but yes, I think if people knew this, we would behave differently. We would be different to each other. We would look at, if we saw the world through these eyes, we wouldn't be hung up on petty shit. we would take care of each other, and we would value life, and we would value this planet, and we would value how lucky we are to even be here, regardless of why we were put here, because that's
knowing we're not alone.
It's kind of tricky, but yes, exactly. But I do feel that if we can get people to see the world through this lens, right, through these eyes, people in future generations will be better, will behave better, will be more accountable, will treat the world in with more respect. I truly believe that, because it's what it did to me.
That's exactly what I thought in 1980.
Because it's what it did to me. I am not hung up on petty shit. I used to put so much importance in these little things. After knowing what's happening, I just don't hung up. I do not focus on those little things. I realize that there are so much bigger things happening, and so much bigger things at stake, that petty shit just doesn't even compute. And I think the world has been taught to think small, very small. And this is why I like adding on my videos, think big. I mean that not just planet-wise. I mean that like we need to think bigger. We need to think solar system big. We need to think galaxy big. We have to think much bigger. They teach us to think really small, and they keep us just focused on worldly things. And we have to on work and consuming shit and buying shit and all that. And we need to look at the world in a different way. We have to look in the world this way, because the overview effect, they say, they say that astronauts get that overview effect, and they are changed by it, right? Because they see, once they're up, they're seeing the Earth from up there. They realize that we're all on this rock together, and borders mean shit. Borders don't exist up there. Race doesn't exist up there. You start looking at the world as a whole, and I think it's important for us to start to do that. I think that's what would change the world. It will change our behavior for the best if we can do that. If we can bring this information to the light, I think it would do enormous amount of change for future generations. Absolutely.
Yay! I totally agree with you. Absolutely. That was a very well said too.
It is perfect.
Congratulations on your point of view.
I'm always wondering like how long it would take, to change, to make a significant change. And what it would take.
Mittens agrees too.
I think Mittens thinks so too.
Oh no, cat fight.
Agreeing with us, Mittens. Uh-oh.
No.
God, get along. Here we're talking about.
No, we have one cat that doesn't like any cat, so she fights with them all.
We're so disconnected from the actual things that happen around us. We're so consumed by, again, we're so consumed by consuming, and we're so disconnected from the realities of how this world works, and I think that's unfortunate, and something that we need to address, and it's something that we here have the power to change, given with this information. And I love this picture right here. That is such an awesome picture.
From New Zealand.
Oh, is this one of Roberts? Yep. Yeah, I love his stuff.
Yeah,
it was his birthday recently. I just want to say happy
2023. And Isatum and Isatum's yellow moon are in the upper right corner, and the main right side of the sun there, going all the way partially over to the left, is Nibiru. And that's when Nibiru was that close to the sun. Now Nibiru is farther over our left shoulder. And now we're seeing Isatum and Isatum's yellow moon only. And it has to do with that rotational crap that's going on over our heads as they're above us. Pretty cool. Awesome. And, trying to keep it in mind. Now I got to figure out how to draw that this month. Oh, no, the stress begins 5 days before I have to. Yeah.
I think your drawings are becoming more and more complicated, Sam. I heard you say the other day that you might take on doing.
I have to do
2 separate drawings.
Yeah, I might have to go right side of the sun, left side of the sun, and then include as if you took paper and wrapped it around 360.
It would be an interesting point of view. And I also want to say, Tara, you were saying something on last week's show that I wanted to. I think it was after I left. You stayed on the show, and then you were asking something that I only recently was able to get through my head. And it's confusing. Even still today, I get confused. You were asking the other day how. So you're saying the right side of the sun at sunrise, right? And then Sam said, no, it's all day. Okay. The reason why that's confusing is because we're used to seeing, we still think in dinner play model. Okay. Here's what I do. Think of it this way. We're always behind our star, right? We're not on the side of it going around. We're playing catch up to it. So we're spinning. So the sun is always in the same place, I know that's confusing, but it is always the same. It's always on the right side. It's always on the left side. And I was always confused about that. It's something that I still do sometimes unknowingly. I still do that, but just think of it that way. We're always behind our star. We're not aside of it. We're not going around it. We're behind, corkscrewing behind it, catching up to it basically. So it never changes. It's just our view changes because we're orbiting. We're orbiting and we're not orbiting, but we're spinning. We're rotating. I think it was important to me, and I was like, I'm so familiar with that because I struggled with that for years, and honestly, I still do sometimes. Sometimes I looked at the eastern skies, and I'm like, Yuri should be over here, and I get so confused, and once I start getting confused, I get irritated, and I just kind of stop thinking correctly. It's just I think this is my ADHD, messing with me. But yes, it's always on the same side. I'm used to seeing it at sunset. I think that's one of the reasons why I'm always more, I always want to look at it more sunset. So when I see it in the sunrise, it confuses the hell out of me. Every time at sunrise is when I'm most confused of what is where and who's supposed to be where. But I wanted to interject that day, but I was already at work and I couldn't get to it. But I was like, yes, I want to talk about that because I struggled with that for so long and still do sometimes. It's just our minds plays tricks with us because we've been indoctrinated to see the dinner plate model, and that could be confusing and very very misinformed. So yeah. We're always behind.
And they move.
That's right.
And they're always moving. And every time we figure it out, it changes.
Exactly.
And it gets very, very irritating and very frustrating and confusing.
You
got to go out sometimes. Sometimes you got to go out 3 times to figure out what you saw the first time. And I am reminded about that time. Oh, God, what was it? About a year. I went outside and I looked straight up. And I'm watching clear as a bell the long box cube and many triangular star destroyers float over the top of my head. They weren't really wrapped in clouds hardly at all, and I watched it for like an hour. And I had a sore neck and I was leaning on the car the whole time because I was looking up too high. It was directly over the top of me. And there are days that you get the ultimate sighting, and then there's the days you walk out there and you don't know what the hell you're looking at. And so you have to be willing to, just go out there and don't plan on seeing anything for the first 5 minutes. For sure, you got to spend 15, 20, take that little bit of break, grab a cup of coffee, go sit on this, front porch and look up. And people have a tendency to look out, not up. And always, of course, dark gray, black sunglasses. Don't fry your eyes. Like I said
I've got
they're very useful at
can't
seeing the shadow,
believe.
the darker sides, the darker shades in the sky, the sunglasses. Right. Absolutely great for doing that without hurting your eyes as well too. So yeah, I love that. I keep a pair in my eye.
And welding glass does not work.
No, it does not.
I saw some really cool settings today until I realized the guy was filming through glass.
You want to dim the light a little bit. You don't want to completely shut it off, and that's what welding glass does. So you just, go ahead, son.
Or it's green, or variant of thicknesses, different welding glasses. And never film through glass. I saw a really cool sighting, like I said, and I looked at it, and then it took me, it's like, what's that shit going by? Wow, that's really cool. Oh, wait a minute. They're filming through glass. It's the cars in the other lane, and people fall for that shit. And you do not go climb up in the tall building and then film through the window, because you're going to get a glass double always, if not a glass triple. And the same thing with airplane windows. If you're going to get an airplane shot, you have to make sure you don't get a glass double. And, try to adjust your focus accordingly, or expect it. And if the two suns are the same size, well, then you don't have two suns, you have a glass double. Because the suns are two different sizes. And we're relying on more soon sightings to come in on that. I expect it to come in regularly, because it's still coming in. And it's getting more evident, and I'm spending more time looking for it now, too. Remember, we think there's a smaller sun on the right-hand side of our sun that we see, which is not our sun, but I'm calling it our sun. Currently, it's the one that you see out there, and it's very bright. But we're keeping an eye for the object on the right. And I have been on full screen so long I didn't look at the comments section anymore. Okay. Anybody got anything else?
I kept my eclipse glasses so I can look out for the second sun. I don't know how well that's going to work.
That might be a good idea.
Our second star is not exactly the same spectrum. Am I correct there, Sam? I know it's a red.
You would see a less illuminating object, a smaller, lesser illuminating object. I think the second star is outshining the illumination on ours. We have seen examples, and we've had reports from the southern hemisphere that were credible. So we have to take that into it. They were credible reports. So and they say red, and then like we got that shot from the UK. It was absolutely definitive, because it wasn't through glass. The two objects were not the same size, but they were the same intensity, as in star intensity. So that too last week was a very, very credible shot. So I am over all other less absolute identifiable pictures, about 8 or 10 of them that we've gotten in the last month. I am decisively sweet the way that we are seeing the separation of the two stars. It's been expected for a long time, and now I think we're seeing evidence of it.
Well, I think we're seeing, evidence that something is definitely happening with the suns. We're seeing, as you were just showing, the cars with the bubbling thing. We're seeing tomato skin bubbling. We're seeing sunflowers turning away from the sun. We have to pay attention to these things, because those kind of things right there, they're a constant, and there's a sudden change to those constant things. And I think those are very telling, in what's happening.
And the overall temperature this year that all of us just went through, and how we're going to warm back up again yet. There's another heat wave coming, so be prepared for that. And we don't even know what September is going to bring. We feel like it's early autumn. Well, extra sun will do that, or less sun. A pinch of light sun will do that also. Just depends on whatever triggers the trees. A lot of it has to do with temperature, I believe. But yeah, there was a call that, like we talked about earlier, 35-degree frost warning in North Dakota this morning, and that's way early.
So our seasons are messed up. Our weather's messed up. Our planet, our jet stream's messed up.
Rebecca had to break out her hoodie. That's crazy. That's
in
crazy.
August.
That's crazy.
It is.
Hey, even worse.
I couldn't find
even
it.
worse. She had to warm up that toilet seat.
How?
I had to get the heater out too. It was like in the middle of the night. I was just like shivering. I'm like, this is crazy. It's
That's
summertime.
Crazy.
Yeah.
That's insane.
I don't know.
Yeah, I thought about turning on the heat yesterday morning also, and it was 57 outside, and I think we left the windows open, and it was kind of cold in the house.
I'm not sure what B Cope is talking. What do you mean? Did you address the rainbow? Can you be more specific? I'm not sure what you're asking, but I would like to answer you. We would like to answer your question. Just give us a little bit more context. If you're still with us. I've been seeing you pop in and out, B Cope. I don't know if you're just not commenting or just popping in and out. But
that message was 5 minutes ago. Just a little bit. 8:14. 3 minutes ago. Excuse me.
Sorry, what, Sam? I didn't catch it.
That was about his message came in 3 minutes ago.
Oh, I see.
I was busy not choking on my cough drop. Mumbling.
Yeah, Terry, it got cool there in Texas too. Yeah, definitely.
Well, we're going to warm up again. We're going to have another heat wave.
But I saw in 2 weeks. Okay, next week it was in the 90s, and then the week after that it showed 106 every day. And hopefully it's wrong. It's 2 weeks away.
I'm going to have to look at the seasonal outlook.
It could change.
What have been your highs, Rebecca? What have been your highs?
The highs have been upper 90s mostly.
Upper 90s. So not 106?
Not in the hundreds, no. It's been mild enough.
We had 100 all for the last 2 weeks, and then it finally rained.
Yeah.
I can't wait for
it rained today. Yay.
I'm a winter guy. I declare myself a winter guy. I just I like it better. I really do. I could work in the day and in the days actually, traffic is not as crazy and it's just easier on my gas. The summers has been just so brutal.
Right.
Well, our jet stream, the main jet stream coming into the United States right now is, believe it or not, coming from west of Hawaii off the tropics, and so it's fueling a whole jet stream moisture, warm temperature thing going into California, and then running all the way straight across the U.S. up to New York. And it's a very strong jet. Now there is a smaller jet hooking in from the Arctic, and a part of that cutoff low is what made the cooler temperatures in the North Dakota, Minnesota, South Dakota, Iowa region, where it's actually semi-cool overnight for everybody. But the prominent jet is going to be temperature-wise coming up out of the tropics. So be ready for that'll be this week's warm-up. And there's a stalled rotational low over the middle, over your area, over Oklahoma, and a stalled low over the Yucatan. And then there's all kinds of moisture coming in from Africa. And I could change altitudes, but that's enough of that for now. Let me look at the lower altitude.
Did your skies clear up, Sam? Last week,
it's a little bit better.
Last week I couldn't.
Yeah, we had
mountains. It was so bad. The smoke was so bad, and then we had a little bit of. I'm not gonna say rain, but a little drizzle, I guess. But we had a little bit of clouds and weather, and then it just kind of cleared it up. It was nice to actually have some clear.
We're getting this really weird, odd monsoonal flow up from Mexico, which isn't normal at all. And we have literally a northbound monsoonal flow, unheard of, from Mexico. And I'm glad they're getting rain. I hope they're not getting too much. I'm sure they are. But they were in real serious drought trouble for a long time, and I'm hoping they're getting good rain down there for everybody, so they fill
It's been very hot down
their
there.
water coffers and Italy is also still having those major heat warnings. There's been at the Mediterranean, it's been unbelievably hot, and now also last week there was parts of Iran and the Persian area and the Arabian Peninsula that were so hot that everybody shut down and just didn't go anywhere, and stores and businesses were closed, and it was way too hot. So yeah, there's huge extremes going on with this temperature, and if the second sun is getting closer to us, this would be an example. It's spooky, because they seem to be separating, but it's not the way I expected it. I thought that the larger sun would go to the right, but it doesn't seem to have, and I'm remotely concerned currently until I have more information. I'm not going to go, the sky is falling, but
No,
Chicken
that's
Little and all
something
that.
that we can do is just keep observing and
Right,
go,
right.
That's
Exactly.
all we can do. That's all we can do.
I
Tara,
knew.
Tara, that's exactly what happens to me. It kicks my ass the first day, and then it's like I adjust. It's become my routine. It kicks my ass one day, and then it's like I adjust, and the next day it gets better. And B Cope. Okay, so B
Yeah,
Cope
I
is-
was sick this week for 2 days also.
Yeah, this week I got my ass kicked pretty good by it. Close pass, absolutely. B Cope says last night.
I couldn't move my arms. I was like over for.
Really? Is that?
I was nauseous. I was sick. I didn't feel good. I couldn't move
You
my
get like
arms.
muscle spasm, like not muscle spasm, but like I get like a tightness.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's pressure or what it is, but it sucks.
Stiff.
It really sucks.
My rib cage doesn't move. I'm stiff. I can't walk, and
Yes.
and then
I
I'm
got up
like, oh my god, what the hell? Did somebody roll me down the stairs?
Yes, that's how I got up the
I
other
feel
day.
beat
And I
up.
was like, for a moment there, I'm like, I'm just getting old. I'm like, no, it felt like I got hit by a freaking train or something. My whole
Yeah,
body.
I got up and I couldn't lift my arm up to reach to grab the coffee can off the shelf.
Yes.
It's
That
like,
happened to me
what
like
is
4 days
this?
ago. That happened to me like 4 days ago.
I couldn't believe it.
I was like, holy shit.
And it
what
was
the hell?
it was about 3 days ago. I was sick for 2 days, and then the next day, like I got up this morning. I told everybody at the beginning of this. I at 3:20 in the morning, I rolled over, and I've had a sore lower back for a month and a half now. And I rolled over, and my back went snap, and I actually physically woke up from the sound, and then the electrical jolt that went along with it in my hips. And then I walked around at first it was a little stiff. Then I walked around for 5 minutes, and all of a sudden, my hips are great now. And so I didn't even realize how long or how bad they had hurt. Except I mowed the lawn. I was pushing the lawnmower all day. So I got a workout and all of that. So my back, as I rolled over in my sleep, popped back in. It was like, oh, hallelujah. So I ran to the store at 4 o'clock in the morning and got milk for the girls. And I'm talking to the clerk going, hey, how's your day? Nice to see you, all sunshiny and almost wanting to dance because I can actually, functionally walk instead of not being 83, And and it was weird. I woke up. I felt like somebody threw me down the stairs.
4 days ago is how I woke up. I woke up just completely. I just couldn't even move. I was moaning. It was so bad. I was moaning as I got up. I was like, what the hell happened to me last night? It lasted all day, and then just as bad as it comes, and as bad as it and quickly as it comes, it kind of goes away too. What I did was I went outside and started moving around. I did some did some stretches and stuff. It was a nightmare to do it, but it did ease the pain. But yeah, it was horrible. It was horrible. B Cope.
The day I felt bad, I could not do the lawn. I couldn't go anywhere. I couldn't do anything. And I noticed I was like reaching for the 1 pound coffee can and I can't even get my arm up high. And they're like, "What the hell? Who threw me down the stairs? And why does that hurt so bad?" And it was both my shoulders,
I had
my
to drive
hips, and
with
everything.
my left. I had to drive with my left hand because my right was just so stiff, Sam. Yeah.
Wow. See, so we're all doing it at the same time. We're all feeling this. And I had the concept in my brain to talk about that tonight, where it's like, you guys, this is not just us. Remember a couple of weeks ago, we went through the seasickness thing. And I mean, I was just green again the other day, and I didn't know why. And then, then I hurt like hell, and oh my God, maybe I got some kind of weird bug. But when you can't lift your shoulders out of the blue for no reason, there's more to it. And because I don't have any shoulder issues other than, sleeping on them wrong once in a while.
Well, the seasickness, though.
Yeah, people out there have to realize that we're all going through it.
Well, and the seasickness too, guys. Like, you got to think about this. We're tilting, we're rocking. It's like being on a boat that's kind of moving. We don't exactly feel it the way you would feel it on a boat because we're on a big planet, right? But some people are sensitive enough to subconsciously feel it. Like we are sloshing around at times. So you are taking into consideration.
We haven't seen the animals walking in circles or the fish swimming in circles recently, but they did have this big weird thing going on in the Gulf of Mexico where they had sort of a whirling disease and something like that. But we haven't seen that this year, where no more circular packs of animals walking in circles. But yeah, they feel it too. And then remember, when Atu's moon was doing the overhead passes, we were all having more headaches and more sinus trouble and more ear infections and and let's not forget the hum. It's called, I can't, is like the El Paso hum or something like that. Yeah, the harmonics of the planets. We can hear them, and they do cause hearing problems. They cause hearing aches. They cause sinus infections. So if you're having these really weird out of the blue symptoms, just think about the fact that it may not just be you. It could be intergalactic close passing planets. I hate, it sounds a little weird, but yeah, we've seen a lot of evidence that we are affected by these close passing planets. And of course, everything's connected. We're part of our Earth, and they go by and they pull stuff from us with the ion light illumination towers, and then when they get too close, they discharge and push away. And this is where you see entire herds of animals that are destroyed by one lightning bolt because they're big lightning, purple lightning bolts. Okay, guys, you're both too quiet.
Sorry.
Did anybody see
Tara?
Did anybody see what B Cope is talking about? He said last night there was a rainbow coming from a cloud going back and forth. So it lasted for 30 minutes. If you have any video or a link to that, I would love to see it.
I would love to look at it. Yeah.
Let's see. Last night,
it's entirely possible. Yeah, and there are.
We have seen videos of things like that. Remember those shadows? I wish I could find it. I'll show you. It looks like a straight line that moves back
I saw
and
some
forth.
good auroras as well that looked very much like the
Makes
planets,
no sense.
and we've seen auroras that looked like the Skull asteroid even. So yeah, we'd love to see the footage. If you can get a copy of it and send it to Rebecca, please. And then we'll look at it, and then we'll include that in next week's show. Yeah, a lot of that stuff can go on. You wouldn't. Nighttime sightings and stuff are coming in. I saw the other night. I was outside, and half the sky had stars, and the other half of the sky did not, and there was no clouds. So there's a lot of stuff going on over there, up there, around there. There.
He knows. B-Cope knows. I wish I knew how to Google that, or not Google, but probably could find it on TikTok.
Is it anything like that? That's kind of I don't know if that's going to come.
Well, that's cool too, but no, that's not. Let me see. I'll just try it.
Or illumination.
Find it.
Is that kind of? Yeah, I was going to say that's
so awesome.
Yeah,
I want to see that.
That is a cool one, but there's a lot of things. It could be asteroids. It could be a full illumination. A lot of times when you have asteroids passing in front of the sun, you get that rainbow illumination because they're being
If it's a
shined
very
on.
large one, if it's one going across
Seems
the
like
sky,
Asia
there's a
gets to
rainbow.
see
That
it
could be
more
the
than
bottom of
anybody.
Saru. Bottom of Necessity does have a rainbow illumination on occasion. Depending on, there's a lot of aurora borealises that are occurring from the planets and the asteroids as well that people don't cross-reference, but they're out there at night, and that's why we've had these unusually insane aurora borealises, because these items, they're illuminating just like 4-foot opus tube lighting. When you have, and this is where we get the light towers as well, when the planets pass by close, that superhighway electrical connection light, which is accelerated protons or electrons or particles that are glowing. That's why they put off self-luminescent scenario, and they go into the superhighway and they jump between planets, and that's why we're catching it on film, where our street lights are going straight up. Superhighway of electricity between bodies. So
I found it.
The rainbow effect can come from the poles as well. Oh, cool.
I found it.
Cool.
The very first
I'll
try.
take 3 breaths and shut up.
It must be meant to be. So I'm trying to save it. Hopefully it'll let me save it.
Done.
Usually it doesn't hesitate, and now it's just stuck on 0. It's trying to save it. It's not that full, my phone, I don't think. It could be, though. It's been...
There's a JL Gibbo 61. Some people aren't meant to. I hate that. I hate saying that. But I think time has proven that not everybody is going to see this. Unfortunately, some of us, it's as obvious as as the sun coming up in the morning, and to others not so much, and that's unfortunate. But that's just it. That's all. Don't work yourself up too much thinking about it, because it'll drive you nuts. It really will.
I go behind in the comments.
And
when will people believe? Oh boy, I know that question so well. I've heard it a million times out of my own mouth. I don't know. I don't know when people are going to believe. I hope they get it soon, because it's only been going on a decade. I've got a little picture of Beekman's world. Guy Beekman, and it says, "Duh, the planet's been here for a decade." Yeah, I wonder. I really wonder.
Yep, greatest show on earth. Absolutely.
It really is. It's unbelievably exciting, and I cannot believe you guys are. Most everyone on the planet is missing the coolest shit that ever was. I mean, oh my God! All you got to do is watch Atu, purple ass Atu, and Atu's moon go over the top of you, and you're hooked for life. And we watched them since they were tiny, and coming in, and then they get bigger and bigger and bigger, and oh God! And meanwhile, we're trying to hand out cards at the local gas station. Go here, look at this subject up, dude. And then finally, after many years of doing this, we finally, came to doing it here on the Nibiru Followers Anonymous channel, because Rebecca's a kind, hardworking lady that has managed to get us all together. And she took a lot of prodding to get here, but she's doing a great job.
She's like the glue that has brought all this into fruition, because it takes a lot, it takes I imagine, I'm not sure exactly what she do to bring it all together, Rebecca, but I imagine, I know because sometimes I'll make a video and sometimes it goes by smoothly and it'll be done within an hour, and then other times not so much. And I'm just talking about one video that I make, maybe if I'm lucky, every once or twice a week. If I'm lucky, I'll get to make a video, because things don't happen all the time. I make videos as things happen in my skies. You stay busy all the time.
Yeah, well, like a 3-minute video of me pointing to the TV. It took 4 hours the other night. I started at 10. I finished about 2. It was finally done. I was sharing it about 2 in the morning for a 3-minute video. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So, but, you know, you have to like clip it down, then add all the words and the happy faces and the, you know, but I've been purposefully leaving music off because TikTok will come. I've noticed that they'll come along and they'll take the sound off your videos because of the music, and so I don't want to give them a reason to.
I've had that issue too. Even though it's music that I put on from their own freaking app, you know, they'll come back and a lot of my videos I noticed were mute the other day, and I just went back and added music.
Thanks, Tara. For thank you too. I mean, you know, it's because of everybody here that we have material to work with, you know, that I had material to work with, all the people out there that are sharing it. So,
you know, JL, you know, can you highlight that comment, Rebecca? That last one, JL. You know, I think this is perspective, okay? And I don't want to sound callous or cold when I say this, but this is a process of the earth that needs to happen. Look, again, I'll bring up volcanoes, for example. They're very destructive, but they make for a very fertile land afterwards, very fertile soil, very abundant. We have an earth that goes through cycles, and unfortunately destroying is part of that cycle. I know that sounds a little disconnected maybe, but when you start thinking about the grand scheme of things, it's not entirely, gosh, I'm not gonna say a bad thing, but it's a process that's part of Earth. You know, Sam says it, you know, it breaks up
like we get
these new minerals, and it's not just gold that people want, it's minerals that the earth depends on, that the earth heals itself with, you know. It is just a process. You can't look at it as just a destroyer. You know, I mean, if it wasn't for this process, earth may not have abundance of life, you know. Like it's just a beginning that has to happen every so often, like your grass. Every year people, you know, at the end of the year they burn their grass, and then the next year it comes out nicer. It's just a part of its nature. It's just nature at its rawest form, and unfortunately it's just the way that things work, and because we live on this earth, the ones affected are us, but the earth will remain, and life will remain, you know, and it'll replenish, and it'll...
Yeah, we're just a fleas on the planet.
Sorry, Sam.
Yeah, Earth will be fine. It's us that needs to worry.
Yeah.
Oh man, really? Thank you, Biko.
No, and it happens. There is a culling of the herd. There are less of us now. Most of our nations aren't producing a positive population growth. A lot of our nations are in population decline currently, and there's a cycle going on.
Somebody mentioned that a while ago. I think it was Sabrina, and I was like, yes, I completely agree. Earth is in decline as far as population goes. You know?
And there are too many of us, unless we were to become less greedy. And I could go on for hours. But the Earth is not according to Sam, so therefore I have to kind of, once in a while bite my lip and try to shut up. Otherwise, I would stand here and go, we have to do this, and this, and I don't want to go there. That's why, I'll just pull up my Charlie Chaplin World's Greatest Speech movie and bomb everybody with it again.
I love that speech. It's so inspiring. I love when you share it. Every time I come across it, I hear it all over.
Oh, it is. I think it's one of the most brilliant speeches I've ever heard in my life.
Absolutely. It's one of those speeches that I don't care where you are on the political anything or whatever opinions you have about anything. I think it's a speech that will inspire anybody. It's just such a great speech. I love that.
Now, remember when it was put out? It was put out in like 1937, 38, or 39, right before World War II, when they started watching the rise in popularity of Hitler in Europe. And that was what that whole movie was all a parody of in the early days of filming. And it's the world's greatest speech by Charlie Chaplin.
So it's a scene from a movie. Is that what it is?
Yes. Yeah.
Really?
Excuse me. It wasn't even. It may have been right around World War One. Excuse me. I take that back. It might have been right before World War II because it depicts soldiers in World War One. So I'll have to relook that up. It's been years since I looked that up, and I apologize for my temporary, memory loss. But yeah, I believe it came out right before World War II, in a sort of a kick in the knee to the same thing that Hitler was trying to reform in 38 and 39. And you have to know the pre-war history of Adolf Hitler. Oh, I shouldn't even mention him because we'll get flagged. The pre-war World War II conditions of political figures in Germany at the time, and how certain individuals came to rise to power through some pretty shady occurrences, and Kristallnacht and all of that, which is also going to get me flagged if I talked about that too much. So I'll tone my. Oh, by the way, that's part of the progressive movement, which we could go on and on about. And nobody even pays attention to how the Canadians behaved or the Americans during these periods of time as well. And that, of course, has been written out of history. And I suggest you look that up too. I apologize. I'm tippy-toeing between getting flagged here. So that's a hard dance.
They might turn you into a robot permanently, You might. I mean, when you think about us having...
Yeah, I know. I got to be careful.
When you think about us having an off and on...
Can you imagine?
We kind of are robots, in a way. If you see it from their perspective,
Yeah, we're a biotool.
Yeah.
We're a genetically constructed biotool, self-replicating. We have a short life. We come on here. We have many, many children. Our children follow their rules and do their thing and dig up their commodities because we're greedy. And it's embedded in our nature because we're designed to be greedy. And that is the original sin in my book, because I've studied a lot of religion. But anyway, and then of course, I've also learned off-world information that I'm trying to blend in between the reality of my sanity and insanity in the knowing. And I chuckle about that because, I mean, everybody goes, oh, I'd love to meet an alien. Oh, boy.
Not me.
Yeah. You wouldn't believe what it does to you afterwards, because then you got to sit there and weigh reality and wow, did I really just experience that?
Sam, I've never seen, and I'm probably thankful that I haven't. I don't know. I don't think that I'm ready for it yet, or if I ever will be. But I've seen some crazy shit. And you mentioned a few times now that your mind will talk you out of it. Absolutely, that is spot on, because that's what I've done with a lot of the things that I've seen during the beginning of my awakening, so to speak. I wrestled with and I talked myself out of it, and basically convinced myself that I either convinced myself that there was a reasonable explanation, or that I wasn't seeing what I saw. And I don't know why we do that. I don't know if it's a coping mechanism or a survival mechanism or what it is, but
I was in hiding for so long. I literally almost forgot. I almost forgot why I was in hiding for 25 years.
That's crazy that we're like that. It's definitely a survival thing. I think it's something that was passed on genetically from our ancestors of just, and I think that's the reason why we forget our history, is because we as a society, as human beings, we don't tend to look back. We just look forward, which in a way has helped us survive, but at the same time, it's held us back from maybe being up to our full potential, because we forget a lot of our past history and a lot of the things that we were
Back to the basics.
Right.
Exactly. The animals, they don't live in society, so they can hear, they can smell, they can taste. We've lost a lot of that. We have accelerated ourselves into electric buildings in noisy industrial regions, driving loud vehicles. We don't see, we don't hear, we don't smell, we don't taste the way we normally would, because we're breathing all these pollutants in. That's why if you go camping and you're on the side of a mountain, 20 miles away from town, and you eat that pot of beans that you just cooked, they taste so damn good because you're not breathing in all that car exhaust. And for the first time in months, you could taste something, because you've been out in the woods long enough to.
I can't tell you how much I've struggled with this, Sam, and I've only recently realized why it's been such a struggle. When I was in New Mexico, I was in a very small town. For 20 years, I was in a very small, 1,200 people. Here, 1,200 people. I've been to bars with more people. Town. I've been to bars with more people in that sense. But I hate it like this, and it's the reason why I tend to work at night, because in the day there's so much going on that my mind I'm not functioning well. My mind is overwhelmed. It's too much, and I hate it.
I go
the amount of noise.
I come back from town. And I go, oh my God, I can't believe I went there again.
Yeah.
I mean, I am so uncomfortable in the noise and all the people, and it's just like I've become separate. It is. You separate yourself from all the crazy and the shit and the petty and the hate and the fear porn. Oh my God.
It's why I choose to
look
work
at TV
at
commercials.
Night.
Oh my God.
It's why I choose to work at night is because it's quiet or quieter, and Salt Lake.
Yeah.
It's not the biggest city. It's a small city. I can imagine.
Hey, I drove
like in LA, Houston.
I drove for a gallon of milk this morning at 4 a.m. I went to the store to get milk at 4 a.m. and it was awesome. I could get onto the road. There was nobody there. I loved it. I was like, wow, this is really nice. I feel really great. 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. Right around
no cars,
6,
no traffic. Get out, stop.
Right around 6 a.m. is when I go home. When I go home, I usually go to work like around 8. 7 or 8 is what I do, and then right around 9 is when things start to get quiet, and then I really get into my groove. And come 6 a.m., I'm like, holy shit, here we go again. And then I just get irritated and flustered, and I just go home, and I'm like, I'm just gonna go to my house.
The morning rush, the rumble.
Away from all this freaking noise that just drives me nuts. I don't know how somebody can bear it. Yep. I cannot deal with it. It's just so much for me. I hate it. I really do hate it. And I've only recently together. Why is it that I choose to work nights? Well, it's because it's quiet. It's nice and quiet, and it's not so chaotic, and you don't have people honking and fighting over lanes and trying to rush to work. Oh, it's just so awful. It's so awful. My wish is for me to get away from all this. Just to get away from that. That's if I can accomplish that, I will consider myself a rich man. If I could just give me a little small place,
find a smaller town.
In a smaller town, I want my home to be at least halfway underground. And that's it. That's really all I want out of life. I just want a place where I can be a little, somewhat of a hobbit house, as close as I can of a hobbit house that's kind of underground, where
I'll move to Hobbiton. Yeah. A few trees, lots of rolling grass hills. Yeah.
In New Mexico, in Taos, New Mexico, where I grew up, they have what is it? That guy is like a hippie dude that started making these land ships. He started
Earth ships. Earth ships.
Yeah, and I remember being actually in that house, and it's like in the summer it's cool, in the winter it's warm, and it's so
and all you save all your own water, you get your own lighting, you grow your own food, all inside the house.
they gave that man hell, the city, for city ordinance, and they gave him hell by somehow, he made it work. That's how I want to live. I want to live in a place
recycling old tires. The main building construction is built out of stacked old tires.
Yeah,
and they do the frame of the house cut into the thing, and then they encase all of that in cement, all that tires packed with dirt in these towers of tires, and then they use that as the main back wall, and then they run beams in the middle, and then beams on the outward front, and they build a solarium on the front of the main building, and then they incorporate all the pipe work so they can recycle all of their water usage to include what flushes into a storage tank, and then a cistern system that will rewater later after it's cleaned over time to rewater the plants and things like that. And when you sink water and that sort of thing is all separated and cleaned out. And it's made out of recycled materials. But not only that, it is very cheap to heat and cool using solar and solar electric as well. And the only negative thing about where they're building is it's in the desert, and you could do that as well in Montana or any other state, depending on if you add a fireplace or a stove system, or if you did Roman floor heating architecture, where you had one heating unit on one end of the earthship house, and it's what they call a hypercourse, where you heat the floor from underneath using a very large open space underneath with these tall pillars in between the floors. That's the way the Romans did it. But you have one tiny little fire at one end of the house, and it runs all the way underneath as a major chimney, and your chimney is at the far end of the house. And that way those stone floors will be heated to temperature, very small amount of use of wintertime wood, and you don't burn your house down because it's an encased, safer, smaller fire thing away from the whole main part of the house. And that's how the Romans used to do it. And the earth ships in Mexico or wherever they're building them are usually in the desert, so they have less heating issues.
Yeah.
To make a long story shorter,
in New Mexico is where they have I seen a whole entire. Well, there's that one, and then there's a whole other.
I've watched a bunch of those.
There's a whole. Okay, so back in my
sandbag houses.
Okay, back in my high school days, I would go and buy. I would go get pot from this place where it was.
Oh, you villain, you.
Okay, okay, but anyways, so we'd go to this. What we like maybe 2 acres, 3 acres of land, maybe 5 acres of but it was all. If you didn't know any better, it looked like it was empty land, like there was nobody there. But if you start walking, you'll see that there are literally these bubbles that are under the ground, right? And the only thing you'll see from the top is the door, which is clear because to let the natural sunlight in. And as you walk inside and you go down the stairs, this was a whole entire neighborhood of just people who wanted to live disconnected from the grid, right? They made for some very good natural herbs and vegetables and all that good stuff. But as you would walk in, you would realize that there's an entire freaking house underground that was self-sufficient. They had rain collecting
and the depth of your groundwater.
They had their little grow area where they would let natural sunlight in. They weren't using grow lights; they were using just a natural sunlight. Right. But what they were using clear plastic, clear glass. It was either glass or in some instances clear plastic, where they would just get so much sunlight.
Submerged garden. Yeah.
Yes, and it was just like a hut, and there was an entire home underneath, and I was like, "Wow, this is unbelievable." And I never forget that site because there was maybe 20 units of an entire homes like that, where they had their own little cellar where they would keep their dry goods and they would can their vegetables and it was just the greatest thing to see. And I was like, these people have the right idea. Society kind of pegs them as they don't want responsibilities. I disagree with that. I think that's the way that people should live. We should live
It's
simply.
them damn hippies again.
Exactly. It was a community that was really looked down upon by the rest of the town. And when I got there, I was like, wow, this is respectable. And I never had more respect for a human being because they lived in such simple and in tune ways. Not simple because they had everything they needed and then some, and those communities are still up there. You still go over there and it's the same. They have not had any structural damage. They're long-lasting way of building. They're extremely sufficient. And I remember that day just being in complete awe of what I was seeing as I walked down into the little door. I'm like, holy crap! There's an entire house in here.
And their roof doesn't get ripped off, and their wood doesn't rot. And
yes,
they don't get a bunch of rain because they're collecting where all the water.
They're not dependent. They're not one step away from being homeless because of so and so. Like God forbid a freaking earthquake, maybe. But other than that, these people were safer than any home that was $1 million.
Right. Depends on how big for your walls.
Yeah.
The Romans would build in stonework that was referred to as herringbone, and that was, I think, in the 2nd century AD, all the way up through the 4th century AD. And their herringbone would actually incorporate a alternate zigzag to the stacked standard Roman brick, and they would flex in their walls because of the different patterns of stacked bricks, herringbone, stacked bricks, herringbone, and they kept them level. And even the Chinese did that, and most of the larger stone croppings from other previous civilizations are still stacked and cut in, and they're not mortared together. And even Japanese work does that as well. And there are ways to build a building that will last forever. And that we know that oak and hickory and all of that beams will last for 500-600 years as long as they stay dry and bug free. Now, anytime you build next to dirt, you're going to expect bugs. So if you have any woodwork that you are building this out of, you keep it completely out of the dirt and away from the moisture, and you'll have a beam that will last for 500 years. And if you build it properly, it'll last way longer. And you don't need a lot of supplies. You don't need this, that, and the other thing if you're building partially underground and with a cement dome roof. And then your roof doesn't get ripped off because it's got grass growing on the top of it. And then it's like wind through the field. That's it. Big gust of wind goes by. See you later. Oh, yeah, I lost part of my chimney, or I lost my radio antenna, or my wind generator. But other than that, you don't have to recover your entire house because a hurricane or a tornado went by. Now, hurricane, however, might be really swamped out, so you have to depend on where you build. Build your own hill up.
What these people would do, Sam, is that they would trade within the community. So you had one person who had fresh vegetables, right, and the other one was a hunter.
I grow tomatoes, you grow carrots, I grow cabbage, you grow watermelons. Yeah.
Yeah,
and that's what the Swedish groups did.
They would trade amongst each other, and they not only
the North people did that.
Well, what they would foster? The
Amish do that.
A relationship of, I'll help you, you help me, kind of thing. Which nowadays we don't even know our neighbor.
Well, I love the Amish life, but I don't like the religion.
We don't talk to our neighbor, but they would foster a good relationship with their neighbor, right? And
right.
There was times where this so person's couldn't growing season's done, and between that community they were very self-sufficient. And I think I agree, Tara. I hate that it's looked down on because it's the way that we should be living. It's the way that we were meant to be living. We are living way outside of our means, and we're trying we're telling everybody's out there trying to own it all. What do you think is going to happen? We're
I'm an example for you.
burning through resources because one asshole wants to have 20 freaking cars, 2 yachts, and 20 rooms that he's never going to use. That's ridiculous.
I have an example how society has changed. Let's look at what if your neighbor hangs their laundry on a clothesline in their yard? There's part of us that are going to go cool, and there's part of us going to go, well, you can't do that. We have really stepped across some societal stupids where we're behaving, and the things that we value are stupid.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, absolutely. Sam, I think you got cut off there, buddy.
Yeah, I got very
definitely got cut
instantly. Yeah.
I bet he's still talking about
Wow, right?
Right.
Odd.
Not even the
Yeah,
robot. He's completely got cut off.
Yeah, no robot noise or anything.
Oh,
Usually we hear it for or something the first.
Oh yeah, there might be coming back. Oh, you just got completely cutting.
We'll see. Well, now
you got bumped off. Wow.
Yeah. Could be internet.
Michelle, that's great because I think it's so important to be neighborly like that. I don't know. I was speaking to somebody about that. I don't know why here, especially in America, everybody's so separate. When I go back, and I haven't gone in a while, but when I go back to Mexico, everybody knows each other and everybody helps each other out, and everybody's so neighborly. And here, everybody's like just sticks to themselves, and you wonder why why we have such a high rate of depression. It's because we're just so enclosed in our own little world, and we're all guilty of it. I do it myself too, but it is a good idea to be more neighborly and take care of each other.
I was gonna say my neighbors are distant as well. I mean, it's
I have one good neighbor, and then I have one in the corner that it was a bumpy star, but I guess now we acknowledge each other, we say hi, but it's a really cold kind of
I honestly I don't really see neighbors out and about. I don't see kids out playing, out riding bikes ever. Never. Like, do they not have kids in this neighborhood at all? Because I never see a kid outside. Ever.
And that happens everywhere. Like recently, we got some neighbors that do have kids and they run around. And I gotta say, every time I go outside and I see that, it just puts a smile on my face. Like just to see kids, in their little bikes and doing their little thing. I'm like, that's great. That's awesome.
That's perfect.
I love seeing that. But it's so rare. It's so rare now to see that.
Yeah.
Am I back?
You are back.
Wow. Am I back? Wow. I don't know. I had to go through. I went and checked that if I had internet. It said my internet was fine, and then nothing was working, and it was scrolling and scrolling, and I had black screen. And of course, I'm sitting here telling how we need to change how we live. And go too far.
I found this for B Cope. I got this little clip. It was hard to find a clip and then save it. I had trouble.
The rainbow.
Well, green.
I saw this, and honestly, I kind of gave up on figuring out what the hell that is. I have no idea.
That's one example. There's actually several. There's another video.
Yeah, I saw this. Yeah, there's a couple. There's a couple of these.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's weird.
Hey, look where it is. Look where the sun is.
There's a lot of weird shit up there, guys.
Yeah. We know there's a lot of craft up there too. The sun is to the upper left.
Ash put in, glad to be part of your daily work routine.
That's it.
You have a good night. I'm actually about
bleed
to
off of some sort between bodies or
You have a good night, Ash Pudding. Thank you for joining us.
Bye. Good night, Ash.
Well, I am glad that we were
will see
part
you
of
next week.
your work routine. Thank you for listening. Okay, yeah, sure, you betcha. I have no clue.
Okay.
I think that's I don't want to go cloaked ship or anything like that, but
Too out there.
I don't like to throw out the cloaked idea and attitude, although we do know that cloak technology does exist. Even the U.S. government has cloaking technology, and that's about all I need to say about that.
That's probably all you should say before you get.
And well, I got attacked by something who couldn't see.
What again?
I have to
Really?
behave myself. I want to get bumped up. It crossed my mind like, oh shit, what if I do go tonight? What if they suddenly just disconnect me? And I knock on wood, hate to say that, And what would you guys do without, your monthly site drawing?
There's actually a clip that had like 4 or 5 different ones. Oh wow. Thank you, Christopher. That is very, very thoughtful of you, really.
Thank you, Chris.
He's like a cheerleader as well. Him and Carol Ann, there are
always so involved.
Yeah,
always so involved. I love that.
We're so fortunate to have him. We really are. So,
and I can't. It's hard to even think of him as new anymore. He's not even been a year and he's already caught up.
That's what I was saying today. I was like, it's not even been a year yet, and he's already, excelling in all the videos, and it's perfect. Yeah, it's like
that's because he studies and he does his homework. He really does.
He's a natural.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah,
he does his homework. He spent the time to take the time to look. Curiosity has a lot to do with that. It just really grabs you, and you can learn it. And that's the drive that gets you to see it and understand it.
Well, it's that interest. It's that interest, that curiosity. When that's how you learn is when you get when you see something, you're like, okay, it piques your interest so much that you can't help but learn it, and then you just obsess over it, and then you learn. Yeah, it's great. It's awesome.
Thank you so much, Chris. That's super thoughtful, really.
Ash Pudding, I don't know if you are on Facebook.
This is how we go down and roll.
If you ever want to message me personally or just chat, you're welcome to do so. I'd love to hear some of your anecdotes or any information you have that that you want to talk about. Yeah. And B Cope says that's not the one.
Also, Tara, thank you. Really, we all appreciate it. We really do. It helps keep it running. I'm gonna say running smoothly, but running at all, actually. So, it really does.
Okay, at 7 hours, I'm going to the little scientist room. I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh boy. Well,
I guess all the sodas are making an exit now.
Yeah, that sounds like it.
Okay, I'll look you up. I'll see if I'm gonna look you up, and I don't know if you're on my friends list or not. But if you're not, I'll send you a friend request.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was going to tell B Cope. I know that there was a clip that had multiple clips, and it was perfect. And I don't know. I guess something about the conversion. It would not let me send it to my. Wait, maybe it let me save it to my computer. Let me look. I had trouble. That it had multiple examples. It was perfect.
Oh, there you are. Ashley Evans, I got you. Yeah, I just sent you a friend request, Ashley.
That's not it. I'm going to be on a mission. I'll make a video just to prove I can. No. I don't know why. So it's either you can't find very many, you find a couple or what, but I don't know. They are hard to find, I've noticed, as far as what we're talking about.
And I'm back.
Yeah.
Yeah, Christoper mentioned he's got a headache. I am feeling a touch of one. Very interesting.
I didn't
Out of the
sleep
blue
last
when I
night. See, Sam,
from one room to the
I
next.
normally sleep like so good, like a baby, and last night I slept maybe 2 hours.
Oh, jeez, that's rough.
It was rough.
That's rough.
It was yucky. So I've been up
Now,
since
like I said, I got up at 3:20 a.m.
Yeah. That's not.
Me too. Me too.
night
My
was
back went
better.
pop. Hello, good morning.
But I know. I feel like, and we know Atu's moon was. I know Atu's moon was here yesterday. So it seems like I have the most reaction to Atu's moon. Unpleasant reaction.
I don't know. Lately, it's been like.
Well, even in 2020, 2022, we were seeing, 2020, 2022, we saw the emergence of more people at war. We saw political upheaval. We saw, we just recently are now watching the Israelis and the Palestinians and the Ukrainians and the Russians, and there's other wars as well that are going on. And people are uncomfortable, and our economy is uncomfortable. And we had that sell-off in Japan the other day. And yes, Christoper, I have a rather small, it's not big yet, but I have a thrumming headache developing here. Interesting. I left the room, and now I almost have the hiccup. That's fun. I try to talk with the hiccups. It's not fun. So go right ahead, guys.
Well, unfortunately, guys, I'm running out of time. I need to go to work.
Oh boy, I know that was fun.
We can end the show then.
I'm also running on like 4 or 5 hours of sleep. At least it's better than
exactly.
But
Yeah,
I got good sleep though.
Covered a lot.
I gotta go to work at least for a while.
Okay, well then we'll hope everybody comes back Saturday next week.
Star Wars time, Sam.
We'll run through here.
It is.
I was just going to say that. You know me well. Yep, I get to go play Star Wars. PlayStation on PlayStation 2. My knock on wood, my antiquated PlayStation. I do love my Star Wars.
Old school video games are the best. I think. I really think.
Now, everybody out there, go back and learn the, including go back and look at the old videos that Rebecca's put out, or the old videos that I put out, the 87 videos on Radio Wasteland, or if you really want to go back to the Chronicles, look up the Understanding the Sky series, or type my name into YouTube, because a few of them are there, and there's some of my older material I can't get into my YouTube account to add to it or take away from it. It's kind of limbo to me.
I was gonna say,
Sam, but there's information there as well.
I tag your name on everything. Well, practically everything I post, especially on TikTok. There's like 350 videos with your name on it. So anybody that types your name, all those videos come up. So it's not hard to find you.
Awesome.
Really. It really isn't.
Awesome. Thank you.
I know.
Awesome. Wonderful. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I came across an account recently that was called the Hofman Theory, and it was actually I went and I was curious because it was spelled just like it was spelled with one F, and I went in there and there was some. It was a pretty new account, but there was a few videos that were sky related. So I think in somebody who was following you is maybe that.
Yeah, it's possible. I don't have any major. I only have the two. I mean, I'm on Facebook, Montana Skywatcher 1 and Skywatcher 2, and then my, personal page. But I don't really have anything else out there with my name on it other than what I've listed. Of course, I did a bunch of interviews all over the place and, Fight for Our Freedom Radio and all of that. But yeah, there's not much out there other than that because I've been limited on posting for quite a few years now. They threw me out of Skype. They threw me out of other stuff.
Right.
Excuse me, dry throat. Wee-hoo.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, I was going to ask you, do you miss doing your interviews? But this is kind of like doing interviews every week. Yeah, no,
this is better. This is better. I get to play a little more answer. I'm not seriously worried about the interview, although I do miss Chauncey on Radio Wasteland. He was a really good interviewer.
Good interviewer. Like I think his questions were great. I think I love the way he interviewed. I think he did a really good job at that.
And they had a production team after post-production that they ran it on 2 other intervals prior to me even getting a copy of it. But they actually had a post-production team that would go through and segment the videos into. That's why there's 87 of them now. Oh, excuse me, dry throat. And we did, roughly 10 shows or so, but they split them up into 87 videos. So I can't even remember how many shows we did. I really can't.
Little bite size, which is great because I think sometimes people don't have the time to see the whole video. They get turned off by something that's so long, so they don't see it. But
we did 2-hour interviews and 4-hour interviews.
Kind of break it up. In fact, now speaking of, I want to say, Chris, you made a video recently. I think it was me and Sam. You could hear in the background. I thought that was great. I thought that was great. I loved it.
A little embarrassing, but I do chuckle.
You know what? I actually am not embarrassed by that one. I think that one was just great the way he caught it as we're talking, because this is what I know about this show is because it's so raw and so unscripted that we're just hanging out and the emotions could be felt just by the way one's talking and excitement and all that. And I think that's what he conveyed in that video, and I love that because I think that's what gets people's attention is when you hear somebody with actual real emotion and passion or excitement talking about.
I think you're right.
That gets people listening, because I love that. I think those little videos are great, Chris. I think you should. Even though I'm sure there'll eventually be one that makes me feel like, maybe I should have said it this way or that way, because we are our worst critics. But I do feel, it was great. I loved it. I really did like it.
Which one? Which one are you talking about?
From above. That's exactly the one I'm talking about, Chris. Yes, I like that one. Yeah, I was talking about how I was getting kind of sick.
And again,
I was getting nauseous, and all of a sudden I realized
my favorite Rebecca video
coming from above. Go ahead.
Yes.
My favorite Rebecca video is the airplane view. It's called.
Oh, we didn't do that one. Yeah.
I think that's the main title is Airplane. I love that one. I like the music score too with it because it shows the planets above our atmosphere, and you don't get that often from airplane views because a lot of the times the windows are so thick you get airplane doubling and it's just a bad sighting. But these couple that you did use, and I like how you graphically break down how you build the film, and then you scroll through the comparative pictures, and then you grab them, and then Photoshop move them and everything, and everybody gets to watch that process. And I really love a lot of what you do in that department.
I love those.
Yeah, I'll have to do another one. It's been a while.
When you're showing the whole process of how you
I grab and match and overlay and all that. I love those.
Yeah, it's been a while. And I need to do another one.
It's a really prominent, basic example to the new person, first day one, like the ones you just put up this week also.
where you're putting your finger and you're showing them the edge of a septum, and the edge of a septum's yellow moon, and then the real sky with your hand. Those are awesome, because that's reaching down to the basics to grab people's attention and look with your own eyes. Here's an absolute, and then another absolute, and then another absolute example of the same thing over and over again, which tells you they are not.
Great. Yes.
Pointing it out, I love that you're able to do that when you have the screen behind you, because that's why I started doing the whole index thing, because I feel that sometimes when you show a video, like we see it, but like new people who really haven't honed in their eyes and trained themselves to see those curves, it's really easy to just see blue sky, right? So I think it's important and really helpful, to just say, hey, look at the curve right here. And then people will have that aha moment, like, I've been seeing that, and maybe they'll start questioning what they see later on, right? And then there's that seed that takes hold. I think it's very, very helpful.
So how long did it take for you to see the curves of the planets, like to see how big they are? Like, that's huge.
Initially, how can I say? Initially, that's the first thing that I was told, think big. But I don't think it really. I don't think it really hit me till I left New Mexico. I think when I really got good was when I left. When I was able to get into my own rhythm after my divorce and after all that turmoil, and I got to be my own person and just do. When I left all that stress behind, and not pointing fingers or putting any blame on anybody, just when I left that behind, I think I was able to see, see things and focus on things and get better at seeing those things. A lot of what I was taking before was more out of instinct, out of knowing that this didn't belong, so I would take a video or a picture and there it was. But now it's like I could see it with my own eyes, clear as day. I would say around 2020, 2021 is when it really just sunk in and just kind of took hold, and I was like, okay, I really am. I went from an amateur to being an expert. I think right around 2021 is when I really the things that after my divorce, like this was like my thing that kind of kept me busy. That kind of kept me from pitying myself or feeling sorry for myself or feeling sad or any of that. So I did what most people do. You keep busy by doing the things that you love doing, right? And this is what I did. And I think about 2021 is when they really, and also Salt Lake, the elevation here absolutely made a difference too, because the elevation here has been crazy sightings here, even though New Mexico also had its great things too. But yeah. After all that turmoil was behind, I think that's when it really set in for me, where I could see things clearly without the camera, so to speak.
Got it. Yeah, I was gonna say like about the same time frame for me. 21.
Yeah.
When it really started to sink in, like it took. Well, so 3 to 4 years of looking at pictures. I couldn't see them for a long time. I couldn't at all.
Well, I think
it made no sense. Yeah.
Well, look, I think subconsciously we were seeing it because we were taking pictures.
Oh yeah, right. I was. I just didn't know it.
But to really say I'm seeing it clear as
like
day, not just through the lens, not just by instinct. Because
I was looking for a planet, like something you might need a telescope, but maybe bigger, because Sam says you could see it without a telescope, but I'm still thinking, a little something in the sky is funny now.
Yeah.
But
like the size of a baseball or a softball way out there. And
because we
expect little
everybody thinks, well, I mean, why wouldn't you? I mean, look at our solar system. That's all it is. Everything is distant and small. Like, who the hell would think that the entire freaking sky is a freaking planet? I mean, who the hell would ever? Not even Sam thought it was going to happen that way. You know, and
No,
Sam
I
was
never
like,
expected it.
Sam is
I
the-
thought really, I truly thought we were going to see, you know, the normal. I knew they were coming. I thought we were going to see the normal thing. Okay, look in the telescope. Oh, look, there's the rings of Saturn. Oh, look, there's Jupiter, and that little dot over there, that's Neptune. And we know this is Venus popping up in the eastern sky in the spring, and blah blah blah. And we know that, you know, that Venus is over on in the southwestern sky in the winter, blah blah blah, you know, that kind of stuff. And you know, here I'm studying constellations and watching stuff in 2008 and 2009, and I'm seeing this brown blob in the sky with dots. I never expected it to come this damn close. No way. And remember, Nibiru in Sumerian means planet of crossing, and oh boy, are they crossing.
Oh,
We are like, you know, spit, throw a rock, wave hello to the Nibiruans, you know, at night when they pass by. Holy shit, are they watching us with their telescopes? You know, oh, look, there's people. Look, oh, hey, that's a 1967 Mustang. Yeah, I mean, you know, yeah, they're that close. And, you know, their technology is way advanced, so they can see anything. And, you know, shit. It's really impossible to describe because, yes, they are skyfillers. And, God, that took, I think, about 6 years to pound that into everybody, where it's like, dudes, think big. You can't think little. You're not looking for dots in the sky. You're looking for something that looks like it's about to land on planet Earth, but bigger.
Well, it's really easy to kind of, you know, when you hear that, okay, sure, but I think it takes time to really, really accept that and to really wrap your mind around that. I think it takes time.
Yeah, Hollywood does not teach us this.
Yeah,
This is not Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
It's you know, and not only that, Hollywood doesn't teach us to have clouds on the opposing planets either. We see the clear view of the planet,
yes, exactly.
you know, as you're going into the land.
Thank
you know,
for bringing that up, Sam,
and
because
Hollywood doesn't show that.
I don't think we talk about that enough. We are so used to seeing cloudless planets that we believe Earth is the only planet in the solar system or in the galaxy that has freaking clouds. And I think that's where a lot of people go wrong, is because we've only ever seen depictions of planets without clouds. And yeah, that's I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, it's huge
thought
how we're
about
trained.
that. Yeah.
You know, I mean, you know, it's back to the if the planets were that close, we'd crash into each other. Well, no, we haven't done this in what 6 point whatever billion years, because we were born. Our solar system was born with 2 stars, not just one. We didn't get one later at the discount market, or we weren't scrapped up by the big boy and yanked away. We formed together. We have 2 stars. We're a binary solar system, always have been, always will be. This happens over and over and over and over and over again. And Earth is still here. And our gold and our silver and our copper and our sulfur and our iodine and our mercury and all of these other products on this planet have been going on for 8 to 8 billion years. So that's a lot of time. People forget that. Do you know how much space is in between 65 million years ago and the dinosaurs leaving? Do you know how many things could have happened in those 65 million years? And yet everybody goes, okay, it's in my brain, and we're all used to it. And we meet, okay, man was here, blah, 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 150, 300, 400,000, a million years ago, through these different prototypes of the early versions of us. And question is, you know, was there more? Was there different? Yes, there's all kinds of different kinds. And we don't really have all the records. And there's a whole lot of stuff missing in between. And they keep revising it. And all you got to do is look around the planet. There is evidence of other civilizations with higher advanced technology than us. It's that simple. But hell, after 5,000 years, all wood structures are gone. You can't see them anymore. They're like rock. So you're not going to be able to find that one fence post hole in a rock. So, you know,
but 5,000 years, everything that you know is gone. Landscape changes every 75 years.
Yeah.
We're not around long enough to even judge it.
That's putting
everything changes.
Awesome.
In 80 years, it's a whole new world.
Well, we're so short-lived.
Okay, I thought we were closing up.
We're so short-lived, and we
got
got
another half hour there.
We got sucked back into the conversation.
Yeah.
On that note, Aspen, thank you
did.
for accepting my friend request.
Yeah.
If you ever want to discuss anything, feel free to message me. Everybody, I gotta go. I gotta run. Gotta go to work.
It's been fun.
Always great hanging out, guys. Always great.
It is.
It's always a good powwow for me.
All right, you know me, I keep talking.
Day.
Yeah, but we'll see you guys next week.
If you
Thank
go
you
to
all
work,
for
please
joining
drive
us.
careful.
Thank you for coming.
Okay.
Thank you for everything, guys. Y'all have a good night. We'll see you next week.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah.
night.
See y'all next Saturday.
All right.
Bye, everybody.
I'm gonna vanish
Bye,
too. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay.
Bye, Sam.
Bye. See you later.